having the game. The morning roast.
Ramos hit that one hard to center field. Kelnick going back at the wall. Gone! Elliot Ramos. A booming home run to straightaway center to tie the game, his 12th of the year.
Dave Fleming on the call there for NBC Sports Bay Area, our 95.7 The Game Giants insider, who joined Sam Lubman, who I'm hosting with again today. Joe Spadoni here. He joined us yesterday for a fantastic interview and a massive win for the San Francisco Giants as they get the series win out in Hotlanta, 4-2 the final on a 4th of July. So 4 runs on the 4th. I like the sound of that. And welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Hope you all had a lovely Independence Day. I hope you got some sleep because in my neck of the woods, the fireworks did not stop until about 2, 3. Hell, I heard some at 5 in the morning. But as it was, I had a great night. Sam, always good to talk to you, my friend. I hope you had a lovely holiday. And how you doing this morning, buddy?
Hello there. Yeah, it was a very good holiday. You know, when the Giants get a win like that, when Logan Webb puts a stamp on his all-star case like that, it's kind of hard to have a bad 4th, but yeah, it was a very chill 4th of July. And yeah, I mean, what's great about Oakland is you don't have to go anywhere for a fireworks show. The fireworks shows, they come to you, and that is very convenient, if not, yeah, a little bit loud. There were a few that went off last night that kind of you shake a little bit, like, oh, wait, that's right, fireworks, but you get past it.
The M80s, yeah, the mortars, all that sort of stuff, the big just booms.
The ones I don't get is the ones that were launched when the sun was still up. I don't understand that. Like, it's 4 PM, you hear a bang, and you look around, you see like a little cloud floating in the sky, and it's just like, you didn't even see it. You didn't even see the fireworks.
It's
so like, what are we doing here?
It's the little kids, Sam, not to cut you off. The little kids pestering the parents or the older brother. Come on, let's just hurry up. Because I remember being a kid, and of course, I never purchased any illegal fireworks in California. I would never do such a thing. But my older brothers,
law-abiding citizens.
Exactly.
Here.
My older brothers, on the other hand, maybe they'd took a trip or two to Nevada and crossed them over state lines.
Snitch and Spadoni here.
Well, it's fine. It's statute of limitations. That was like, what, 20 years ago? So like bottle rockets, stuff like that. You used to be able to buy the Piccolo Pete's, remember those? But you would hammer the bottom of them, the ones that make the really high-pitched whistle. But what you would do, Sam, you would hammer the bottom of them, and those were legal in California. And at the very end, they would explode, and they took them off the market because they figured out kids started to do that. But yeah, it's all the little kids pressuring them and stuff like that. But I hope everyone was safe. I hope there was no JPP incidents, no cherry bomb incidents for anyone out there. I hope everyone's all safe, had a good time, because the weekend starts today. It's Friday. It's a feel-good Friday. It might be a 50 Cent, might be a Phil Collins, whatever the hell Sam Lubman wants to play back there.
Is it a payday Friday today?
It's not. It was a payday Wednesday this week because it was a holiday week.
You know usually I get notifications on my phone. I haven't been checking that. So
Yeah. You should have checked on Wednesday. You probably got the deposit. I mean, at least I did. So that was nice. But still,
hope I did.
It might be some people's payday Friday. If that's the case, good for you. I appreciate that. And if you're working today and all weekend long, 888-957-9570. When you're not working, hit us up. Or if you are working and you just want to get away from your boss, we appreciate that too. 888-957-9570. That's the number to call. Or text the Xfinity Mobile text line. We're also streaming all day long. Again, 8 to 4 p.m. It's Spadoni and Loman, Evan Giddings, Jason Dumas after that. Twitch, Twitter, YouTube. Search all those platforms. Just search 95.7 The Game. Like, subscribe, all that. We would greatly appreciate it. And again, shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you were going to call into the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. We had a lot of good callers yesterday.
We really did, yeah.
A lot of good callers, Sammy, in regards to the Golden State Warriors, and we're obviously keeping an eye on what they are doing. The acquisition of Buddy Hield, obviously the main story, which broke during our show yesterday. We were all over that. Evan and Dumas, fantastic job breaking that all down. So we'll get into the Warriors, but I want to focus on the Giants right now because they're 7-3 in their last 10. They just took series against the Chicago Cubs, I was going to say play-in contender because that's basically how I feel about the third wild card.
I think everybody in the National League is a play-in contender outside of like the Rockies. That's about it.
Exactly. So they're a National League wild card contender. You got the Dodgers, who are still the class of the National League West, although they just lost the series in their last two against the red-hot Arizona Diamondbacks. Christian Walker, my goodness, 5 home runs in his last 3 games. He owns Dodger Stadium right now. Guy's tremendous hitter.
That dude's been owning the NL West for a while.
Correct.
So, yeah.
And then you just took this series against the Braves, who are still in that first wild card slot. So a tremendous couple of series here. And it can culminate here before your homestand, Sam Loman. If they can just take this series against the Cleveland Guardians, who, again, they might be the hottest team in all of baseball. That is a big ask. Although they are 5-5 in their last 10, but still, 54-31. They're 23 games over 500, plus 97 run differential. They are a tough squad. And just, if I'm the Giants, the one guy I'm circling in that series before we get there is Jose Ramirez. He's the guy who's just been on fire this year. He had the audacity to compare himself to Barry Bonds, by the way, which is just nuts. So maybe Giants fans should take that a little personally this weekend. But a tremendous past 3 series and looking to end this road trip on a high note, Sammy.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know who else is really, kicking butt for Cleveland right now? Stephen Kwan, the Bay Area local. He just got named to the All-Star team, hitting a MLB high 367. He just recently passed the threshold you need to in plate appearances to qualify for that batting title. So he's hitting 367 right now, 8 home runs at the top of that Cleveland lineup. He's been a real table setter. This is a scary, good-looking Cleveland team here. Now, the pitching matchups this weekend, Giants might be getting kind of a little bit lucky and they're not seeing Cleveland's best pitchers, but let's see as I pull up the pitching matchups right now, slowly on my phone here as I vamp a little bit.
No, you're good. Well, they don't have Shane Bieber anymore. For those that don't know, obviously Shane Bieber, very tough because he had a great outing his first series, which was actually in Oakland. He looked great, and then he had the Tommy John, unfortunately, Shane Bieber, which a guy that the Giants fans were kind of wanting last, during the trade deadline.
Cy Young winner in 2020,
correct,
I believe,
good pitcher, but no longer there. Tristan McKenzie, who has a lot of promise, but has not been pitching this well. He got optioned down in AAA, so the pitching, they might get a little lucky this weekend.
So Tanner Beebe going tonight for the Guardians against TBD. The Giants don't have a full rotation.
I love TBD. Might be my favorite player.
And then tomorrow night, the next 2 days, you got a couple guys with 5 ERAs, so that could be problematic. Those guys really do seem to give the Giants some trouble. But enough about Cleveland. Let's talk about this game last night. Yesterday on the roast, I was banging my hand on the table saying, "Get Logan Webb to an All-Star game." And last night, our boy went out. Got a little roughed up in the first inning, gave up a couple runs early, but he settled in, gave another stellar performance, going 7 innings, just allowing those 2 runs. And let's see how many strike. I think he struck out 6 more there as well. 1 walk. It's just workmanlike for Logan Webb. He is Mr. Consistent. He is Mr. Dependable. He has been everything that the Giants need him to be in that pitching rotation right now, because it's just him and 5 innings of Jordan Hicks every week, and then you're bullpenning after that. Reinforcements are coming, but this was the last chance that Logan Webb had to make, for his All-Star case before they announced the rest of the rosters this Sunday. And at this point, it's just I don't know how you could possibly leave him off.
He'll get thrown a bone. I wonder how many players the Giants do get. It's kind of an interesting one this year because you obviously have the big market teams, the guys that are going to get all the votes, all that stuff like that. You actually got a lot in the NL West that is going to be starting, but just no position players for the Giants. You got obviously guys like Jurickson Profar, who's having a breakout year. You got guys like obviously Shohei Ohtani. Happy birthday, Shohei Ohtani, some might say. 30 years old today. Sam's not going to say that. But it's just if the Giants are going to have a representative, it should be Logan Webb. Right? Like that should be obvious. And the fact that he hasn't been involved in an All-Star game is kind of whack considering he was second in the Cy Young voting last year.
Well, remember, as Fleming pointed out yesterday, he would have been on the team last year had he not pitched on that Sunday.
Which is dumb. Which is dumb.
He can still go. Why can't he put on the uniform, go to the game, take part in the festivities, get your name called? Because I feel like a big part of the All-Star game is just for the player, in my opinion.
It's the pomp and circumstance.
It's the pomp and circumstance. It's the ceremony. It's standing on the sideline and hearing your name called out. That's what it's all about. It's not a real game. That's the problem. Don't treat the Major League Baseball All-Star game like it is a real game. It is an exhibition for the fans. It is a love letter to the game and celebrating the greatest players in the game. That's what Logan Webb was last year. But you know what? Major League Baseball this Sunday has a chance to rectify that and get our guy to Arlington.
On the season, he has a 3.09 ERA. He started all of his 19 games. He has almost 120 innings logged. That leads the National League. He might lead all of Major League Baseball. I'm not sure.
I believe he is right now until Seth Lugo goes next.
There you go. So it has 103 strikeouts, 1.215. He's just been tremendous right now. He's probably going to have a sub 3 ERA. I mean, just judging by how he's pitching now. And again, just a workman-like approach. He's not going to be this outspoken guy in the locker room as much. He's just a very quieter guy, but he's a fiery pitcher when he's on that mound. I love me some Logan Webb. I've been loving his series he's been having this year with Chris Rose. He's been doing a part of that podcast as well. I just like his approach, and he sets a tone, Sam, for that entire rotation, which again has been a mixed bag. They don't even, like Flem mentioned it yesterday with us, like they don't even have starting pitching. It's just been this mixed bag of TBD, as you mentioned, to be determined. No one knows. But that's just kind of what Logan, like he doesn't care about any of that stuff. He's like, you know what? I will put the pitching staff on my back. I'm going to go out there. No, I don't have strikeout stuff, but I'm going to have a Matt Cain type of approach, which is just refreshing to me, to be honest, because I feel like a lot of pitching today is just so much 99, 100, velo.
They want that gas.
I want gas, and I'm just going to do strikeout, slider. He works it all, man. He's got that sink action. He's got the double play action, and he's a perfect pitcher to have a guy like a Matt Chapman at third base, to have these guys picking him up. I was watching that ninth inning yesterday, and I believe it was Ozuna who got on first. And Chapman, I don't know if they considered it an error, but it was going to be a close play regardless, but Chapman ended up overthrowing it to the first base. But he picked him up again. Austin Riley had a chopper to down the third base line. It was a tough play. He got him out there, got the force out there. And it's just been a joy to watch Logan Webb the last couple of years. I know it hasn't been the greatest, postseason runs. They've only had one, and he was a baller against both those Dodgers games. But he better be in the All-Star game this year. I say a lot to say that.
Yeah. No, I mean, look at through the numbers right now. I mean, he leads the National League in innings pitched right now with 119 innings. If you're one of those people who believe in WAR, what is it good for? Measuring, how good baseball players are, and then absolutely nothing. He's second in WAR behind Chris Sale, who we just saw on Thursday, or sorry, on Wednesday. He looked pretty damn good too. So, I mean, that's where Logan Webb's is right now. He is one of the best pitchers in the National League right now. He was last year. He was the year before. It's just it's harder and harder to leave him off this roster. And you're saying, like, yeah, he's not the loud rah guy, but he is a guy. He does lead by example. He has been kind of taking that leadership role over these last few years. I've talked about it with him on the Garlic Fries Baseball Guys podcast. Definitely go check it out. I don't have the water drop in front of me at this moment.
It's okay. I can do it.
So we talked about a little bit last year when we had him on the pod. So he's embracing it. He has embraced what it means to be a Giant. He really has. Like, he so loves this organization, so loves being a part of this organization. Like, we're talking yesterday, we were talking a lot about Klay Thompson, how Klay Thompson was one of us in a sense, and that you could feel like he had that same energy that we as fans have. Like, you see that from Logan Webb, the joy he has out there, the joy he has in wearing that uniform, and he understands the importance of it. When they're in Chicago and the news breaks that Willie Mays passes away, he asks the umpire, "Hey, I need you to stop this game. I need to take this in for a minute." And then 10 days later, he's on the mound against the Dodgers, and the news that Orlando Cepeda passes, and he has to do the same thing. I need you to stop the game. I need to process this for a little bit, because Logan is a lot like Giants fans in that he understands the gravity that those guys had, the importance that those guys had to this organization, to this fan base, because he's just like us in that sense. He needs that moment just as much as us. It just makes it so much easier to root for him. I've always wanted to believe that he could be that big face of the franchise for the Giants. I don't know if he's quite there yet, in the way that, like, it's hard for a pitcher. We saw Lincecum do it. We saw Bumgarner do it. Those are kind of exceptions to the rule. But Logan Webb, right now, with him leading this organization, with him leading this franchise as the player representative, they really can't ask for much better right now.
We got George Kontos coming on at 10:30 right here on 95.7 The Game. Spadoni and Loman in for Bonte and Chasky, and George Kontos will appear on the River Islands guest line, as all guests do. So George Kontos, 10:30, former World Series champion with the San Francisco Giants, current NBC Sports Bay Area host on Giants pre- and post-game live. So can't wait to talk to George about this team, about the pitching, and again, hopefully getting some reinforcements post-All-Star break. And we know one guy who will pitch before said All-Star break is Blake Snell, slated in to pitch, according to Dave Fleming yesterday, who joined us, against Toronto next week. So that would, be a huge help if he can get back to his old form, Sam, because I feel like we've been talking about Blake Snell. Oh, it's going to be great to have him back. Great to have him back.
Just be patient.
And then when he is back, it's just, it's not good. Then he gets hurt. And then so hopefully, what is this? The third time's the charm? right? We'll see.
Oh, yeah, it was the late start to the season. Then he had the first adductor strain, then the second one. So, yeah, this will be his third start of the season. So, yeah, it's the return of the Blake Snell.
There you go. Giants right now, 43-45 on July 5th, 2024, the year of our Lord. Only trailing the Mets, Diamondbacks in that NL wildcard chase. The top three in the NL wildcard, obviously the Braves. You got the Padres, who've been playing very well. They're also 7-3 in their last 10. Then you got the St. Louis Cardinals, 6-4 in their last 10 at 45-41. And then followed by the D-backs, Mets, Giants. So the Giants still fourth within their own division, Sam Loman, but the way they're playing, you've got to feel pretty confident about their second half again, if they can get help from those pitching, because you can't keep relying on the Hayden Bird songs of the world. And I get it. It's 2 starts. Maybe he doesn't know any better, but listen, whenever you have young guys that you're relying on, it's great. We saw this last year, though, whether it was Casey Schmidt, came on very hot, bat died down very quickly. Whether it was Patrick Bailey, came on the scene offensive and defensively, was just tremendous. Tail down at the end. You can't rely on these young arms to keep going all year long. You need the vets to come in and take some of those innings and help those guys. And that's only fair to some of those young guys too, because again, you don't want them to lose confidence towards the end of the year. But I like what I've seen from Hayden Birdsong. Kyle Harrison, hopefully we're getting him back soon as well.
Saturday, he's expected. So
next Saturday.
Tomorrow's Saturday.
Oh, tomorrow is Saturday. Okay,
I have no idea what day of the week it is.
It's honestly the July 4th on a Thursday threw me off. I felt like yesterday was a Sunday in a weird way.
See, yes, I felt like Friday to me.
I don't even.
Like I got 4:30. I'm just like, oh man, it's so cool. I don't have to go to work tomorrow. Oh wait, no, that's not how that works.
That's how I feel.
Yeah, that was me all afternoon yesterday. But no, as you're saying, like the veterans, they do need to step up at some point, and they are doing that. I mean, Matt Chapman's playing some of his best baseball of the year right now.
It's the mustache.
He's been very consistent lately. You're really starting to see like the ball's starting to find its way through the infield a little bit more. The defense, you knew that was always going to be there. The guy though who is really, I think, been carrying the lineup, but amongst veterans, who's been a big part of this lineup is Jorge Soler. Ever since the start of June, he has just been on a tear. Now we're into its second month here in July, and he's still cooking with some hot grease right now. This is the Jorge Soler that the Giants paid, all that money for the next 3 years. You're seeing it. He's putting in the work in the cage with the hitting coaches. I saw him, before that Yankee series, he was putting in that work with Pat Burrell in the cage pregame. Wasn't wearing a helmet though. You think he learned his lesson there?
That was a freak accident.
But it seemed like they were coming through to a breakthrough there, and since then, like I've noticed, he's laying off that low and away slider a little bit more. He still chases it every now and then, but like in April and May, that was the easiest thing you could do. If you could throw him a low and away slider outside the strike zone, he will bite at it, and he will bite hard, and he will miss it. He's not doing that as much this past month, and I think that's been a big reason for his turnaround. He's walking a lot more, and for some reason, I guess we're putting him in the leadoff spot, and it's somehow it's working. He was there last night. It started off, when I asked Bob Melvin about that, why Soler leading off, his response was, well, someone has to do it.
That's a great line.
It's true. I mean, at the time, they just lost Jung-Hoo Lee. Austin Slater wasn't available. Elliot Ramos, Luis Matos hadn't quite yet arrived. The Giants really had no other options at that time. And now they're back to it again where they put him there. Why? Well, he just kind of likes doing it.
Well, it's interesting how something like that, a little tweak like that, can help a guy mentally, because there is something about batting leadoff, being that first guy and setting the tone for the rest of the lineup. Whether it's you just need to get on base. So it forces you in a way, Sam, as you alluded to be more disciplined, because you are setting the tone for the rest of your guys right behind you. So you can't be chasing as much, because you'll just look like an idiot standing out there. And I'm not saying that's what he is, but that's how you feel when you are the tone setter for your team. You need to go out there, and you can't look foolish on 3 pitches and go night, see you later. It forces you to be more discerning. Hey, we know you're this power guy, but right now, Jorge, we just need you to get on base. So don't even worry about hitting the ball over the fence right now. We know that's what we brought you in here for, but things change. Can you just be a little bit more calm and steady with your plate presence? And that's what he's been. I kind of look at a team that, in a similar fashion, it changed everything for them, and you can blame or point to Grimace if you want to, but when the Mets batted Francisco Lindor leadoff, during this huge run that they've been on, I don't know, for a couple weeks now, that changed everything for them. He was struggling mightily since then, up to that point, I should say. Then they put him into the leadoff spot, and it's kind of sparked that offense for them. And again, we left the Mets for dead. I think there were 11 games under 500. They had that series in Queens. They looked just... we were leaving them for dead
at the start of the year.
They handed the Giants games left and right in that. It was just embarrassing to watch that. I mean, the Giants weren't playing that well at the time either, but even Giants fans were laughing at how embarrassing the Mets fans were. They were down so bad. Then Grimace throws out the first pitch. They put Lindor in leadoff and everything changed. So to your point, I say all that to say, as Guru likes to say, changing a tweak in the lineup as simple as that can have big dividends going forward. And Jorge Soler is definitely reaping those benefits. Elliot Ramos, he's just been on fire. I think that's been contagious too in that clubhouse. He's been incredible. Luis Matos making plays. You see that play he made?
Diving catch.
It's unbelievable.
And that's the Matos and Ramos. We never really talked about their defense when they're on their way up as being a big part of their game. You're seeing it. There are moments where you're just like, you need to improve that. Friday night in the ninth inning, Andy Pajes, I think that's how you say his name, hits one out to center field, and Ramos, I thought he caught it at the time. Melvin, after the game, when I asked him about it, he thought he caught it at the time. Bounced off his glove, ends up rolling to the wall. They ruled it a triple instead of an error, which, by the way, maybe this is a conversation for another day. Major League Baseball, what are we doing with our scoring system? The amount of times I've seen balls clank off a guy's glove and it's ruled a base hit, like, do I just not know what an error is anymore? I don't understand. There were several plays last weekend against the Dodgers where it was just like, that's an error. And then you look over at the official score, base hit. Like,
well, there's some home cooking. Here? There's always some home cooking, not to the level of, speaking of the home cooking, quick aside, we really try to go at Michael Jordan in the last couple weeks and go deep diving in his box scores and his DPOY year, the greatest player in the history of the sport. Well, actually, maybe he didn't deserve the DPOY, because if you watch the game back and you look at these box scores, I don't know, like stupid stuff like that. But to your point, like, there is always some home cooking, but as a player, if I'm Elliot Ramos, I'm like, oh, actually, I'm not that mad. Then, you know what?
Well,
it clanked off my glove.
I have my theory is that, Major League Baseball with more hits and less errors, that looks a lot better. Oh, offense is up, and defense is also good, but that goes into my Rob Manfred.
Exactly.
That goes in my Rob Manfred conspiracies,
absolutely.
Which I won't bore us with those today.
No.
But the defense is a big part of it with Ramos. You're seeing a lot of it now, and we're talking about guys who deserve all-star bids. I mean, Elliot Ramos, he's another guy where it's getting harder and harder to deny him an all-star bid. You look at the numbers, I'll pull them up right now. Like, he's among the top. He's been, let's see, look at it right now. He's got the third best batting average amongst NL outfielders. This is with a minimum of 170 plate appearances. He's second in OPS. He's sixth in WAR. It's just, he's been absolutely killing it. God. I don't know how you could possibly leave him off. I mean, it helps that some of the bigger names are not available. Bryce Harper, obviously, no longer an outfielder. Mookie Betts, no longer an outfielder. Ron Acuna Jr., he's injured. I mean, you got Jerkson Profar and Christian Yelich in the starting lineup in the amongst NFL outfielders right now.
This year.
Oh, no, he's been really, really good, but like, that's just kind of where we're at right now.
Yeah.
The usual suspects in the NL outfield are not available. So, Elliot Ramos, we're talking about Logan Webb deserving an all-star bid. He absolutely should get it. Elliot Ramos, he could very well this weekend end the Giants, I think, 40-year drought of homegrown all-star outfielders. You got to go back to Chili Davis. I believe it was the 84 all-star game that he was.
40 years
he
ago.
made it. So, yeah, it's been a very, very long time coming for the Giants in this regard.
888-957-9570. How we feeling about the Giants right now? Early July, we're almost at the All-Star break, and they are just a couple games out of that third wild card spot. We want to hear from you. 888-957-9570. Your expectations of this team. Have they changed at all? Have they shifted at all? Are you still in wait-and-see mode with this Giant squad who are 7-3 in their last 10? The California Classic is coming to Chase Center, Sam, starting July 6th. That's tomorrow. A summer basketball showcase featuring 2024 NBA draft picks, second-year pros, and more players. Bronny James, Dalton Connect. You got, obviously, the Warriors players. Is Quentin Post going to be there? Can't wait for that. Go to Warriors.com for your tickets. All brought to you by Clean California. Remember, just one piece of litter can ruin the game. 0 litter is the goal. And as we know, I hate litter bugs. I read the Sesame Street book all the time to young Benjamin. Don't trash this planet. I don't like it. Plus, George Kontos coming up at 10:30. And what's coming up the game is brought to you by Chilton Auto Body. And we can continue to talk about the Giants, but on the other side, I do want to get back into the Golden State Warriors because some moves took place yesterday, and some teams that didn't make any moves so far. I want to kind of get into that too on where we are with Mike Dunleavy, Sam, because I think this guy has taken a lot of heat, a lot of flack, and I don't think it's, what's the word I'm looking for? Deserved. I'll just say that. That's what's coming up next. Spadoni and Loman on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Hey, check this out. This is San Leandro Mo, and you're listening to 95.7 The Game, the Morning Roast with Banter and Shasta.
Spadoni and Loman in for Bonte and Shasky here on 95.7 The Game. Good morning to all of you lovely people who are getting off work, getting ready for work, getting ready for the weekend, if you're vacationing, if you're listening to us on that free Odyssey app, we appreciate you. And if you're listening on YouTube, Twitch or Twitter, we appreciate you as well. Yes, we are streaming. You can see Sam Lubman and the gun show that is Sam Lubman in the flesh on video. You can see me as well. Yes, the nose is real and it is spectacular. And whenever, you comment on YouTube or Twitch or Twitter, that's brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And by the way, speaking of Sam Lubman, if you're looking for more Giants talk, as we talked about last segment, then you need to be listening to the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast with Lubman and Joe Shasky. Yay! They bring you the best damn Giants talk in the Bay Area all season long. Hear in-depth analysis and insights as well as exclusive interviews with players like Tyler Rogers. New episode available now. Subscribe today on iTunes, Spotify, and the free Odyssey app. Sam Lubman. Giants are hot. Warriors and Mike Dunleavy may be hot as well. Buddy Hield is now a Golden State Warrior. D'Anthony Melton is a Golden State Warrior. Slow-mo Kyle Anderson is a Golden State Warrior. Klay Thompson is a Dallas Maverick. Chris Paul is a San Antonio Spur. I think I've caught everybody up right there with what they have done.
Saric is somewhere.
He might be in Serbia. Is he doing Olympics? Is he Serbian, Slovenian, Slovakian, Ian? I don't know.
He's Eastern Bloc.
I think I named all the Baltic states right there. If I missed one, apologies to all you lovely people out there in the Baltic states. I love all of you and you guys eating fish for breakfast, which is definitely something.
Well, listen to us on the free Odyssey app.
That's right. Or on YouTube, which again, we are international like Pitbull. We're Mr. Worldwide. There you go. Again, shout out Miami. You can see the Miami tattoo that Sam has if you are streaming us. It is definitely something. Sam, what would you grade this offseason so far for one Mike Dunleavy and the Golden State Warriors?
I feel like it'd be kind of a cheap out to take the old incomplete because
I've never had a class where I've gotten incomplete. Miss me with that.
So I'm not going to do that though. I think so far,
and we're not doing pass fail either.
It depends on how much better do you think this team is. You know, they were a 46 win, 10 seed last year.
We're a 43-win team, dude.
That might be where they're at right now, to be honest.
Really?
No, I think they're kind of. I'm going to go with a solid B- right now. Okay. I do like these moves. I think you're going to see some improvement maybe from the Warriors. But in terms of just kind of how they stack up in regards to the rest of the West, I don't know if they've actually gained ground. I think if they do move up in the standings, it's because teams ahead of them are going to be faltering. So I'm sounding a little down on it right now, but you lost two future Hall of Famers in Klay Thompson and Chris Paul. I don't care what age they're at. Those are guys that could still contribute to a winning basketball team. We know this. We're seeing Klay go to the Mavericks do just that. I think the Spurs, Chris Paul working with Victor Wembanyama next year, that should be fun to watch. I'm not saying that Chris Paul elevates the Spurs to a Western Conference contender or anything like that. This is all a long way to say that, I think the Warriors have taken marginal steps to get better, but I feel like we're still missing that cherry on top of everything, that kind of a move that brings it all together. I don't know what that move looks like. It's not going to be a Lauri Markkanen. My feeling, my preference is that the Warriors are out on Markkanen now that they got Buddy Hield on board. And also when you consider the haul that the Jazz were looking for, and the Jazz apparently are, I believe there was a report yesterday, are possibly pulling him off the market. So
off the Markkanen?
Off the Markkanen.
Thank you.
So,
Zach Lowe's also reporting the Miami Heat now have interest in him. That's the latest.
Yeah,
as well,
that would comes down to it's just I'm not giving up a king's ransom for Lauri Markkanen, and if I'm the Warriors, I'm not working in desperation with Danny Ainge. So, if I'm the Warriors, I'm taking a step back from that. I'm not touching that one. If there's another move out there, I'd be curious to see what it is. But if this is the team that the Warriors go into with next year, I don't know. It's going to be hard pressed for me to think that they're better than a play-in team right now.
Okay. 888-957-9570. How would you grade this Warriors offseason in the job that Mike Dunleavy has done? 888-957-9570. How would you grade this offseason? Honestly, I was thinking about this all day yesterday. During all the fireworks, everything going on, I was just like, you know what? It's been a pretty damn good offseason, all things considered. I didn't think they could get a player, let alone 3 players of the caliber that they got. Maybe 1, but not 3. I think Buddy Hield, who is not a replacement for Klay Thompson, by the way, let's just get that first out of the way. He is not a Klay Thompson replacement. He is a strict 3-point shooter who will add some shooting depth. He will probably be coming off the bench, but that's fine. That's all they need from him. You're not going to get great defense. You're not going to get great playmaking. You're not going to get a lot of high basketball IQ on the court, but you are going to get an elite 3-point shooter. He is a vet. There is something to be said about that, but that's all it is. Kyle Anderson, who is not a great scorer either, but you're also going to get great depth, size, length, and yes, he can hit some 3 balls if you need him to. It might just take some time, like dial-up back in the day. D'Anthony Melton, high upside guy as well. Back injury, I didn't know it was a spinal back injury. Shout out my guy Mike Tyson.
I broke my back.
Spinal. That's what it was. So a little bit concerning there, but the upside obviously could potentially be massive for a guy like D'Anthony Melton, who signed a 1-year, $12 million deal with the Golden State Warriors. So honestly, and this might be high, and maybe I'm just riding off the high of that sign and trade yesterday for only a 2nd-round pick, I think it's an A-. I'm giving an A- for Mike Dunleavy right now, Sam Loman, because I didn't think they were getting 3 players, let alone 2, and maybe they were getting 1, but they got 3 players who are plug-and-play guys right now off the bench, maybe spot starters at times. And with the loss of Klay Thompson, I get it. Hall of Fame guy, made guy, that's great. I think his presence in the locker room, from all the reports we are hearing right now, was weighing on some of the guys, the vets and the younger guys. I think getting a new fresh blood in there and 3 guys who have not been a part of this team, I think that is good. And also, I get Chris Paul. That is a loss, and that was basically a glorified salary dump, as our friend Anthony Slater said, obviously moving off of Jordan Poole and bringing him in and just waiving him for nothing. But I do think it was a net positive. His 1 year of leadership helped a lot with guys like Brandon Podziemski, Trace Jackson Davis, and I think he wanted to move on elsewhere where he was going to be more of a focal point in the offense and the rebuilding of a team like he is with San Antonio. So I love what Mike Dunleavy has done this offseason. Love it. Give it an A-, people.
Yeah, I mean, that's good. But, he's definitely improved the bench with the additions of Hield, Melton, and Anderson. The questions I kind of have, I kind of want to see. I want to see these kind of play out before I truly kind of give a legitimate grade here. I want to know what's going to happen with Andrew Wiggins and Moses Moody. Moody, it feels like he is going to be the odd man out. It'll be interesting to see how you could fit him in now with this system. I think Kerr is going for a more veteran-heavy team this next year, so maybe the plan is, all right, we're trying to do what we can to build around Steph. As far as the moves they've made, though, yeah, I mean, they're good moves. The reason my grade's so low is just, what is a successful offseason? I think it's one where you're coming in thinking, oh, we got a real shot to take the West this year, because that's the goal, right? You got 2 years left on this deal with Steph, plus whatever he gets on his extension. So you probably got a 2 to 4-ish year window still with Steph Curry, which is crazy to say when he's going into his age 36 season. But if the goal is to do everything we can to maximize Curry's window here, I don't know if this is the roster that totally does that. Is this a roster that maybe, creates trouble for a team in the playoffs? I guess, but that's where I kind of wanted to lean incomplete. I'm not saying incomplete. That's why I want to lean incomplete, is I want to know what happens with Andrew Wiggins and Moses Moody, because if you could find a way to move those guys and bring someone in to help things out, I'd be kind of curious to see what that looks like, because right now I don't see a future for Wiggins and Moody on this team.
Well, it all goes back to expectations, Sam, to your point. If you expected this team this offseason to have a move or two that vaults them into the top 3 in the West, I just don't think that was there. Maybe Paul George, but again, the Clippers were never doing business with you. That's why I always thought it was pie in the sky stuff. Mm-hmm. They were never going to make a Western Conference contender better than them. especially when they're moving into a new building and they desperately need to make the playoffs. They're not going to help out another team vault in front of them when they are already kind of taking a step back. If you look at the landscape of the West, I mean, all the young teams ahead of them, the Thunder, the Mavericks, the Timberwolves, the Nuggets are still there. I think we're all sleeping on the Denver Nuggets. Yeah, they were just a game or two away of being back in the Western Conference Finals, and I do think they would match up better against the Dallas Mavericks, and I do think they could have potentially gone back-to-back, but the Timberwolves beat them. It is what it is, but I think we are sleeping on them a little bit. But it goes back to expectations of what you thought Mike Dunleavy could do this offseason, because for me, I didn't think there was a move that vaults them back into the top 3. I don't even think if they get Lauri Markkanen, that does that just yet. Are they a playoff team? Yes, but I would give him an A+ if they somehow still landed Lauri Markkanen. That's where I'm at an A- right now. It would vault to an A+ if they got Lauri. But right now, just with what they had to work with, the financial handicaps that was given to him, this kind of a mess of a roster when it came to egos, when it came to finances, don't get it twisted. Mike Dunleavy inherited a toxic situation coming off of that punch from Draymond Green to Jordan Poole. You had to get and make a choice. They stuck with Draymond Green for better or for worse. They got rid of Jordan Poole. They brought in Chris Paul. I thought he was a net positive. They obviously hit on Podziemski. They hit on Trace Jackson Davis. And I do think, again, Chris Paul was a hit, even though he was here for just a year because of his leadership with those young guys. Kuminga took a leap this year. Can he take another one next year? I just think people have been way too hard on Mike Dunleavy because of this whole Klay Thompson situation. What he inherited and what the team looks like now, I think he's done a tremendous job.
Yeah, no one's denying that he ran it. He dealt with a tremendous job. He inherited a tremendously difficult situation. As far as the Clippers thing, I mean, the thing that always held me up is I could never really see the Warriors being like, yeah, we're going to send Jonathan Kuminga to the Clippers. And I mean, not so much the Clippers sending Paul George here, but they would have to send Kuminga back. And could you imagine having to watch Kuminga if he does take that next step, ball out in his career in a Clippers uniform and one of the Warriors' chief rivals? That, if I'm Joe Lacob, I'm not okay with that. I recognize the situation was difficult for Dunleavy, and maybe it's kind of one of those things. It's almost an unwinnable situation if the goal is to get that, one more ring. That's why, I don't know if we were kind of talking, last week on the show, if maybe taking a step back was the right move for the Warriors. I think they are kind of in a sense forced to take a step back, right? Because they're hard capped on that second apron now because of the Thompson sign and trade. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, they can't. Yeah, you don't want to. They're not in a position where they can go dip into the second apron. They're at that first apron cutoff point, and it's very convoluted. It's very confusing, but they do not want to dip into that second apron.
But they can't spend over $189 million.
Correct. Like you're seeing teams right now dip into it are Boston Celtics, right? Because they can afford to do that. Why? Because they have young players and guys that are going to be in their prime for the duration of their contracts that they just signed. Jason Tatum re-signing, Jaylen Brown re-signing last year, max deals, Derek White, 4-year, $100+ million. Like, they're in a position to dip into that, like the Warriors were in the past. If obviously they had the second apron back then, this has all been since they had Kevin Durant and all that stuff like that. But that would be in a position where they felt like they could dip into it. But Joe Lacob, to your point, Sam, has said it on our show, on our station, to the fans, to the media. Hey, if I don't think this is a championship contender, I'm not going to overspend. All right. Money is definitely important to me still. I know you think I have limitless pockets and stuff like that. I'm Scrooge McDuck.
And he's spent a lot of money on this team. So the idea that his pockets are bottomless, the money he's spent on this team, he might be touching the bottom of his pockets every now and then.
Correct. So, yes, finances are definitely something to keep an eye on when it comes to the Golden State Warriors. Maybe it wasn't a focal point in the past, but it damn sure is now. From the Xfinity mobile text line, 888-957-9570, how are you grading this Golden State Warriors offseason thus far? Mike Dunleavy, what grade are you giving him? I'm giving him an A-. Sam's giving him a B-. What say you? Are you giving him an incomplete? One of those fake answers? I don't think I'm accepting an incomplete today. I'm not expecting a pass or a fail either. You know why? Because I went to my college classes. Shout out SF State, shout out Berkeley City College and Monterey Peninsula College. I didn't take any of those crappy classes. That's why. 510. He has done a good job for what the situation they were in. Toxic is the fact.
Yeah.
That started with Kerr enabling the core to get huge-headed and act a fool in the court. In the court makes it sound like it was like judge, jury, and executioner. While the young players couldn't make one mistake. I listen. Some of this goes with Steve Kerr.
That's an interesting way to put it. I'll let you go.
I can't blame Mike Dunleavy, though, for what Steve Kerr is doing. And I actually kind of agree a little bit to that. Steve Kerr is always going to lean to the vets, though, because he has Stephen Curry, he has Draymond Green, and he had Klay Thompson. I think he felt he owed it to those guys to put the best product out on the court. That's why he didn't fully trust Moses Moody. He felt, and he trusted Brandon Podziemski early on because he felt, in his words, that he got the position and ran away with it, and he earned that spot. He doesn't think that Moses Moody has taken the full reins of the position that was granted to him, so that's why he is stuck on the depth chart behind guys like a Brandon Podziemski. Whether you like that, agree with it or not, that's just the reality. So, yes, Steve Kerr is culpable somewhat, but again, that just goes back to Mike Dunleavy inheriting a team that has a lot of egos, the head coach included, because he has won 4 championships, and his say is obviously the final say. This isn't like Farhan Zaidi and Bob Melvin, where Farhan can, pick the lineup, do all that stuff, go to the nerds, say, no, this is what we're doing, Bob. Bob might have some sway in-game, but I feel like Farhan still has the final say overall. Mm-hmm. Golden State Warriors is Steve Kerr. He has the tenure there. He's going to do what he feels is the best with the roster.
Oh, yeah, on game days.
Correct. It's not the same. So I get what the 510 is saying there, but again, I just looking at the job and the moves that they have made, I think he's done a tremendous job.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious. I wonder how much this job is not so much just rebuilding the roster as it is you got to rebuild the culture. That's going to be the big thing.
What is the culture right now for you, Sam? What is this Golden State Warriors culture?
It's clearly not what it used to be. I think Klay leaving kind of exposed it as being not as great, maybe, as we used to believe it was. I think, just kind of, so I guess just kind of getting out that, the bad feelings that were there with Klay Thompson this last season. I'm not saying that Klay was the reason why that there was a toxic atmosphere, but like when someone's in a bad mood, it can just permeate, and it does kind of hang over the locker room like that. And my guessing is just that you kind of are getting some addition by subtraction there with Klay, which is a weird thing to say. And so in that sense, we might see an improvement there, but I need to see how that looks on the court first before I can truly kind of make my decision there. It's so hard right now because it's just, I don't know what other moves they're going to make. And again, I still don't believe that Andrew Wiggins is a lock for this team's future. If he is still on the team, I don't know if I'd be shocked, but I would be like, I don't know. I just, for some reason, I'm just getting this feeling that if they're going to make another move, that Wiggins and Moody will be a part of that. And I feel like that's kind of what we're waiting on right now. That's just kind of what I'm seeing, what I'm looking at.
Well, from the 650, they would like to move Wiggins and Moody for DeMar DeRozan. I don't know if I would make that deal.
5 years ago, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, DeMar had a great season last year. He was very clutch. Obviously, the Warriors know that firsthand. Mid-range, deadly from the mid-range, kind of maybe be that Sean Livingston type. But again, I always go back to this. I've been out on Andrew Wiggins for a while. I said even last year at the trade deadline, they should move off of him. I mean, his value, I don't even know what it is around the league right now. I don't think it's very high. Even the Bulls even offered Zach LaVine for Andrew Wiggins, and I want to say one other player that escapes me right now, and they were going to give the Warriors a first round pick, and the Warriors were like, no. So I still think they value Andrew Wiggins. And I still think with his contract and age, I don't know if I'm ready to do that with DeMar DeRozan. I get it. But again, I don't think they're going to be all in this season alone. I think they're looking at the next 2 years, and this is going to be the preamble season setting up next year where they will truly go all in. Now, if they get Lauri Markkanen, is that going all in? What say you? 888-957-9570. But I asked you the question.
Well, I don't even know if they can. Sorry, I don't mean to I don't even know if they can afford to really go to Lauri Markkanen now because I'm looking at Spot Track right now.
You'd have to remove some salary that you already have. So the Kumingas, the Moody's, you'd have to move off of some of those guys.
And so I'd be curious to see how they would fit that in there. But yeah, it's just with Lauri, it's about the return, and it comes. If I'm the Warriors, any trade discussion that includes the words Jonathan Kuminga. I think that you hang up the phone right there. That's where I'm at with Kuminga.
888-957-9570 is Kuminga a non-starter for you Warriors fans? Are you willing to move off of him if it means getting Lauri Markkanen? We can get into that. I just want to talk about that culture real quick because it used to be the strength in numbers, and I do think they're getting back to that a little bit. But part of what made strength in numbers work was you had borderline Hall of Fame production. I do think he does get into the Hall of Fame with Andre Iguodala. You had Klay Thompson, Hall of Famer, and then you had Draymond Green, Hall of Famer. Now, back in the early days, did we know that they were going to be those guys? No, we did not. In hindsight, that is tremendous production from those guys. Right now, it's strength in numbers and Stephen Curry. That's kind of where I'm at right now. And is that enough to leapfrog some of these teams in the West?
I think it's just strength in Stephen Curry right now.
Strength in Steph? Is that what it is? You're relying all on Steph as they see him walking into the Olympic training right now and Steph donning the red, white, and blue, and that's going to be a sight to behold. I can't wait to see Steph, LeBron, KD, Anthony Edwards. That's going to be tremendous action and a very deep and crowded Olympic field. I'm also pulling for Team Philippines, by the way. I think they're 2 wins away from qualifying for their first ever Olympics on the men's side anyways. My mother-in-law from the Philippines, so shout out the lovely Diana Ingersoll, and my wife being half Filipino. I feel like I'm an honorary Filipino. Both my children are, so shout out Team Philippines, man.
Yeah, you're welcome to the club. Anyone interesting on that Philippine roster?
I couldn't. Jordan Clarkson, I want to say potentially is on that team. I know he is half Filipino. Obviously, former all-rookie team. Yeah, Laker legend. I believe he's a 6th man award winner as well, if I'm not mistaken. So 888-957-9570. What grade are you giving Mike Dunleavy this offseason? And how would you define Mike Dunleavy's, or I shouldn't say Mike Dunleavy's, but the culture right now for the Golden State Warriors? I would love to hear that. This was Anthony Slater early in the week because you said it's strength in Steph right now. How is Steph feeling about Klay Thompson moving on and the future of this team, Anthony Slater?
We'll see. This is a big week for that, those alternative realities. How does he necessarily feel? Well, right now, I think he's kind of within conversations with the Warriors front office and ownership group about trying to get himself help. Now, one thing that is very clear is the Warriors are willing to use a lot of these future picks to try to get him some significant help, right? They would have been used at least 1 or 2 of them would have been used in a Paul George opt-in and trade and Markkanen the same. So they're trying now. If they fail, if this is a questionable younger roster heading into next season, and if they start off struggling, like every single one of his press conferences, especially leading up to the next transaction season, which is typically the trade deadline, will be interesting.
Going to be very interesting how this season shakes out, and what is Steph Curry going to be doing? I mean, I could never imagine him leaving the Golden State Warriors. Let's just put that first and foremost. But do the Warriors move on from Stephen Curry? I still don't think that happens, but if they're looking at it like, man, we can still get a haul for this guy late in his years, maybe they consider it. I do think Mike Dunleavy would be that guy to make that move. Bob Myers would never do that. I do think that's part and why they brought in Mike Dunleavy to kind of make these hard choices, because he is not as emotionally attached to some of these players like Bob Myers was, Sam. But let's go out to Charlie in New York City here in a second. 888-957-9570, Sammy. Let's start hearing from some of these calls. Charlie, what's going on, man? You on with Spadoni and Loman?
Hey, what's up, guys? Happy 5th of July.
Yes, sir.
If I personally would move Kuminga and potentially even overpay for someone like a Markkanen. But all that being said, if he's not on the table at this point and we're looking at other potential moves, what about a trade that involves Wiggins and Moody and maybe another piece for someone like a Brandon Ingram who's supposedly on the market and they're trying to move him, and he's injury prone. I like Ingram too. He's a very poor man's version of a Kevin Durant. What about a move like that? Or what are some other players that you think I'm out on DeMar DeRozan for sure? But what about like a name like I don't know if he's available, but he too is a little bit of injury prone. Is a Chris Middleton in Milwaukee. I don't know if he's on the market. I don't know if they would move him. But he's another guy I would like. I think is a really nice player. Maybe you can package a Looney, who's from Milwaukee.
His knees scare me, Charlie. Chris Middleton's knees, I feel like, are shot. That scares the hell out of me. I appreciate you calling in. 888-957-9570. Sammy, any of those names doing anything for you? Brandon Ingram, he says he's a low-end. I call him Kmart KD. You know, Kmart's fine. Yeah. I don't even know if those still exist anymore. But he's like a Kmart Kevin Durant for me.
Store brand.
Exactly. He's the Safeway Select back in the day, if you will.
We got KD at home.
Market Pantry, is that what it is in Target, the Target brand?
Yeah, the Safeway signature.
And he's always hurt. Like all these guys, and there is a risk reward here. There's going to be a risk with all these guys, but that one is kind of a non-starter for me. Brandon, I get it. He's a younger piece, but I don't see him as a 2 or even a 3 on a championship roster. At least I don't. No,
I think that's kind of the thing here is that what the Warriors are looking for, and unfortunately that, Ingram doesn't really solve what, DeMar DeRozan would not really solve, what Lauri Markkanen would not really solve, is that the Warriors, I feel like they need that legitimate number 2 they can partner up with Steph. Because obviously Klay was that for the last 13 years. The fact that he wasn't that for the last couple of years, you saw the impact that had on this team and on Steph and on what he was able to do on the court. So yeah, I mean, if the goal is to find a legitimate number 2, I mean, the Warriors I don't think they found that yet. They might not be able to find that this offseason. And
number 2,
so if that's the situation, then I mean, yeah, I think what Charlie said, I think Dunleavy, he's kind of done the best with what he can do. But I just know if the best he can do is enough to kind of get the Warriors to where they're trying to go. And that's where this year does kind of start to look like the gap year.
All goes back to expectations again. If your expectations were this is going to be a championship roster, or there are moves available to make you a championship roster after this offseason, I think you're delusional. If the plan is a year from now, heading into next summer, that there's moves to be made, I think that is more realistic. If you disagree, if you agree with that, 888-957-9570. Sammy, let's go out to David, who's out in San Francisco. He wants to join on the conversation. What's up, David? You're on with Spadoni and Loman on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you very much. Great to be with you. And I give Mike Dunleavy an A and maybe more, given what he had to deal with in terms of trade pieces and the finances after all this. And I think it's going to be an exciting season. I think they'll be a little bit better. But I'm not expecting a championship. They've won 4 in 10 years. There's 30 teams in the league. That means you probably should, on the average, win 4 titles every 120 years with 30 teams in the league. So I'm just happy with the guys that they have. I think they're going to be a lot of fun. I feel I love Klay. I was there for his 37 and his 60 at the game, and but I'm sad that he could not see within himself, and be happy with the changes that occurred to him and play within him. Now I recall somebody came to the Warriors last season who was 38 years old. I can't remember his name right now, but he had never not started a game in his NBA career. And he went to the bench and came off the bench and was able to do that.
Chris Paul?
Hey, Dub Nation, it's Chris Paul.
Yeah, right, exactly. So, I'm just sorry for Klay. I wish him the best. And, we will always love him, but it's a little bit, in a way, a little bit sad that it had to play out this way.
Yeah, all good things must come to an end, David. 888-957-9570. Appreciate your call. He's giving Mike Dunleavy an A. I gave him an A- for this offseason. Sam Lubman gave him a B-. What say you? You got DeAnthony Melton. You got Buddy Hield. You got slow-mo Kyle Anderson. The departure of Chris Paul, obviously. The departure of Klay Thompson are big ones, but I think the depth-wise, you are a little bit better than you were last year. They're not straight-up replacements for those guys, but overall, I think it's a net positive so far for the Golden State Warriors. How much? Well, I never thought they were going to be a championship team after this offseason. You still got Steph, you still got Draymond, you still got the young guys. Can they take another leap? Sure. What does that look like? Can you get to the Western Conference Finals? Can you get to the second round? Hell, can you get to the first round, for God's sakes? That's the question. 888-957-9570. Thank you for joining us here. It is Spadoni and Loman. We're here till 12 o'clock. We are live and local all day right here on 95.7 The Game, your home for Golden State Warriors basketball. Jason Dumas, Evan Giddings, 12 to 4 right after us, so don't go anywhere. We are locked and loaded. Any news that breaks pertaining to the NBA, we will be all over it. We're also talking Giants. They're 7-3 in their last 10. George Kontos joining Spadoni and Loman at 10:30 today. And you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget, guys like George Kontos, guys like Dave Fleming, they appear on the 95.7 The Game River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? And let's see, we got a couple minutes here, Sammy. Let's go out to Fozzie. Am I pronouncing that well? Like Fozzie Bear out in the East Bay. What's going on, Fozzie?
Going on, boys? Thanks for having me on.
Thank you.
Thanks for calling in.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give Dunleavy a B as far as the pieces he's put together this year, and especially everything that he had to go through last year. I think overall he's done a good job for next year, and hopefully we could put one more piece around Steph. I think we need that number 2. But I think this team is better than last year's team. I really do. I think if we can at least land one more big name, I think Steph needs that number 2 guy. This team could be in anywhere between 4 and 9th seed, the way the West is. But as far as Klay goes, man, love Klay to death. Love everything he's done. We can't be talking about him forever, though. But it is what it is. He'll be a Warrior forever. But yeah, this team is in my eyes better than last year's.
There you go. That's Fozzie out in the East Bay. Is this team better than last year? 888-957-9570. I say slightly yes. I do like Fozzie, though, Sam, saying, yeah, they could be anywhere from the 4th seed to the 9th seed. I was like,
he's not wrong. If you could I'll say this, if the Warriors could put together a roster that looks like it's better than the play-in, then yeah, I'll start bumping that grade up into the A territory. But when you're in that 7 to 10 range, is where I think the Warriors are right now. It's very not yay. So no A's until we're saying yays. So get out of that 7 to 10 spot, and and then we'll start seeing kind of where things are at. Fozzie made a good point though. Warriors, they are still trying to find that number 2 for Steph, and it could just very well be, unless they are willing to get creative and making it happen, that option might not be there. For the Warriors.
let's be honest with ourselves. They haven't had a true number 2 guy since Kevin Durant was here. And that might have been Stephen Curry was the number 2 to Kevin Durant, because that's just how amazing Kevin Durant was
I think
on those teams.
In 22, Jordan Poole was a very good number 2 to Steph.
They caught lightning in a bottle with Andrew Wiggins. He was the second best player on that run. Part of that too. So yeah, in 22, Wiggins, Poole, they kind of took turns being that number 2. It was Wiggins, I think, because he was on the defensive end.
True, so, Wiggins probably more so than Poole until Klay came back, and between Wiggins, Klay, Poole, you had legitimate second scoring options behind Steph. The last couple years, though, it's you're hoping for a hot Klay night, which you're not really getting. You're hoping for an engaged Wiggins, which you weren't really getting. You were hoping for one of those good Jordan Poole games, which you weren't really getting. So last couple years, one of the biggest issues with the Warriors is, they have lacked that number 2, that true number 2 for Steph. And
if you look around the landscape of the West, Sam, you have to have a tandem.
You need to have a trio these days,
Luka Doncic, Kyrie Irving. You want to go Karl Anthony Towns and my guy Anthony Edwards. There you go. You want to go the Denver Nuggets, Jamal Murray, Nikola Jokic. You want to go Chet Holmgren. You want to go Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Those are the 4 teams right there.
Every Batman needs a Robin.
Hell, even Kawhi and James Harden, if they're healthy, they were formidable last year. LeBron James is still a hell of a player. I know how we feel about him. He's going to be 40 years old. Still a tremendous player. Anthony Davis had a tremendous season last year as well. They're not going anywhere. By the way, they're a little too quiet. I don't know if I don't know what the Lakers are doing right now, but that's another team. I just think Mike Dunleavy, if you compare him to some of his peers out in the West, Mike Dunleavy is running circles around Rob Pelinka and the likes of that. It's not even been close who's had a better offseason if you're just comparing it to some of the Western Conference teams. And then you go into the East, you see what Paul George, Joel Embiid, say what you will about Paul George and his failures in the playoffs. I think that's going to be a good tandem. The Knicks, they have a plethora of guys. Jalen Brunson, it looks like They're going to keep Julius Randle. They got Mikal Bridges. It's the Nova boys. And then obviously the Boston Celtics, the Jalen Browns, and the Jason Tatums of the world.
The Miami Heat always a threat too.
Exactly. Jimmy Buckets. They re-upped Bam Adebayo. So it's, now more than ever, it feels like you need a second player.
It's really hard there at the top.
It is. It really is. I think we got something fun we're going to do right here. It's a segment called You Don't Know Jack. And it's brought to you by Jack's Restaurant and Bar. And Sam, if you're ready, or do you want me to play it? 888-957-9570. I think I got it on my board. I do have it. I will play it.
I got to go mark it on our thing. So we can send it to our promotions people.
You got it. Okay, so... And Jack's Restaurant and Bar, by the way, I love them. I can't get enough of their food. Whenever they bring food in for us, it's tremendous.
Those lamb chops.
It's this American diner food, but with a Greek twist. The pasta, the baklava, everything. God, I cannot get enough of it. The lamb chops, the chicken, everything. Jack's Restaurant and Bar, all around the Bay Area. You will love it. And this week, Bronny James doesn't know Jack Sam Loman about lying.
You played 1 year at USC and joined the team, after the season already began. What about the timing to come into this year's draft compelled you to make that decision? And then how much of a consideration was, my father's still an active player?
For me, I always try to put that narrative of me trying to get my name out for myself. But just coming in and trying to get better, Rob has told me that there's a great development system here. So I just want to come in and get my work in and get better every day. But I never really had a thought of, me going to play with my dad, but that's always, there to, take part of, but that wasn't the main focus of mine to do.
You don't believe him, Sammy? You think he's lying about that?
She did, Bronny. For lesson number one in the NBA, if you're going to tell a lie, make it believable. No way in hell you were not thinking about playing with your dad. That is something that, he's 21 years old, 19 years old or whatever. For 19 years of your life, that is what you and your dad have been talking about every night. Like, come on now. Like, don't play this whole, it never crossed my mind. You could say that's something you thought about. We all know what's going on here. And for the most, I'm not going to say we're all okay with it. I'm personally okay with it. But, dude, we get it. We know that you were coming to play with your dad. LeBron James was literally bending the NBA to his will to make this happen. He's got Rich Paul calling teams saying, hey, if you draft Bronny, you're drafting an Australian basketball player at this point. By the way,
no one was drafting him except the Lakers, but yes. Continue.
Well, yeah, that's so the idea that I never thought about it, the entire NBA was catered to you going to the Lakers to play with your dad for the next couple years. So don't sit there and try and lie to us and be like, no, I never thought about it.
I mean, in fairness, I do think it means more to LeBron than it does for Bronny. Not to say it doesn't mean anything to his son, but that is more of a father's thing, being like, he's at the age where he's going to be sentimental. Hell, we're in our 30s. We're already nostalgic about the past, let alone how LeBron James feels, who's going to be 40 years old. Like, he signed a 2-year max. Like, this is probably going to be it, the last of LeBron, and he's going to spend it with the son.
Wild thing to say.
It's just crazy, right?
Like, LeBron James, I mean, he is literally my entire, 2003 was his first year.
Since we were in 4th grade,
yeah,
Sammy.
So we were, 2003-04 season.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, yes, that was, I believe, 5th grade for me.
10 years old, I can't,
they all blend together at that point. But yeah, literally, I mean, it says, we had baby teeth when this guy started in the league, so it's wild to think that he won't be here. But my thing of this is and maybe we continue this on the other side, if there's anyone in the NBA who's kind of deserved to have this little vanity project, it's LeBron James. I mean, think of what he's done for this league, what he's given this league over the course of his 20+ year career. If he wants to play for a couple years with his kid on the Lakers in LA, and if the Lakers are actually willing to put up with it, I have no issue with him doing it.
You'll see him. Hey, Bear, if you want to go see Bronny James play, if you're dying to go see Bronny James, he's going to be at the California Classic at Chase Center. And that all starts July 6th, but I believe the Lakers are going to be playing the Warriors on Sunday. So you get all weekend of NBA draft prospects that got drafted, obviously, second-year players, all that. It's going to be there. But that was You Don't Know Jack, brought to you by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, with locations in Pleasant Hill, San Bruno, San Mateo, San Jose, and Newark. You can also order on DoorDash. Learn more at ilovejacks.com. And boy, do I love Jack's. And a reminder, we are live and local today Spadoni and Loman here till 12 o'clock. And then Evan Giddings and Jason Dumas from 12 to 4. And what's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. The Warriors offseason summit is coming up on Monday, July 8th. That's this Monday on the rooftop terrace of Fremont Bank's state-of-the-art new headquarters. Starts at 2 o'clock with Willard and Dibbs live. And the rest of the crew from 4 to 6. Go to 957thegame.com to reserve your spot today. More Warriors talk. What grade are you giving Mike Dunleavy this offseason? How would you grade this offseason for the Golden State Warriors? And maybe more Bronny James talk. How are we feeling about that? Sam's okay with it. Are you okay with what the Lakers did? And are you interested in seeing Bronny James at all this weekend at the California Classic as the Lakers take on the Warriors amongst other teams? 888-957-9570. Spadoni and Loman on 95.7 The Game.
Hitting the road this summer? When you download the Fuel...
but time here today. 888-957-9570. That's the number to get involved because we want to hear from you. How are you grading this Golden State Warriors offseason thus far? What grade are you giving Mike Dunleavy for the moves that he has made? And a reminder, the California Classic is coming to Chase Center starting July 6th. That's tomorrow. A summer basketball showcase featuring 2024 NBA draft picks, second-year pros, and more players. Go to Warriors.com for your tickets, all brought to you by Cleaned California. Remember, just one piece of litter can ruin the game. 0 litter is the goal. Sam Loman, you're not a litter bug, are you?
No, I ain't no quitter. I don't litter. That's not how it works. So
that's a 3 on a Friday. I was going to be a 2.
I've been hammering the don't be a quitter. Only quitters are litter. I don't know. That was not. It's not great delivery.
It's not quite click it or ticket, but I don't hate it. I'll let you know.
Don't be a quitter.
Right,
pick up your litter.
There you go.
I always love the one from Family Guy. Give a garbage. Pick up your garbage.
Hell's a it's just Family Guy. There you go.
Petey, the no trash cougar.
There you go. I love that. And Family Guy, by the way. Speaking of Jumping the Shark, that show. If it's still making new episodes, God bless them. But it jumped the shark like a decade ago. Yes, there you go. I think the Simpsons are still going too, which is just crazy because they've been going around since before I was born.
I think 88.
Crazy.
So where you watch those really early Simpsons episodes and they're like, oh yeah, let's tell a joke about President George Bush. No, not that one. The first George Bush. Wow, those are throwbacks.
Crazy. 888-957-9570 is the number. Oh, I see a special name on the hotline, so maybe we'll get to that pretty soon. But we want to hear from you. We want to hear from the peeps. All right, how you grading this Golden State Warriors off-season, Sam? We'll continue to take calls and texts on that. But you said something interesting during the break, what you want to do here, and I'm not mad at it. Kind of just taking the pulse of where the Warriors are right now in relation to the rest of the Western Conference, because we kind of touched upon it before we hit the break of why the Warriors need that second guy. The second guy during that championship run in 2022 was Andrew Wiggins, but since then, it kind of feels like he caught lightning in a bottle. He's a mixed bag. You don't know what you're going to get on a night in and night out basis. Are you going to get two-way Wiggs? Are you going to get complacent Wiggs? Are you going to get aggressive Wiggs? No one knows what you're getting with Andrew Wiggins, so it's hard for Warriors fans to even know who the second best player on their own team is. Is it Draymond Green? And if that's the case, I don't know if he can be a second best player on a championship squad. Is Kuminga going to make that leap? So where would you kind of stack this Warriors team right now as we look at the rest of the Western Conference?
Well, looking right now, they're a 46-win team currently in the 10 spot right now. So you got to figure, how much better they're really going to get. Well, let's assume that you're getting a full-ish season of Draymond Green. You're not going to have him, suspended for 25 games again. So you're probably going to get at least maybe 2 or 3 more wins there. The shooting you lose with Klay Thompson, I don't know how much of a step back that is. The presence of Chris Paul, it's kind of hard to quantify, but let's say right now, if you get more games from Draymond, and if these offseason acquisitions play as well as, I don't know what the ceiling for these three are, but let's say the Warriors are probably right now maybe at max a 49-win team. It feels a lot to call them a 50-win team, and that's if everything goes right. That's if Draymond doesn't get into any little on-court, kerfluffles or whatever. That's, the Warriors are able to withstand the 2 to 3 week absence that they will get from Steph Curry at some point, because the last few years, even in that, that championship year in 22, Steph missed a lot of time. I think you got to bank every season. You got to be ready for that, 2-3 week stretch where you will not have Steph and Curry. And it's always, a lot of, consternation around this fan base during that time if the Warriors can get through that. So it's a consternation sensation.
There you go. That's a buck.
So then I think even then, though, you're still probably brushing up against that 7th seed. Maybe you're getting into the 6th seed, but then looking around the West, though, Spadoni, I'm kind of curious, who's trending up, who's trending down in the West based on what we've seen so far in this offseason?
Well, it's a great question. I'd say the Thunder. they were the number 1 seed, so how can the number 1 seed get any better? Oh, move off of Josh Giddey, who was kind of the guy who played himself off the court in the playoffs, and go get the likes.
Some minor issues.
Go get the likes. Oh, God, that's a 5 right there. Just don't even get me started on that whole thing.
We can move off that now. There we go. We got the joke off.
Thank you. Alex Caruso, bringing in a guy like that who's won a championship with the Los Angeles Lakers, a guy that is a two-way player, 3-and-D guy, adds size, adds strength, high IQ guy, can ball handle as well. That's going to be a huge come playoff time. So they got better. The Denver Nuggets, I'm still kind of waiting and see. That was a team that was fascinating to me. Remember when
losing KCP is going to be interesting for them.
It is, but he also came up a little bit small in the playoffs. I think they're banking, and they're going to need another leap from Michael Porter Jr., who I think has kind of been a little underwhelming since signing that contract. They got a title, so I get it, but they were projecting a little bit there.
I mean, their coaches talk about a dynasty. One title is not enough.
Well, it's Mike Malone for you. There you go. Oh, sorry, Michael. He's going to get offended if I call him Mike. I know he's listening on the Odyssey app.
Yeah,
so
get that second title, and you get the all at the end.
Thank you. So you got the Timberwolves, obviously. They lost Slow-Mo, but you expect them. Anthony Edwards to take another joke. He was a kind of guy that was becoming a star before our eyes up until that Western Conference when they just got absolutely destroyed by the Dallas Mavericks. Clippers, I expect them to take a step back. They were the 4 seed last year. So, I mean, I don't know what to expect from Kawhi Leonard as it is anyways. Are you going to expect James Harden to be that? I mean, James Harden's like 36 years old. Like, I don't know if you can expect him to just be that player he once was. He damn sure wasn't last year, so he's definitely far off from his MVP form. So I take the Clippers, maybe they're taking a step back. The Mavericks, they were a 5th seed. They're adding Klay Thompson. Maybe they bump up there. I don't know what you're going to get from the Suns. I don't know what you're going to get from the Lakers. They haven't really made any moves this offseason. They're kind of hamstrung as well. And that Laker tax, if you will, like how we said the Warriors, teams don't want to help the Warriors. I don't think teams want to help the Lakers and LeBron James and Anthony Davis right now. So then you got the Pelicans. What are they going to do? You got the Kings. What are they going to do? Those are the teams that finished ahead of the Warriors, respectively, in the 8 and 9 spots. So the West is tough, Sammy. The West is stacked.
I think you're kind of burying a little bit of the lead. I don't know if you're burying the lead, but I think you're leaving out a couple of important players here. The Memphis Grizzlies basically took a gap year based of all the injuries they had.
I did not mention them. You're right. I did not mention them.
They're going to be back with a vengeance next year. You know they're ready to ride. And honestly, I'm really liking what the Rockets are trending right now. They seem like they kind of figured something out in the back half of the season last year. Remember, there was a brief moment, the Rockets coming out to play.
Yeah.
Like, there was a brief moment last year where we here in Dub Nation, we took our eyes off the play-in tournament for a moment because that scrappy Rockets team with, the 2 Jalen Williamses were breathing hard down the Warriors' neck. And they had that late season matchup where that was like, if the Warriors lost that game, you talk about a panic meter. There would have been a full-on crisis meter if the Warriors lost that game. They took care of business. It was all good. That kind of put the Rockets away for the rest of the year. But the Houston Rockets, that's a team that's coming. The San Antonio Spurs.
They need to clean up their road record, though. 14-27 is just not going to cut it.
They're a young team. It's hard to win on the road in the NBA when you're a young team. I think if they could have gotten some sort of a veteran piece to kind of help tie that team together, that would probably help them.
I do think Fred VanVleet's been that guy. He was a great addition for them last year. I know a lot of people are like, oh, that was an overpay. Ooh, that was an overpay for Dylan. I
always like Fred VanVleet.
Well, Dylan Brooks a lot of people thought that was an overpay too, but he does bring a tenacity, and he is still pretty damn good at defense. You have to give him that 3-point shot. But they do have some vet pieces on there. And obviously, the experience of an Ime Udoka, who obviously left the Boston Celtics, took them to a finals. I do think that pays dividends when he's not trying to fight guys like LeBron James on the court, obviously. So that's something.
The Rockets, they're trending in a positive direction because it's not so much what are the teams in the West playoff picture going to do. It's teams that aren't in the West playoff picture last year that are going to move into it. The Spurs, again, 60-loss team last year. I'm not saying that they're going to make the big jump this year, but they're going to be it's weird to say this, but the last few years when you saw the Spurs on your schedule, that was like, W, which is weird because growing up, it was the exact opposite. The Spurs meant automatic loss.
Exactly. Didn't the Warriors have like a 20-plus game losing streak? Something ridiculous against them in San Antonio.
The best thing about that playoff series they had in 2013 against the Spurs was that Game 2 win in San Antonio that snapped that streak. Yeah. That's why that Game 1 loss hurt so bad when they choked that lead away. And everyone the next day, someone was like, hey, head it up, man. That wasn't a bad loss. It happens. They
ended up winning they didn't win the title that year, but the year after they did.
But it was like, I wasn't so much mad that they lost. I was so much mad. It was just like, that was probably the best chance we had to snapping that skid. And then, of course, they did snap it the next game. But that's just where my head was at as a Warrior fan. Always expect the worst once upon a time.
Sam, we have a special guest on the hotline.
Respond to the bat signal.
Let's go into Sacramento. God, Sacramento. It's got to be like 100 degrees already at 9 in the morning over there.
Of course.
Let's go out to the bat signal. I think is this Papa Lubman on the line?
What's up, Dad?
Sam's dad here. What's going on, guys? 91 degrees in Sacramento as we're driving back to the Bay Area at 9:30. Kind of warm, huh?
But it's a dry heat, Papa Lubman.
Yeah, well, the AC's on for sure. But I got to say, I'm biased because I'm Sam's dad, but I've enjoyed listening to you guys as we're driving back from Reno. You guys are doing a great job.
Thank you. We appreciate it. How you feeling about this Golden State Warriors offseason so far?
So I'm not in the weeds to the details that you guys are, but I've been thinking about as you're going. One of the things I loved about the Warriors over the years is that they grew it from within. You watch the team develop over the years. They got better and better. And I love the fact that they've protected the core so far and kept Kuminga, Podziemski, and TJD and hopefully build around that for the future. So I'm bullish. I like it. I like where we're going. So I like your A. What is it, A minus? I'm there with you on that one. All
right, Dad's a little bit more optimistic than me, but big story this week obviously is Klay Thompson heading to Dallas. How did that news hit you, Dad?
So on that one, Sam, I look at guys like, well, I'm almost going to get hit here.
Please don't do that.
Like Jason Schmidt.
That would be a DB award.
That was right there. Yeah, right. There we go. So I was thinking about Jason Schmidt, Bumgarner, those guys. They really seem like they're at the peak of their career with the Giants, and the Giants moved off at the right time. It's a business, and in Indiana, that's what it is. So I'm sad to see a guy go like Klay, but I also think it's time. That being said, Sam, I thought you sent out a tweet, I think it was this week, where you I think it said something like, I'm going to thank Draymond Green for making all this possible. I thought you could hit that one right on the head as well.
I know, it's getting to the point where it's just the Draymond nonsense. It's becoming too much. I mean, we used to love watching Draymond. He was always one of our favorite players, and for me, it's kind of hard to truly be mad at this Warriors team because, Dad, I mean, how many of those games did we go to in the late 90s where it was just like if they scored 100 points, it was a big deal? And now here we are, turning on our own like this, and whether it's you're turning on Klay, turning on Draymond, it's so hard to truly be upset. But the way with Draymond Green, I'm kind of curious, did you ever have a this is too much for me moment with Draymond, or are you still kind of holding out hope that, he could be a good contributing member of the Warriors society?
Well, he's got such mad skills that he comes back and you sort of go, wow, he can still do it. But look, again, if it's a business, I don't think any business would have put up with the nonsense that Draymond's brought to the organization. I just don't think you can do it. You guys were talking about culture, and it's really hard to say you've got a culture if you're going to let one guy do what he's doing. So it's tough, right? They back themselves into this corner.
The great Jim Lubman appearing on the River Islands guest line right now. So we greatly appreciate your insight, Jim. We don't want you to get hit in any cars or anything. We know you're driving back.
Well, hold up. Before this, there's two questions we got to ask before we get them off. First question is obviously, did you catch that Giants game last night, Dad?
No, I didn't. We were out to dinner last night, so I did not. But I was watching the score on my phone.
There you go.
I was quite happy with the outcome. So I was not able to watch.
Logan Webb, you get that All-Star bid?
Webb for the All-Star game? Absolutely. Why not? Right? He earned it last night, didn't he? Based on what I read. So
I would think so, yeah. And then my last question is, where are we playing golf today?
Ooh.
So today's an off day. I did 18 on Tuesday, 36 on Wednesday, and I got to drive home. But I am playing Saturday and Sunday, right? So got to get as much in as you can.
Yeah, there
Good
you go.
Lord. Tiger Woods over
a
here.
Rare off day here out in Sacramento. So you weren't out in Sac yesterday, were you?
No, we were up in Reno. It was 92 or something like that. It was very pleasant.
Oh, that's much more bearable.
As opposed to whatever it's going to be today.
Yeah,
so,
it was a brutal 83 over in Oakland yesterday. So
it's humid though. It was sticky.
A little humid.
All right, guys.
All right, Jim.
Again, appreciate what you guys are doing, and I did laugh on that way down when Sam talked about his baby teeth when LeBron was still playing. That was a good line.
It is pretty crazy. The great Jim Lubman there.
Thanks, Dad.
On 95.7 The Game. Thank you, Jim, there. Again, appearing on the River Islands guest line, as all guests do. George Kontos coming up at 10:30. You can get into a little orange and black there, but that's always cool. Shout out to Pops. And that was reverse nepotism, by the way. If we know someone, they get to hop on our show immediately because that's just how it works here.
There you go.
The reverse Bronny James.
We get the bat signal out there. 650. Papa Lubman's a real one. He should be a weekly insert on the show.
There you go. And sorry, Alexander in Chicago. We're going to get to you right now because you've been hanging on very long, so we appreciate you hanging on. He has some thoughts, Sam, on the Buddy Hield trade.
Oh,
and we want to hear from you at 888-957-9570. Jim Lubman agrees with me. He's given Dunleavy an A- on this Warriors offseason. Sam giving it a B-. What say you? Alexander in Chi-Town. What's going on, man? You're on with Spadoni and Lubman.
Hey, how you doing, guys? Can you hear me clear?
Oh, I can hear you great.
Oh, okay. Yeah, on the offseason with Buddy Hield, I think we're really underestimating just how great Buddy Hield can be in this Golden State Warriors system. If you look at his stats, from last year, I don't think Philly was a great fit for him because Philly was a more one-on-one type of basketball team where guys want to get shots off one-on-one. So Buddy Hield is more like a, you want to come off the screen. You want to come off the curl. You want to get the shot in the corner type of player. So with Buddy Hield coming and teaming up with Steph Curry in the backcourt, that's actually going to be very lethal, in my opinion, for the Warriors. And I think he's going to be the starting shooting guard. I think the Warriors should look at making him the starting shooting guard because on the Warriors team, I just don't see anybody better than him at that position at this point. And another thing about Buddy Hield is he actually can get his own shot. If you look at his stats as well, he had a decent stat in the assist column as well as his scoring column. I had the numbers when he was with Philly. He averaged 12.2 points. But that season when he was with Indiana, he averaged 16.8 points. And, him and Tyrese Halliburton, that was a killer backcourt when they had that combination going on. So I think with him being in a lineup with Stephen Curry, man, it's going to be amazing. I think you guys are going to be shocked. So that's all I had to say about that.
That's Alexander in Chicago, who's very high on Buddy Hield.
Get me hyped there for Buddy Hield, actually.
I think you can pump the brakes a little bit. If he's a starter on this team, that means something is wrong because I do not see him as a starter caliber player on a contending team.
I want to believe he could be the starter. I think my initial reaction...
It's a turnstile on defense.
My initial reaction yesterday was... Would he be starting next to Steph? Turnstile on defense. Everyone's a turnstile on defense on this team right now. But I think
we're underestimating Klay Thompson. I know he wasn't what he once was. I do still think he was guarding guys that were a little bigger, the fours, if you will, on other opposing teams.
Well, Klay,
a little bit better.
Yeah, you have that.
Let's relax a little bit. I understand Klay is not what he once was, but he was not atrocious defensively. Yeah. Against Kyrie and some of the quicker guys, sure, he's older. He's had 2 major injuries, but Buddy Hield has never been that guy in his entire career defensively.
It's like Monte Ellis used to say, it's never going to work defensively with this backcourt. Steph's obviously he's not a terrible defender. He's a sneaky.
He's not great. He's not great.
He's a capable defender.
He's less than capable. He's just not good. That's okay. It's not his game. Let's just call it what it is.
But yeah, I want to believe in the idea of Buddy Hield starting next to Steph. The amount of threes would be fun to watch, but again, the game is played on 2 ends of the floor here. So it's just I kind of backed off of that thought pretty quickly. If Hield is starting, either it's because A, something bad happened, or B, he found some hidden stuff in his game that he was able to unleash here with the Warriors. So the scoring, it'll be there with Steph and Buddy. The defense, less so. And that's, I think, where what you do with Wiggins really starts to kind of pop up there, because if you're getting a better Andrew Wiggins, that helps you obviously a lot more defensively. But if he's not going to be that guy,
I mean, right now you'd say the starting lineup as currently constructed, just how Steve Kerr rolls. You got Steph, Wiggins, you got Draymond. I would assume TJD. I don't know what Kevon.
That's my guess, yeah.
And then you're Podziemski, right?
Podziemski's probably gonna be your 2 guard.
That's the guy. That's the rotation right now, and I don't know how Warrior fans are going to feel about that. But again, these are depth signings that they've done. They're a much deeper team. They've got some veteran savvy coupled with D'Anthony Melton, who's actually been around for a little bit, but also still relatively young. I love what they're doing, but I get it. Who was my caller from Chicago? Was that Alexander the Great? Buddy Hield, he's a fine player. Don't expect more than 3-point shooting, which is fine though. That's okay. Big Smooth wants to join in the conversation, Sammy. Big Smoothie, as Johnny likes to say, out of Oaktown. Oaktown is big time. What's going on, Big Smooth? You're on with Spadoni and Loman.
Hey, good morning, guys. You guys doing a great job.
Thank you, Big Smooth.
Hey, you have to use some, you have to have some NBA intelligence when you're rating this free agency. Buddy Hield is going to get open shots that he's never seen in his career. So Buddy Hield is, if just from the flowing of this offense and Steph's gravity, he's going to get a lot of shots that he hadn't gotten in the past.
Sure, but he's not. So do you think he's starting on this team, Big Smooth? You think he's a starter?
It doesn't matter on this team, because the one thing I like about what let me say why. Because Dunleavy has assembled. Yeah, Dunleavy has assembled a team the way Steve Kerr likes to play. It's interchangeable. He can start one game. It's going to be a lot of moving parts. I think the Warriors clearly have the deepest bench in the NBA if you just look at this roster. And if you get anything out of post, it's gravy. Well, if you get anything out of post, if post can give you any kind of minutes as a big guy who's shooting almost 40% from the three, you got something here. I at first I gave it a D, and then I gave it a B, and who knows, there may be another. There's a lot of wings on this team that I'm thinking that there could be another move. I don't want Markkanen. I think Markkanen would be a mistake to drain the talent from this team to get a guy who's going to play about 45 to 50 games. I think that'd be a big mistake. I don't think you need him at this point. You may be able to get another veteran big guy who just, 1 year deal, 2 year deals, but I wouldn't like. I like what Dunleavy has done. At first, it took a minute to settle, and I'm like, okay, I see, because D'Anthony Melton, he's going to give you defense and can knock down open shots.
Yeah, I like him.
I mean, but I don't think we should just say Pods is a starting two. No, he has a chance to earn that. I think Pods is getting a lot of stuff.
You don't think he earned it last year?
He hasn't earned yet. No, he didn't. Not a starting. Look, you got to earn it again. You don't just go, last year, here's your starting. No, I think you have to see what happens when this team is assembled. Now, Pods is going to play a lot of minutes. But I don't think we should start. I don't know why we're shelling out Pods. Pods did okay last year, but I like Pods, but he's not like, you're a lock for this two guard. No, let's see what happens. He might come off the bench, which will be fine.
That's what's being reported, Big Smooth, and I appreciate the call. That's what Anthony Slater, Tim Kawakami, Marcus Thompson on their podcast for The Athletic were basically talking about, Klay Thompson did not like the fact that he was going to be given a bench role, and Brandon Podziemski was probably going to be starting over him. Steve Kerr, whether you like it or not, really likes Pods. If you don't like him, I understand. I thought he had a tremendous rookie season, but I could understand seeing the limitations of him at times with his shot, with his defense. He did lead the league in charges for a better portion of the year. He might have finished with the league lead, I want to say. So I understand the hesitancy there, but Steve Kerr likes the guy. Where are you at with Brandon Podziemski real quick? I'm seeing a lot of Podziemski, by the way, at a lot of Giants games. I feel like he's the ambassador right now for a lot of Warriors.
The Warriors are really trying to lean into making Brandon Podziemski a thing. How do
you feel about that?
Yeah, they're really trying to make him be a thing. They had him debut the new Warriors jersey that they unveiled, which
got the ginger, by the way, fellow Gingy. Come on,
that's true. Yeah,
it's big for the brand.
Us Reds, we gotta stick together.
Let's go.
And by the way, that jersey they unrolled, that very kind of bland.
That seems to be the theme for a lot of new jerseys these days. How is that? What the 20th New Jersey they've gotten?
Yeah, the one for every game they're gonna get to at some point.
Shout out Trenton, New Jersey. There you
go. Got a Jersey reference. Overall, though, on Pods, he's one of those guys. He's the word I like to use is tenacious out there. He's very tenacious. Got plays with a lot of energy out there. I feel like the energy and the drive is a little bit greater than the talent, so to speak. There's the stereotype. He's a hard worker. He's probably the last one at the gym. It'll be interesting to see kind of how the league adjusts to him this year. I think you kind of saw it at times last year. Teams are going to go at him a little bit harder. They're going to try and test him on defense a little bit more to see if he can actually hold up on the other side of the court.
I kind of liken it to what Austin Reeves was with the Lakers that first year. He came onto the scene. He was great. And then the league kind of adjusted to him and they picked on him and stuff like that. So I expect something similar to Brandon Podziemski, who kind of plays a similar role. Reeves a little bit bigger guy, a little bit longer, but defensively they're just not up to the par yet. Still relatively young players, but that is an area of emphasis. And obviously, Sam, as you know, Podziemski and Trace Jackson Davis both selected to the NBA select team, the American team, I should say, who's going to be training with Team USA, who is starting today, I think, training in Las Vegas.
If Pods could have a similar arc as Austin Reeves, I know he's your boy, and I'll be honest, Austin Reeves, he's one of those pesky NBA players where is he going to make an all-star team? No. Is he going to have this great, incredible career? Probably not. But he's one of those, pest guys that you can, as we are very well aware, can be a nuisance in a playoff series.
A sixth man, if you will. I think that's the ceiling for a guy like Podziemski.
And that's kind of what I would want. If Podziemski's career is as a starter, I just, unless he's played well enough to where you're not questioning it, I'm going to keep questioning it. I know we got calls online, but we got Carter behind the glass right now. Putting in that work. He's doing that double duty. Carter, the boss isn't in today, so you get to talk on the show. Grade for Dunleavy so far.
I like the A- grade. I think that's pretty good. I really don't know where the minus even comes from, to be honest, because I think...
Because they haven't gotten Lauri Markkanen, so fans are mad about that. I'll give him a minus there.
I'm not sure I want Lauri. I think that we've seen from the past what Danny Ainge pulls from trades, and I think if that's the road the Warriors are going to go down, Is that going to help them in the future necessarily, giving up that many draft picks? No. And does Lauri Markkanen put them over the top for a championship? No, probably not.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think A- is a really fair grade.
There you go. Let's say Filmo Mike out in Frisco. What's up, Filmo? You're on with Spadoni and Loman. Yeah, I love that drop.
Hey, for real. I'm in Patrol Hill. Some people, gentrifiers would call it Dog Patch, but I call it Patrol Hill. But listen.
Hey, real quick, how was your 4th of July, man? I saw all those fireworks, stuff like that. Was it popping, literally?
Bro, it was super lit, bro. Let me just tell you that, Spadoni. It was crazy, bro. I'm still lit. Real talk. I made some good money, and I had fun. You know what it is? It's family.
Yeah.
You create memories with family, with youngsters, and they be like, "Man, Uncle Mikey had the fireworks." That'd be the best feeling in the world.
That's
bro.
Awesome.
Real talk. Because I remember when I was young, and all my people used to have their fireworks, and I used to be so happy on the 4th of July. For real. But anyway, though, Lauri Markkanen is Kevin Love 2.0.
Ooh, I like that.
I don't want him. I'll pass. You feel me? I'm good. Kevin Love was the man for certain teams, but not for the Warriors at the time. They're going to trade Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson could be Kuminga. Don't trade him, bro. Understand this. You have to build your team from within. Big Smooth hit a home run. He was in his bag. He was saying everything I felt. Bro, Dunleavy has done an awesome job as far as putting together a team with what he had to deal with. You have to understand context. People understand history, right? It's Black history and it's history. But you got to understand the whole context of all history. That's all I want to say. Y'all having a great show, man. Y'all be smooth, man. Carter, I see you, man. Watch your back.
Let's go. That's Filmo Mike. That's a great call. Rack that guy. 888-957.
That might be. I didn't set up a caller of the week for this week, but there you go, Filmo Mike. You just did our call of the week right there.
That was great.
We gotta get that sponsor at some point.
And I love that he said the memories part for 4th of July because that's so true. And I was referencing that, just going doing fireworks with my older brothers, stuff like that. And although young Benny was not a fan of the super loud ones yesterday, he's getting a little scared. He's 4 years old. That's okay. Especially being in East Oakland, it was definitely kind of a war zone.
They come off. There are, again, your walk around. It's always like, I'm carrying plates and stuff like that. You're just like, please don't shoot one off.
I know,
now.
right?
I don't want it because, like, for the most part, you get used to them, but then there's always that one that's like right behind you. Especially again when the sun's out, because you're not expecting the fireworks to go off when the sun is out, because that makes just no sense to me. You kind of explained it in the last hour why the kids
want to. They can't wait. We can't wait. That's all right. Hey, and listen, I love Filmo's call right there because again, it just reiterates, Sam, what the mess that he inherited with this team, and not just the players. It was the culture that was inherited too. So they're still trying to reestablish something here, bringing in some of these young guys. Yes, Steph is the standard. And I still think this kind of goes back to Draymond Green being on the team. How is that going to affect next year? I wonder what Draymond Green is going to be bringing to the table. At least on the court, he didn't show signs of wear and tear last year. He's still a tremendous player. But where's the mentals at with Draymond Green heading into next season? I think it's going to be a big wild card.
In his career.
Yeah, maybe the most important back-to-back.
Probably. I mean, they're all the most important years of his career at this point, if this is the standard he's going to set. If it starts with him, because a big part I've always kind of wondered is, like, if you're deciding what team to choose, what team you want to go play for, how much does the Draymond effect kind of hang there?
I'll say this, not to cut you off. Buddy Hield, according to reports, chose the Warriors situation over the Lakers.
I was actually just about to get into that. I was actually just about to get into that because, Buddy did say that. But I'm kind of curious, like, well, okay, I mean, that's kind of interesting. Would you rather go play with Draymond and the Warriors or LeBron and the Lakers? I wonder if you had those two options, or door number 3, how many players are taking door number 3 there? Because I do wonder, like, with Buddy turning down the Lakers, does he not want to be a part of that circus? I kind of want to get your thoughts on that too, being our Morning Roast Lakers insider. But yeah, Buddy decided to come here. Like, that's great. I'm kind of curious though, how many other players around the NBA are looking at the Warriors and being like, playing with Steph would probably be great. playing with Draymond, I don't want to deal with that nonsense. Like, he's chased, basically 3 players away from this organization. I don't want to go there and get chewed out because he wants to make me player number 4 on that list.
Well, I'm also, if I'm Buddy Hield, I'm not going to the Lakers because I know once I start struggling, I'm going to get chewed out. Not LeBron James, not Anthony Davis. It's going to be me. If I go to the Warriors, coming off the bench, expectations, they were a play-in team last year. They didn't win. Like, I'm gravy right here. Getting my 15, 20 minutes off the bench, shooting some threes. I'm fine with that. And I got Stephen Curry, who, again, Big Smooth alluded to it. And yes, he will provide spacing for me on the court because people have to respect Stephen Curry's gravity and stuff like that. So he will reap those benefits. Absolutely. But yeah, the situations, it's fascinating to me because the Lakers did make the first round last year. They lost in 5 to the Denver Nuggets. It was a gentleman's sweep, if you will.
Greatest gentleman's sweep
and it
ever.
was, again, for a 5-game series, they were like, the Lakers, I felt like, led for a majority of all those games. But in the fourth quarter, when push came to shove, the Nuggets just did what the Nuggets did.
Weren't they up in all those fourth quarters?
Yeah, they were, and then they lost all of them because they just couldn't have a fourth quarter bucket.
It was a gentleman's sweep, but it was.
But again,
if you watch the games, that was a different kind of gentleman's sweep.
But if you're looking at both the situations, like the Lakers were barely a first round team and they were barely ahead of the Warriors. So if the Warriors switch places with the Lakers next year, I wouldn't be shocked considering the Lakers have done nothing this offseason. The Warriors, again, D'Anthony Melton, Kyle Anderson, and now with Buddy Hield, I think Rob Pelinka is having the worst offseason imaginable. I mean, congratulations. You got Dalton Connect fell to you. How's he going to be? Maybe he's a good player. Yet? No, they haven't gotten anyone. It's just been nothing.
Just Connect and Bronny.
It's just they haven't done anything. And again, credit to Mike Dunleavy finding his way on what we thought was a hamstrung team when it come to the finances. They've gotten 3 tremendous depth pieces, and I think it's going to pay dividends going forward, man. So I'm giving him an A-. What are you giving him? 888-957-9570. 707. What are you saying about Bob Myers? I don't know where that came from. I don't think anyone brought up Bob Myers.
Bob's on vacation this week.
He's chilling, dude. Bob Myers saw the writing on the wall. He didn't want to deal with this stuff. I don't blame the guy.
Bob is as happy a camper as he could possibly be right now. He's on vacation somewhere, feet up. His phone is probably on Do Not Disturb if it even has any power. If I'm Bob Myers, I'm letting that battery die, and I'm not turning it on for the rest of the week.
There you go. I thought Bob Myers, he was coming into his own, actually, when him and Stephen A. were going at it during the draft shows. I thought that was compelling television when those two were going head-to-head.
I missed most of the draft.
No, that's fine. He didn't miss much. Bronny James got selected. That was it.
I see what Bob Myers, and this is what I think of Bob Myers right now and just kind of his future and where he's at. I feel like at some point he's going to get a phone call from Steve Ballmer like, hey, you want to come fix the Clippers? And that'll be a very dark day in Warriors history. I do not want to see Bob go and fix the Clippers. I hate the Clippers so much.
Really?
But, well, it started with those
They're such a nondescript team to hate.
It started with those Lob City years because that was when the Warriors started coming in their own. Yeah. Those guys, they thought they were the bee's knees, the next big thing. By the way, did you ever watch Clipped?
No.
That FX? Oh, no. you got it.
I'm just catching up on House of the Dragon halfway through episode 2.
Oh, Clipped is ridiculous. The casting decisions are like, it's like, you know how like with Winning Time, it's like, let's try to make these actors look as much like the people they're playing as possible. Clipped is like, what if these guys looked nothing like the guys they're playing? Like the guy they got playing Blake Griffin, first off, is taller than the guy they got playing DeAndre Jordan. So there's that right off the bat is hard to get by. Blake Griffin in the show looks like some IT manager. Like the guy they got playing Chris Paul looks like what a real life Cliff Paul would look like. It's just it had Lawrence Fishburne as Doc Rivers, which is like Doc if like he was, much more muscular and respectable.
One I'm not as mad about. It's does he even have the voice? Does he try to do the raspy voice or he just does his own?
No, it's his own voice.
Okay, which is fine. Like
you either not even try to do the Doc Rivers voice.
But it's just like there's always art, like you always watch those like old World War II movies or just current World War II movies where they just keep everyone's accent. They don't even try to do German or anything or American. They can just go British accent.
Like, I am a German soldier.
Exactly. And then it's just like
you give like a terrible accent.
Exactly, like the movie Valkyrie with Tom Cruise. They all just kept their original accents. So there's creative choices there to be made, but I have not watched a second of that. Winning Time, I caught up that was good. They canceled that after 2 seasons. That was tough. A lot of people didn't like the portrayal of Jerry West. I thought that was just more of just an over dramatization of what it was.
Absolutely was.
And people took it way too seriously. So the clip thing, if I ever do get into it, I'm not going to take it seriously. And it's great that I actually got to watch that whole thing take place.
That was a surreal week.
It was very surreal. All of it was kind of crazy.
That whole series was very surreal. And by the way,
Donald Sterling, Anderson Cooper.
Check out the show just because it's that ridiculous. The guy that they have a brief glimpse of Draymond Green getting into it with Blake Griffin on the court. And the guy that got playing Draymond, he's got an afro, basically. It's hilarious. But basically comes back to, I hated those Lob City teams. They just thought they were so cool. Everyone's like, Chris Paul, he's the point guard. I'm like, I'm pretty sure Steph Curry's a better point guard than Chris Paul, which, we were all proven right there. Blake Griffin, he's the darling. It's like, I'd take, Draymond over Blake Griffin any day of the week. Oh, JJ Redick, great 3-point shooter. Klay's better. Like, it just it felt like the national discourse was, let's all love the Lob City Clippers. Or it's just like, no, that's a team of frauds. They're losers. When the Warriors lost that playoff series to the Clippers, like, it was gut-wrenching to me because it was like, great, this is going to validate the Clippers in everybody's minds. And then the next year, when they blew that 3-1 lead to the Rockets, and then that offseason, Doc Rivers like, oh, they were lucky they didn't face us in the playoffs. It's like, bro, they were ready to face you in the playoffs. Yes. You didn't do your job. You blew a 3-1 lead before it was cool. So, like, don't come at me with this whole, oh, they were lucky nonsense.
And did it again in the bubble, by the way, against the Denver
Exactly.
Nuggets.
So it's like, Doc Rivers, you're a hack who's been coasting off of that one title in Boston for your entire career.
Keeps getting jobs.
JJ Redick, you are nothing but a glorified podcast host. Now you're a glorified clipboard holder. Chris Paul, I don't have beef with Chris Paul anymore. He reversed that. Blake Griffin, I thought, always
one of us,
overrated.
Forever Warrior, Chris Paul, baby.
Blake Griffin, always overrated for what people expect him to be. Congratulations, you jumped over a car. I'm very happy for you, dude. DeAndre Jordan.
Hood of the car. Wasn't even the full car, just the hood.
Yeah, he jumped over the hood. Like, not even that impressive. DeAndre actually is kind of impressive. DeAndre Jordan, the softest big man you're ever going to see. Like, it's just that
NBA
whole
champion,
team.
By the way.
That whole team was just so ridiculous. And we got to do the injury report.
We do. There we go.
It's time for the injury report.
It really hurts.
Brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation.
It's always fun game.
Helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40
City
years.
is Drop City right there. Injury report. Mike Jastrzemski, Yaz, left yesterday's Giants win after taking a pitch off of his elbow. Sam Lubman, Yaz reported some discomfort and nerve pain. That scares me, as his elbow began to swell up. The good news is x-rays were negative, and he is listed as day-to-day. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. We got George Kontos coming up at 10:30, former San Francisco Giants pitcher, World Series champion, and current host for NBC Sports Bay Area, pre- and post-game for Giants, pre- and post-game live, I should say. So can't wait to hear from George Kontos at 10:30. But coming up next, more of your calls, more of your texts. How are you grading this Warriors offseason? What is the Warriors culture right now? I think is interesting. And where do you have them second up in the West? A lot of a poo-poo platter, if you will, a buffet here with Spadoni and Loman as we roll on 95.7 The Game. And it is brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Don't miss the Independence Day sale at the Golf Mart by Worldwide Golf. Take advantage of incredible deals.
It was super lit, bro. Let me just tell you that. Spadoni, it was crazy, bro.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Oh, I need
That's
that.
going to be a Call of the Year award
I
there.
need that. Is that a wide orbit too? Great. I need that on my board for the pregame show Monday through Friday from 5 to 6 a.m.
It's basically a rejoin for the pregame show.
It really is. Spadoni and Loman in for Bonte and Shasky here on 95.7 The Game. Hope you all had a lovely Independence Day. Hope you're all enjoying this holiday weekend. If you're working, if you're not working, if you're on vacation, if you're following us on that free Odyssey app, we appreciate you. And we appreciate our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain, Sam, because if you're going to call into the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be... Brought to you by Flowing Water.
Sometimes you got to do a double flush.
That's right. Sometimes you got to do that. And sometimes you got to go to the California Classic, because that's starting the next day, July 6th, and over all weekend over at Chase Center. As I flip through this lovely rundown, Sam Loman, a summer basketball showcase featuring 2024 NBA draft picks, second-year pros, and more players. Go to Warriors.com for your tickets, all brought to you by Clean California. Remember, just one piece of litter can ruin the game. Zero litter is the goal. Again, California Classic this weekend at Chase Center. Cannot wait for that. I'm going to be in attendance with my son, Benjamin. We've been making a tradition out of this ever since it's kind of come to fruition the last couple of years. Went to Sacramento last year. It's at Chase Center this year. So can't wait to watch Lakers, Warriors, 3:30 on Sunday. We will be there.
Can't wait to throw your trash away, too.
Exactly. No littering at Chase Center. We do not appreciate that. All right. A lot going on in the Bay Area right now. Giants, they're red hot, 7-3 in their last 10. We'll talk to George Kontos at 10:30 about them. Mike Dunleavy, having a hell of an offseason, I say. Gotten Buddy Hield, gotten Slow-Mo Kyle Anderson, and DeAnthony Melton. But there are some, painful losses. Klay Thompson being one of them. He's now a Dallas Maverick. So I think a lot of Warriors fans still kind of jaded about that. They still want a big fish, if you will. I think Evan Giddings, who's alongside Jason Dumas after us, Sam, from 12 to 4, Evan said he's a big fin, not a big fish. That was a 4 for Evan Giddings, and I know he loved it so much that he even tweeted that out from the station account. That's how much he had been thinking about that one. Evan, if you're listening, I love you, buddy. That was great. Is he a big fish? Is that going to take this over the top? I say he's at an A- grade. You say B-. But where do the Warriors rank right now? If we're just taking a pulse of the West, that's another question we could have. But we're rolling halfway through the show, Sammy. And what's your main takeaway so far today?
My main takeaway is that, Buddy Hield, man, if he's in the starting lineup, the Warriors are going to go places. Will those places be good places? I don't know, but they will be places. Listen, I think, again, the biggest, have the Warriors upgraded, or has the rest of has their competitors in the West downgraded enough that that's how the Warriors will climb over them? So look at the 4 teams ahead of them in the West right now. You got the 9-seeded Kings, who, they haven't done a whole lot. They've kind of re-upped with their team.
Reportedly, talks have been increasing with them in New Orleans about Brandon Ingram. So we'll wait and see on that one.
That'll be an interesting piece there. Yeah. We'll have to check in with our Kings insider, Alan Stiles, on that one.
There you go. Or Anthony Slater.
Yeah. Or Kyle Madsen. Madsen's been big tapped in with
Mad
the Kings.
City, him and James Hand, get after it.
They are
ESPN 1320.
He is crushing it up there. So good for Kyle Madsen. I'm happy. Former producer here with Willard and Dibbs once upon a time at 95.7 The Game. We both worked with Kyle a lot. I miss working with Kyle.
Yeah.
It was always a fun day with Kyle.
Love Kyle.
And of course the Pelicans right above them. We're going to see what they do with Brandon Ingram and what their future's like. Obviously, they got their big centerpiece in Zion, and then they got McCollum in there as well. But again, I'm not really sure if the Pelicans have made any significant moves to upgrade their standing either. And they kind of faded. Weren't they the 1 seed in the West at one point early last year?
They might have been early.
There was a point, like a quarter, like it was late enough into the year where you're just like, what? Wait a minute. Or like, when the season starts, like the first couple weeks of the season, it's just like, sometimes it was like a random team is at the second seed or something like that, and then they end up regressing back to where they belong. But this was like deep enough into the year where it's just like, wow, it's like December and the Pelicans are at the top of the West. What's going on here?
They were 49-33 last year. That's 16 games over 500. Yeah. Shout out math. It's a pretty good season for them, but that's still, the West just speaks to the depth of the West. They were still the 8th seed.
Yeah, and then on top of them, you got the Lakers, who had were in that 7th seed.
Yeah.
And of course, we kind of got into what they have done or what they have not done. You could make the argument that those three teams have either regressed or at best stand pat or are standing pat or are right where they were last year. I think the Warriors have definitely gotten better than those three teams just right off the bat. Then you
7 seed, excuse me, for the Pelicans. I think I said 8. 7.
Oh yeah, well sorry, I'm looking at the end of the year standings, and they readjust the standings based off the play-in results.
Correct.
So since the Lakers won the play-in, and then the Pelicans beat the Kings, the Lakers, even though they were the 8th seed, get bumped up to the 7th seed. Even though the Pelicans were the 7th seed, they get demoted to the 8th seed. NBA logic.
It's all
NBA
jumbled.
logic.
The box scores for those games aren't even like attributed to either the playoffs or the regular season. It's its own island.
But it impacts the end of the year stand.
Yes.
That's actually kind of weird. Like, why would it impact the end of the stand? Whatever. I'm not going to. There's so many things with the NBA that don't make sense. It's just like, oh, it's NBA logic. Whatever. Let's just roll
We
it.
love that play-in tournament, though, baby.
And then right above it, though, right above them all, is the Suns in that 6th seed, also 49-33. They had that tiebreaker over the Pelicans.
Mm-hmm.
They're just an old team right now. And this feels like this could be their last dance, so to speak.
Well, Matt Ishbia, the new owner, really wants to double down on KD, Bradley Beal, and Devin Booker. That's the moves that he made.
I think you got a year of that core right there. I think your best chance, if you're the Suns, is this year.
Exactly.
And I'm not feeling very good about their chances. So the Suns, they're probably, if I would say, kind of holding, firm where they're at right now. So yeah, if the Warriors have improved, they have improved. They are better than last year, but I think a big part of their improvement comes from the fact that their biggest competitors around them have regressed to allow them to kind of pass them even more.
Fair enough. 888-957-9570. After all these moves, where are you ranking the Golden State Warriors in the West right now? And their moves still need to be done. Will they be done? Well, we'll see. We'll keep you live and local here up till 4 o'clock. So if any news breaks pertaining to the Golden State Warriors, you will hear it here on 95.7 The Game. Of course, your home for the Golden State Warriors. So, man, I'm looking at it right now. And as it stands, I still think they are a play-in team. But that doesn't speak to just the Warriors. I still think the West is just so damn loaded. If they were in East right now, they'd be a play-off team lock for me. I truly believe they'd be a playoff lock because of Stephen Curry. I still feel so damn highly about his skill set. Even though Steph, I know we don't like to say it, he took a step back last year. It might have been a little like a little moonwalk, Michael Jackson, like a little pivot
After
back.
the All-Star break, there was something.
But he was also shouldering a heavy load mentally and physically. I mean, the guy was crying on court, crying is strong.
I think he's starting
Tears were in his eyes when Draymond got ejected.
He's starting to realize, I think, just kind of where things are at with this organization. But I'm curious. I'm going to throw this thought exercise back to you. You're saying the Warriors are still the play-in team right now based on everything they've done so far. I don't disagree with you, but I'm curious. What are the 6 teams in the West that are going to force the Warriors into the playoffs, into the play-in tournament?
Easy. I'll go Thunder. I'll go Nuggets. I'll go Timberwolves. I'll go Mavericks. I will go...
See, this is where I think it gets into
I will go Suns still because the Suns actually ended the season pretty well. I think they were 7-3 in their last 10. I'm going Phoenix there because of the continuity. And I still think... I'm going to put... The Kings had a lot of injuries last year. I know this is going to sound crazy. I think the Kings right now are sneaky. Yes, I do think the Malik Monk injury hurt them a lot last year. He was playing tremendously. I think some sort of combination of Kings, Lakers, and then Clippers might still be slightly ahead of the Warriors, but the Warriors can sneak in there. I think they're a fringe play-in, playoff team, if that makes sense there too. So
I agree with your top 4 there. Thunder, Nuggets, T-Wolves, Mavs. I think that's going to be in some sort of order. That will be your top 4. I'm not saying that will be the order that those 4 teams will create the top 4. I'm not gonna go the Kings though. I'm gonna say the Grizzlies. I am sleeping on them a lot. Sleeping on them.
I need to see a lot from Ja though. He hasn't played a lot. He's been a knucklehead off the court. Like, I get it, the Marcus Smart acquisition. I have to see it.
The pieces are there for the Grizzlies. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. We've seen how good they
Jarrett
can
Jackson
be.
Jr., yeah.
I love JJJ. He's an incredibly dynamic player. Just such a large man, too. I remember after Game 6...
Physical specimen.
Quick story. After Game 6 a couple years ago when Looney went off and helped eliminate the Grizzlies in that incredible playoff series, I didn't have credential access to go to the Warriors presser. But I was able to do the Grizzlies post-game presser. So I sat there And it's sitting next to me is Jaren Jackson Jr. And that's one of those ones you sit down, and you're just like, oh, wow. Like, just an incredibly ginormous, NBA players are big, dude. To begin with. Him is just like, oh, you are just like, he is quite a sight to behold.
I had that moment with Giannis when I saw him up close and personal when he was at Chase Center and also at formerly Staples Center in Los Angeles. Just watching his his shot routine before the game,
the presence,
just incredible. Like just the size and the strength of people like that, it's incredible. I liken it to defensive or even offensive linemen in the NFL. Like, how are you 315 pounds, but you could run a sub 540? It's like frightening. I think offensive linemen in general are the freakiest of athletes.
Oh, it's all the footwork with them too.
It's incredible.
That's why, like, Dancing with the Stars, like whenever you see like those linemen go on Dancing with the Stars, they always would get top 4 because dancing is footwork. What are they great at? Footwork.
And defensive linemen, same thing. Yeah, same. It's just incredible.
Receivers too. So anyway, I think the Grizzlies get into that top 6, and then I kind of like the Suns there. I think even in their advanced age, it's still a team that, I'm saying that they're old. Really, Katie's the only old one there. Bradley Beal is up there, but Devin Booker's still...
A lot of injuries, though, for Beal last year. That's the thing,
Yeah, but Booker, he's still on the young side there. But the Suns, I think, they're in that 5-6 range there, too. They'll be battling with the Grizzlies to keep out of there. You're playing teams right now. I do like Kings, Warriors, Rockets, Pelicans. That's probably your favorites. Lakers are going to be hovering around there, too. That's how I would break it down. But I think we're in lockstep on the top 4 in the West right now.
There you go. 888-957-9570. Where are you slating the Golden State Warriors in this Western Conference right now? Man. Loman is cooking from the 510. Loman is cooking with hot grease, baby.
I was cooking on the grill yesterday, too.
What are you making?
Oh, actually, you know what I did was, you ever have a Juicy Lucy?
That scares me, whatever that is, but please elaborate.
Did you ever watch Man vs. Food back in the day on the Food Channel?
Yeah, with Adam Richman.
Yeah. I hope he's doing well.
I think he is. I think he's on the Cooking Channel or something like that. But that was my go-to.
The things that guy used to eat, man.
It was No Reservations, R.I.P. Anthony Bourdain. Mm-hmm. I love that. I cannot get enough of it. Bizarre Foods with Andrew Zimmern. Still love that. And then it was Adam Richman, Man vs. Food, Travel Channel. That was all I watched. Thank you, Carter, for giving me the approval.
So, He went to Minnesota, and they do out this thing out in Minnesota where, I don't know, where's the Biden minute? There it is. Hold on.
Minnesota!
That's the most energy he's ever had. Go ahead.
Yeah, he was in Michigan when he said
Don't talk about that.
But, so the way that works, it's basically 2 patties with some cheese in the middle. You slap the patties together, you close the patties that way. So it's basically a burger with cheese in the middle.
So this is a double cheeseburger so far.
It's basically a double cheeseburger, but the cheese is inside the burger. So you take a big bite and then the gooey cheese comes out. It's really good. Takes a little bit longer to make because you're basically cooking 2 burgers. But we did that. Did some brats, and then keep it classic and American. Some potato salad, coleslaw, baked beans. Very
Coors Light. Miller Lite?
A little bit too. Actually, we went with the Twisted Teas yesterday.
Oh, okay.
So, a little bit more refreshing there.
All right.
There's females in attendance, so they like their Twisted Teas.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Hey, so if you're a man, you can like it. I'm not saying you can't like it if you're a dude.
Yeah, and of course,
discriminate alcohol
at the lovely Allie's place, and she has all the little mason jars and stuff.
Shout out Allie.
We're drinking out of the mason jars. Felt very southern and pleasant.
Allie is a very kind soul. I've only met her once, but you know what? It was I'm very big on first appearances, and you know what?
She killed it.
She passed it. Flying color.
At the softball game.
By the way, it was at the softball game. Carter was there. Everyone was there, basically. It's a lot of personalities.
Carter had his girl there, too. She was also very nice.
Shout
out.
Shout out. Do you know the name? Sket-da-da-da.
You burned me. What is her name again, Carter? I'm spacing.
Sierra.
Okay, I knew it started with a C. Carter loves his C's.
That was me.
That's a big
I put you on the spot. That's all right. Shout out Sierra if she's listening.
Shout out to you,
She's not
Sierra.
listening, is she? No, she's out. Yeah, she's checked. Exactly. But we're back with...
She treats herself. She treats her ears right.
No, it's a lot going on here in the sports world, and we're just getting all over it here. Spadoni and Loman in for the next hour and a half.
Yeah. What did you cook up yesterday?
We just had pizza. We just ordered from... We have a Domino's right down the street. It's easy for the kids. It's easy. Just picked some up. Had a triple meat combo. There you go. You got the sausage. You got the pepperoni. You got the ham on there. Oh, yeah.
It's the American way right there.
That's right there. Come on, baby. You just got to go pizza.
If it's 4th of July, you got to make it just a classic American meal. That's why I went to Safeway, and everything I got was already basically pre-made. I didn't make anything from
I'm not mad at the pre-made potato salad. Yeah.
Oh, no, yeah. We got the deviled egg potato salad.
I like that.
Oh, that hit really well.
There you go.
So, yeah, it was very... I felt like, when you do a project last minute in school, that's basically how I felt yesterday at Safeway at 4 in the afternoon, getting everything for dinner, and was able to do it all. So I like to prep my meal. I like to go big on my meals. I have not been doing that.
No, you're lately a big meal prep guy. When you get here early in the morning, you have your bowl of oatmeal with all your different nuggets and ingredients in there and stuff like that. Your protein.
I like cooking too and having fun with it, especially the 4th of July. I feel like it's one of those days you can really have like a fun little cookout banquet type thing. But I just didn't have the time. So it's like, you know what? We're going to just kind of cobble everything together last second.
Not to cut you off, Sammy. Apologies. Is Bob Myers cooking? That's the question this offseason. 888-957-9570, the number. You threw out the question on our social. And by the way, we are streaming on social, on Twitter, on YouTube, on Twitch. Just search 95.7 The Game on any of those platforms. Like and subscribe. And that's all brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. So we posed the question on our Twitter, and you can follow me on Twitter at Spadoni_Joe. Follow Sam Lubman at SLubman59. See, I see that right there. How much better are the Golden State Warriors right now? What grade would you give Mike Dunleavy? Carson Jones on Twitter, he went from a D- to a B+ within the span of 48 hours. If he signs Lauri, it will be an A+++. That's a lot of pluses. Rudy R. Reyes, not much better, if any better, okay? If they can't get another star, this is from DJ Frosty, what was the point of holding out on Klay? D- for now. So it's a mixed bag. People are all over the place how they feel about this offseason. I get it. If you thought highly of Klay, I don't think any of these moves are doing anything for you. If you didn't think highly of Klay Thompson, then you know what? You think he's doing well. I think that's where a lot of people are. It's expectations versus reality for a lot of fans right now. And the expectations for me heading into this offseason, Sam, I just didn't think a lot of options were on the table for this squad. And you know what? I think from where they were at financially, getting D'Anthony Melton, Slow-Mo Kyle Anderson, and Buddy Hield now, it's been tremendous offseason for them. I'm going A-.
Yeah, no, I hear that. I think it's just, I'm kind of curious how many people are looking at this offseason through the lens of what went down with Klay Thompson. Like the fact that Klay did not come back. I am curious how many people are kind of holding that against the Warriors in terms of how they do grade this offseason. Because, yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of fans that really, really expected Klay to be back in a Warrior jersey next year and be a Warrior for life. That was what a lot of people were kind of trying to lock in at one point. But it's just, I understand the disappointment of that not happening, kind of having an impact on how you're viewing this offseason, because it sucks. It sucks to see a legend leave. You know, like we've seen a lot of legends leave. It's even when you know it's coming, it still sucks. Madison Bumgarner's another one where you knew it was coming, but when it happened, it still sucked. Even though was very much a shell of his former self at the time. Klay, I still think has a lot left in the tank. So if you're looking at it through that lens, you're going to be very disappointed on this offseason. I don't know if there's any way to truly kind of make up for that loss if you are in that camp where that loss means a lot to you.
I do think also, Sam, to that point, a lot of people put their eggs in the Paul George basket early on, and they were tremendously disappointed when the Clippers are like, kick rocks, we're not doing business with you. And then it was just like, all right, where do we pivot next? Who's another name we can attract? Lauri Markkanen. All right. And I'm calling cap and all the people who are, I mean, I've watched just so much of this guy. You have not watched a second of Utah Jazz basketball. You have not watched a second.
Utah Jazz aren't even watching Utah Jazz basketball.
No one's watching that. Come on, man.
Unless you're Brian Windhorst, no one's watching Utah Jazz basketball.
What's going on in Utah? I love that's all-time meme still. Like, here's Draymond Green on the Draymond Green show talking about wanting Paul George badly, and the Clippers didn't want to, work with him.
I mean, there were other free agency moves, and Paul George is the biggest of the summer, and he's planning to sign a 4-year deal with the 76ers. Also a little salty about that because, as you all know, Paul George was going to come to the Warriors, and we wanted Paul George to come to the Warriors. We always talk about these organizations, what they do for their players and whatnot. For us to get Paul George, it would have taken a sign and trade. And the Clippers didn't really want to play ball, didn't really want to help him get to where he wanted to go. And so in turn, they get nothing back. And, whereas you could have gotten something back for Paul George walking, they get absolutely nothing back. So these organizations don't always be willing to play ball. And I don't think the Clippers were really willing to play ball for Paul George to get to the Warriors. I kind of understand it. I suppose you don't want him in the same division as you because you may know how that looks if he comes with us. So that didn't quite pan out for us, which would have been nice.
That's Draymond Green. He wanted Paul George. He thought they had a deal in place, but the Clippers ultimately said, no, we're not going to help that out. And you know what? We don't care if we're not going to get any pieces in any of this. We're just going to let him go. It is what it is. They were not in the business of helping out the Golden State Warriors. Hey, if you want to call it the Warrior tax, that's fine. Kind of like how we say it with the Lakers. People don't want to help out Lakers and LeBron James. People don't want to help out the Golden State Warriors. They feel some type of way about that. We'll get back onto the Warriors here after George Kontos. I wanted to pivot quickly to the Giants before we hit this break because they're red hot right now. And I get it. It's been a kind of tumultuous couple of weeks, if you want to call it the last month, if you will, for the San Francisco Giants, Sam. The passing of Willie Mays, the passing of Orlando Cepeda, it's just been a whirlwind of emotions. The Rick Woods, celebration, if you will, going back to Birmingham, Alabama, all the conjured up memories. I mean, Reggie Jackson, his whole speech is still kind of shaking me till today. Like, it's just been a lot of emotions, and we really haven't had a chance to talk about baseball here on 95.7 The Game because of what's happening with the team and because of what's going on with the Golden State Warriors, to be quite frank. And it's just nice to talk about a winning team right now. Not in the standings overall, not over 500, but they're 7-3 in their last 10.
They're getting there.
And they have an opportunity before this homestand. They take 2 out of 3. Hell, if you can get greedy and sweep Cleveland here, vibes could be great heading into the All-Star break.
It's a big ask. Let's try and take one, because then when you come back, you got Toronto and Minnesota there, which that's not going to be easy either. No. The Giants are in a very tough do-or-die stretch right now. This is a stretch that is going to define the rest of their season. And later on, we can get into it, what they do at the trade deadline. Charles Johnson did a sit-down with Susan Slusser of the San Francisco Chronicle. She does a great job covering this team. And they kind of, Charles, he went into some details on kind of just, the overall feel of the year, the injuries, and kind of what they plan to do with the deadline. And he did sneak in the nugget that Farhan Zaidi did indeed sign his contract extension. So I'm curious to see how that will impact things. But here's the thing. This is a very important stretch for the Giants season. And taking 2 of 3 from the Braves after taking 2 of 3 from the Dodgers. And that's a great start. But when I look back at that month of June and how much that month of June set them back, Spadoni, they had a road trip in Arizona. And then they had the home stand against the Angels, the home series against the Angels. And then they had that road trip to Chicago and St. Louis. So then those 4 series, they went 3-9 in those 4 series against 4 teams that I'm going to say, I think the Giants are better than those 4 teams. Even the Diamondbacks, I think the Giants are a better team than the Diamondbacks. They're not really playing like it.
Similar. I think, maybe the slight edge to the Giants, but they're both
as long as Gallen and Merrill aren't pitching for the Diamondbacks, which they have been, as long as Corbin Carroll's been scuffling. Lourdes Gurriel can tell Marte obviously still very good for them. But
Christian Walker, my goodness.
Christian Walker, that dude's on a tear right now. But those 12 games going 3-9 in that stretch really set you back because those are series you have to win. And it makes it so that a stretch right now where you have Dodgers, Braves, Guardians, Blue Jays, and Twins, the pressure isn't as intense for you to take advantage of that stretch because that's a very difficult stretch. The Giants have backed themselves into a tough corner. Now, they do have guys coming back soon, but if they can get through this next week and a half without the wheels completely falling off, you got a very interesting last 2 weeks of July heading in the trade deadline.
It's going to be fascinating here. And baseball is so much different to talk about. The urgency level, it's hard to balance, right? Because it's not with what the Warriors are dealing. It's not with what the San Francisco Giants, it's not football. So when you're talking about baseball, it's just, you have to take it series by series, week by week. There's going to be ups, there's going to be downs. So it's hard not to put all your eggs in the basket of, this team's not doing anything. This team's going to go do great. Like, you just have to be level-headed. And that's tough in sports talk radio to be level-headed and open-minded with teams because you want to crush them or you want to be all in. There's a happy medium. And right now, the San Francisco Giants are basically a 500 team. They've been hovering around that. They're 43 and 45. They're slightly below average. But spoiler alert, damn near everyone in the National League is slightly below average if you're not named the Phillies, Dodgers, Brewers, Braves, even the Padres. They're second in the wild card. They're only 5 games. They're a losing streak away from being back to 500. The St. Louis Cardinals, they're 45 and 41. They're a losing streak away from being 500. You got the D-backs, you got the Mets, you got the Giants all within a half a game of each other. You got the Reds right there too, the Pirates, the Nationals, the freaking Cup. Like, anyone not named the Rockies or the Marlins is alive in the National League. And that's saying something. It really is. So it's so, I'm not going to say difficult to talk about the Giants, but you just have to be careful when you're discussing baseball. I'll just say that because you'll look like a fool one week and then you might look like a genius the other. You might have egg in your face. Just take it week by week. Easier said than done, I am sure. But I want to talk to George Kontos coming up here, former World Series champion with the San Francisco Giants, and obviously a tremendous analyst on Giants pre- and post-game live on NBC Sports Bay Area. And he is what's coming up on the game, brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Doctor! Get a $10 O'Reilly Auto Parts gift card after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil in
Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Spadoni and Loman in for Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky here on 95.7 The Game. Hope you are all enjoying your holiday weekend. It's kind of a 5-day weekend for some people. Maybe it's a 4-day. Who knows? But if you're working, if you're not working, we appreciate you chiming in. 888-957-9570. George Kontos, former World Series champion and current pre- and post-game analyst for NBC Sports Bay Area, is going to be joining us here shortly. I just want to remind everyone the California Classic is coming to Chase Center starting July 6th. A summer basketball showcase featuring 2024 NBA draft picks, second-year pros, and more players. Go to Warriors.com for your tickets. All brought to you by Clean California. Remember, just one piece of litter can ruin the game. 0 litter is the goal. And also, I want to let everyone know, if you're looking for more Giants talk, not only with George Kontos, but you can also get it with the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Sam Loman and Joe Spadoni, almost myself.
Yay!
Sam Loman and Joe Shasky, I should say, bring you the best damn Giants talk in the Bay all season long. Here, in-depth analysis and insights, as well as exclusive interviews with players like Tyler Rogers. New episode available now. Subscribe today on iTunes, Spotify, and the free Odyssey app. And George Kontos is going to be joining us here on the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? That's River Islands in Lathrop. And we got George Kontos on the line now. George, how you doing, man? You have a good 4th of July?
Good morning, fellas. How we doing? Yeah, 4th of July was great. Got to watch a Giants win from the studio.
Awesome. That's tremendous.
Love to watch that.
It was toasty out here in the Bay. I know you're a Chicago guy. I know it gets toasty out there. A little humid and hot, but it was enjoyable to watch the Giants do their thing. 7-3 in their last 10, George. This team's rolling right now, man.
Team's doing good. I mean, you obviously are piggybacking Elliot Ramos and what he's been doing. I mean, Matt Chapman has been hitting the ball hard. He finally has gotten something to show for it with his homer last night and that little squib double that he hit that we got a good laugh about when we spoke to him in the post-game interview. But they're playing great. I mean, you had 2 marquee matchups. Logan Webb had a little bit of a slow start, but ended up going 7 in the fashion that he typically does. And I think these last 2 series against the Dodgers and the Braves have been huge, huge wins just for the momentum of this team.
Yeah, you mentioned Logan Webb there, George, and myself, I've been banging on the table for the last couple months saying, get this man to Arlington for the All-Star game. We were talking about with Dave Fleming a bit yesterday. He said it's stupid that it hasn't happened just yet. With what he did yesterday, 7 more innings, 6 more strikeouts, allows those 2 runs, but doesn't let that get to him later on in the game. I feel like with the final rosters being announced this Sunday, I feel like Logan Webb, he really put the stamp on that All-Star case for him this year.
Well, I would hope so. I mean, he retook the MLB innings pitched lead last night with his 7 strong, and I mean, the guy's done nothing but just be fantastic this year. I mean, and last year, his track record has been great. He gets a little bit, I feel like, in that West Coast bias where he gets a little bit overlooked with some of the East Coast teams and some of the pitchers that are getting watched in prime time day in and day out. But Logan Webb, that's one of the things I know he wants it, and he's just overall a bulldog on the mound. And it'd be a shame for him to get snubbed with the body of work that he's put in the first half so far.
Yeah, and to speak about great bodies of work here, Elliot Ramos over the last month plus, ever since he got called up, already ranking amongst the best outfielders in the National League. Do you think we might be seeing him called on Sunday and sent to Arlington for the All-Star game?
I would hope so. I think the only dig against him would be just his body of work, the fact that he hasn't been up in the big leagues for the entire first half. But I think that when you look at what he's done in his last 29 games, that should trump the fact that he's been here for the whole first half. I mean, he's got 16 extra base hits, 10 homers in his last 29 games, which I think is 3rd in that span in all of baseball, just behind guys like Aaron Judge. So I think he's absolutely deserving of being an all-star. And you know what? He's just a guy that this team really needs right now, and it's great to see how his development has finally gotten to a place where he looks like he's consistent and he belongs here, and he's not going anywhere.
George Kontos joining us here on the River Islands guest line, former World Series champion with the San Francisco Giants and pre- and post-game analyst at NBC Sports Bay Area. George, how important is this start coming up for Blake Snell, coming off that rehab? I mean, we want to say 3rd time's the charm, right? Just every time it feels like, oh man, we're getting him back. Something flares up. He doesn't feel right. and hopefully he's at a place mentally and physically where he's finally feeling all right. How big is this stretch coming up for the Giants? Just ending this stretch on such a positive note. So I guess a double-parter here. Blake Snell and the team overall heading into this weekend on this road trip to Cleveland and then back home for Toronto and Minnesota before the All-Star break.
Well, I think physically Blake Snell's feeling great. I'm sure you guys have seen his most recent rehab start, 5 innings, no hits, 1 walk, 9 punchies on 67 pitches down in Sacramento. So as far as physically, I think the stuff is probably no problem there. But yeah, look, he's had a first half that I think he's the most frustrated about. Us as fans and people who talk about the game and, radio and all that, everyone has their opinions about it, but Blake Snell is the one that I'm sure is the most frustrated because this was not his intent. And when you get kind of that late spring training signing that he did, he wasn't able to go through his normal routine, and there are several factors that kind of go into a guy just feeling comfortable. He's around new guys, he's wearing new threads, he's in a new city, he's getting a late start, so he might feel a little bit more pressure to get moving and get going to be major league ready a little bit sooner. So all of these things, I think, have played a role in how his first half has gone. But, the Giants' rotation has only been Logan, Webb, and Jordan Hicks consistently for this first half. And when you're throwing with only 2 guys, it makes it very difficult. And they've been able to tread water for this long, only being 3 games back of that last wild card spot. So I think that Blake Snell getting back and being consistent and somewhat like the Blake Snell of last year would be fantastic. But then you got guys like Alex Cobb and Robbie Ray and Keaton Wynn, all these guys who are on the way back, and we hopefully will see here soon. But the Giants' keys to their success since I've been a part of the organization since 2012 has always been pitching, both starting and bullpen, and solid defense with some timely hitting mixed in. So if we can get back to that, I think there's a lot of good things that could happen in the second half of this season. Absolutely, especially if the lineup can keep rolling too. Obviously, you mentioned Chapman, Soler, they're hitting very well right now. But you mentioned Jordan Hicks. He is well past his career high in innings. He's been pretty consistent in giving the Giants about 5 innings per start, which is great. I think that before the year, that was if you said he's going to consistently be doing that, you would take that. But he's pretty much right now on pace for about 160, 165 innings, which going from 70-something innings all the way up to 160-something innings, that's a major jump for a pitcher, especially a guy who throws as hard as he does. So my guess is at some point the Giants are going to try and scale back his workload. So I'm curious, what do you expect this next kind of month or so to look like for Jordan Hicks, especially since we got, Kyle Harrison, he's making his return start tomorrow, Blake Snell on Sunday, and then Cobb and Ray also waiting in the wings. Well, he's thrown 78 in the third innings, I believe, is his max at the major league level. But when he was in the minors in low A and high A, between those 2 levels, he did throw 101 quite a few years ago. So he's definitely going to surpass all of this workload by a ton. And what a lot of people don't understand is it's just such a big increase in volume that you don't want him to do anything that would jeopardize himself getting hurt. And he's a strong guy. He obviously is his lower body's strong. He's got a fantastic arm. He's been able to do it at a very high level so far this season. But I do think at some point you're going to start looking at that innings count and you're going to start scratching your head a little bit on how can we, protect the player, because that's most important, but still maybe get some, help out of him. And I think that's something that they're going to have to sit down and talk about, and I'm sure he will probably be involved in that conversation, but I don't see them letting him get to 160 or 170 innings. I don't know that is even something that's in the picture, but if you could put him in the bullpen and kind of maybe get a few innings here and there out of him with some nice rest in between, that's definitely something to talk about. But what the Giants do have, hopefully, is the reinforcements coming. So if you do have to address the issue of who's going to be in your starting rotation, you still have those guys coming back. And, Kyle Harrison is also in that kind of same boat. He's never thrown 150 or 160 innings in his professional career. So I think those 2 guys are going to be some question marks, and there are going to have to be some decisions to be made on what kind of workload that they're comfortable giving them throughout the course of the season. But I think that this all kind of will help solidify itself if you get some of those guys back healthy. Logan Webb, you're just going to let him go. Robbie Ray, he can come back. You're going to get Alex Cobb back. You can get Keaton Wynn back and put him in the rotation. Then you got a guy like Hayden Birdsong who's come up, and I think he's done a fantastic job so far. So if you can just keep everybody healthy, you eventually will run into a point where you will be able to fill those 5 spots in the rotation if you have to pull a guy or two out because of a workload issue.
That's George Kontos joining us here on the River Islands guest line. And George, you mentioned the guy right there, and I want to get into him. Hayden Birdsong, 6th-round pick back in 2022 by the Giants. The pride of Illinois, like yourself. What can you tell us about Hayden Birdsong? 2 starts in the bigs. His last one gets the win, 5 innings, 4 hits, 2 earned runs, allowed 5 strikeouts. What's the makeup of this kid, and is he for real?
Well, first of all, we are both fellow Illinoisans, but where he's from and where I'm from are very, very different types of places.
Really?
But, you know, he's come in and he's done such a great job. You know, when you have these younger kids who are coming up, you don't know how they're going to respond to failure, right, and adversity when it happens, and it inevitably does at the major league level. But he had a big moment for me in his start against Atlanta when he gave up those back-to-back homers and then Doobie hit one off the top of the wall. That was a moment where he had to bear down, and he got out of it, and he did a great job. And it was one of those maturation moments, I thought, where he was able to just show what kind of mental fortitude that he had. So he did a great job for me. I think he's a guy who can be a legitimate force at this level moving forward. And look, he's going to go through his ebbs and flows. He's still a young kid, but he did show that he had some spots of adversity in his first couple starts, and he did get through them, where a guy who, at his age, would be expected sometimes to just break a little bit and falter, but he didn't do that. So he showed a lot of poise in his first 2 starts at the major league level.
One more, George, before we get you out of here. Giants are in Cleveland this weekend. Cleveland's not a team we see a lot very often. When you look at this Guardians team, is just what stands out to you when you kind of look at this Cleveland team that the Giants could be seeing this weekend?
Well, they're good. They can pitch. They can hit. They have a guy in Stephen Vogt in their manager as his first year there who's done a fantastic job, and they seem to have really, really good culture over there. I mean, these guys are doing a great job. They're leading the AL Central right now. They have the 54, 55 wins, I think. So the Giants are going to go in there, and they're again going to have their hands full. Their lineup, top to bottom, is good with Naylor and Kwan and Ramirez at third base. You got some guys who have some thump, and they can run, they can throw, they can play defense. They're just a very good team all the way around the baseball. So I would expect that the Giants are going to have to really bring in their A game and continue playing the type of baseball that they have been against the Dodgers and Atlanta.
George, we appreciate the time, man. Enjoy your weekend, all right?
Thanks for having me, guys. Talk soon.
Take care, George.
As George Kontos on the River Islands guest line, and all guests, as you know, Sam Loman, appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop?
I would love to discover the islands. Actually.
This just sounds great. I want to go to an island, man. I
think we should get that worked out. That should be our next station outings to River Islands.
There you go.
In Lathrop.
Out in Lathrop. There you go. Don't call it the Lathrop, although some people call it the rope out there in Lathrop.
All right. Okay. We'll have to
I made that up.
Oh, okay. I'll have to get out there and experience it. Maybe we do a show out there one day.
There you go. Hey, we're going to be out at Fremont Bank.
Though.
We're going to be out at Fremont Bank, Sam, as you know, on Monday for the Warriors offseason summit. Monday, July 8th on the rooftop terrace of Fremont Bank's state-of-the-art new headquarters. Starts at 2 o'clock with Willard and Dibbs and the rest of the crew from 4 to 6. Go to 957thegame.com to reserve your spot there. But good stuff from George Kontos. Yeah, on my geography with Illinois. Never been, don't know anywhere other than Chicago.
Yeah, I've been to Chicago once, and where else is there to really go in Illinois?
And you might offend some people.
Springfield, there's a bunch of Springfields I can go to.
There you go. Springfield, Kentucky, I think there's another one. Yeah, exactly. So there you go. But George, very high on Hayden Birdsong and the pitching staff, the reinforcements. He kept using that word.
Yeah.
They are coming. How much are they going to be of service early on? You never know. It could be a mixed bag, but I'm looking at that Blake Snell start for the contract that he signed, for not really having any minor league rehab starts to get in there, not even rehab, but just minor league starts under his belt, just getting thrust in. It's been bad for Blake Snell. He needs to come in.
Big bad.
He needs to come in and start shoving soon. He was the Cy Young last year. He's a 2-time Cy Young winner, both in the AL and the NL. You got the top 2 guys finishing in the Cy Young voting in the NL. Obviously, Logan Webb finishing second last year. He needs to start shoving, man. That's just the bottom line.
And dominating minor league hitters. He did that last time when he was coming back. I'll say this, he is doing it in the PCL, which the Pacific Coast League, which is very, very noted for its hitter-friendly environments. So that might count for something. 5 perfect innings, that's nothing to really shake a stick at. But again, this happened the last time. Before his season started, he had some good starts in the minor leagues. All right, Blake Snell's ready to go. He comes up, he gets hit around a bit, then he gets hurt. Does his rehab starts. Those rehab starts go really well. You're feeling really good. Comes back up, gets hit around, gets injured again. The frustration is palpable. This is in no way, any shape or form, anything. No one, I think, obviously wanted this to happen. No one saw this coming. I know Charles Johnson, when he sat down with Susan Slusser last week, he did talk about it. And his line, he kind of hit, it was just like, it shows, spring training is important, which good. I'm glad that the Giants owner is starting to learn things about the game of baseball. But he also said afterwards that he said, we're not going to do this again. And that's what I thought was kind of telling to me, which is just like the Giants have learned their lesson here. Like, I feel like if you're going to have to pay a little bit more to get a guy to camp on time, just do it. Let's Nike that thing. Just do it.
Or Palpatine.
Yeah. Do it.
There you go.
Because, remember, that was one of the big things about the Blake Snell signing was, Farhan Zaidi, he was very giddy about that signing, not Josh Giddey. He was very giddy about that signing because he got Blake Snell and Matt Chapman for, pennies on the dollar, in a sense, because of how long they had to wait. And, Farhan's up there cracking jokes, negotiating a deal with Scott Boras. Like, in the middle of freedom.
You turn into Krusty the Clown every single time you do the Farhan.
Do I turn to Krusty the Clown, or is that just who he is?
I don't know.
But
it's not Sideshow Bob, I'll tell you that.
Exactly. But who's laughing now? No one's really laughing now except for the people who are on the outside looking in at all of this and just being like, oh man, the Giants, they really stepped on it with this one there. So if the Giants have to pay a little bit more money in the future to ensure this doesn't happen again, let's make sure you do that.
888-957-9570, taking the temperature on the Giants. How are we feeling about them right now? Bay Area, they're just a couple games under 500, and they're a couple games away from being in that third wild card spot, but I feel like you can say that for the rest of the season until, the Cardinals or the Padres or whoever runs away with it. No one's really running away with anything in the National League, and that's going to keep the door open for a while, which leads me to my next question, Sam, as we move off of Snell here, and we'll just wait and see how that start happens against the Toronto Blue Jays next week at home at Oracle Park. But the trade deadline, it's going to be the end of the month. We got a couple weeks here. I don't know who's going to be selling. Outside of the Rockies and the Marlins, and even those teams, I don't know what they really have to offer. You're getting a bunch of reinforcements back in pitching. Like, is this a team right now where you look at, like, maybe you sell a Conforto, maybe you're buying someone, like, where are the Giants right now when it comes to the trade deadline talks? Are they in a position to swing big here? Or is it just going to be, let's let this thing play out. We're going to be hovering around that third wildcard spot all year long.
Well, I can absolutely see them looking at those injured players returning and treating those as deadline acquisitions. I have never liked that mode of thinking. It's lackluster. It's not creative.
Doesn't instill confidence, does it?
No, it's not. Yeah. Here's the thing. The line I always point to years back when Larry Baird dismissed Brian Sabian and Bobby Evans from this organization, he said, we want next-gen thinking GM, a next-gen thinking GM. That is what we want. Google Larry Baird, next-gen GM, Kerry Crowley's story from the Bay Area News Group should pop up, and that's where he mentions it, if you get past the paywall, hopefully. But so that was, when Larry said that to me signified that the Giants are understanding that they need to embrace a new era of baseball. That was the era of small ball that they won 3 titles with was over. It was the era of big boy ball now. It was the era of StatCast ball. It was the era of, to put it bluntly, the nerds.
He doesn't have the balls.
And they want to go out and find someone who had those nerdy balls to come in and kind of help the Giants get up with the times. And for a moment, Farhan was that guy. The way he was able to kind of plant his feet in the sand in 2019 and tell the Braves, not only will you take Mark Melanson's entire, gross contract, you will also give us a player in return. And he waited the Braves out, and that is how they got Tristan Beck and how they got off of Mark Melanson's contract. Is that an earth-shattering trade? No. But it showed me that this guy, he's going to go all out to get the moves that he wants. And then that offseason, he swung another creative trade. He basically bought Zach Cozart from the Angels and took that contract. It was about a $15 million 1 year left on that deal contract. And in return, the Angels also included Will Wilson, who had just been their first round pick in that previous draft. Now, Wilson, he didn't pan out into much, but it was the idea of, I'm going to buy an ugly contract and then have the other team throw in a high prospect on the side to make it worthwhile for me. That is the kind of thinking I wanted to see from this next-gen GM-led front office. Fast forward to where we're at right now, and I'm hearing comments like that. Where'd the creativity go? Like, where did this creative thinking go? Why aren't we trying to be more aggressive here? You have that contract extension now that is signed. You can be more aggressive at the deadline. You could take more risks here. But I'm just not seeing it now.
Well, it's also such a weird spot to be in, because if you're wheeling and dealing with any of these teams, and obviously there's more teams to look at in the American League if you're going to do trades, obviously, because you look at teams like Detroit, hell, the Texas Rangers might be sellers, and they just won the World freaking Series, but they've been dealing with so many damn injuries.
On the block?
Their man, yeah, Bruce Boch, right? Like, bring him back. There you go. He's allowed for a down. Well, it is funny though, real quick. The Giants, whenever they won the World Series, they didn't make the playoffs the year after that. So
it's true Bochy tradition.
It's true Bochy tradition, right?
He's doing odd year magic now.
There you go. So you're just looking at the National League. Like, is there anyone on the Tigers that you're interested in? They're 9 games under. The Rangers, the Blue Jays is going to be a hot team. But then I look at teams in the American League that are in position to probably trade some more assets. The Red Sox, the Twins, the Yankees, they've been scuffling a little bit, but they're going to be in, by the way, the AL East, good God, they already have 3 teams in the playoffs right now if the season ended today. Orioles, Yankees, and Red Sox. Just like loaded. Oh, and by the way, the Tampa Bay Rays, they're 44 and 43.
They're hanging around there, too.
It's just,
I think
it's a ridiculous conference.
You hit the nail on the head, though. If you want to do business with a team, you're going to have to go to the American League.
Yes.
The problem is, though, some of these teams, like the Tigers, they're a team that's kind of trying to build up right now. I don't think they really have any tradable pieces.
No.
Like
Riley Green's not going to be on the block. They already optioned Torkelson down. Like
Tariq Skubal, he's going to be their future ace for the next few years.
Sick.
He's not going anywhere. I keep looking across the border, the north side of the border.
Who you're going to see next week?
Okay, yeah, Vlad Jr. and Bo Bichette. I would love to see the Giants just break the bank open and make a mega deal to bring those two in. If you can do it without giving up Bryce Eldridge and Elliot Ramos, I'm liking that. If you have to include, Hayden Birdsong, Luis Matos, Marco Luciano to make that deal happen.
Oh, in a heartbeat.
Yeah. If you have Bo Bichette and Vlad Jr. in this lineup, puts everyone into the correct spots of that lineup. Vlad Jr., that is a guy that you can not just build a lineup around. That is a guy that you build an organization around. We keep, go get me a star.
You scared me.
That's your star right there. Sorry, I had to bang on the table a little bit there because the Giants, you have to eventually be aggressive in getting these things done because the way you're doing things is not getting it done.
Tim Kawakami floated this a couple weeks ago. How's this name striking you real quick before we hit this break? Mike Trout. Buy low right now. If you're trying to get Mike Trout, that's a name.
I've declared on this show.
They're 14 games under. They just got swept by the A's. The Angels are going nowhere fast. They're rebuilding.
Get in on that on the other side.
Okay, we can discuss that. That's a tease right there. Sam Loman, Joe Spadoni right here in for Bonte and Chasky. We got one more hour left before handing it off to Evan Giddings and Jason Dumas. We are live and local all day right here on 95.7 The Game. So we'll get into that. Does Sam Loman want Mike Trout in a Giants uniform? Well, we can discuss that. Plus, the Warriors offseason. What grade are you giving Mike Dunleavy so far this offseason? And right now, where would you put the Warriors within the ranks of the Western Conference? That's what's coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank. The Warriors offseason summit is coming up on Monday, July 8th, on the rooftop terrace of Fremont Bank state-of-the-art headquarters. Starts at 2 o'clock with Willard and Dibbs live, and the rest of the crew from 4 to 6 p.m. Go to 957thegame.com to reserve your spot today.
Some people just know safe drivers save.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Spadoni and Loman in for Bonte and Shasky. And at this point, we'd be in for Steiny and Guru. The boys got the weekend off. Hope they're enjoying it. Hope you're enjoying it along with us. 888-957-9570. Thanks, Don and Concord. And
sorry, hit the wrong drop there.
Oh, it's okay. No, I always like The Price is Right.
You guys
The price
awesome, by the way. I don't think we need the original cast.
Thank you, Don.
Got to play at least once a show.
There you go. But we miss our guys. We always love her. It's always a fun game, as Draymond Green would say. And don't forget, Sam, as you know, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? Visit River Islands out in Lathrop. And also, don't forget to hit us up via Twitch, Twitter, YouTube. Just search 95.7 The Game on any single one of those platforms. We are streaming live and local up until 4 o'clock today. After we're done here in the next hour, you got Evan Giddings and Jason Dumas. So live and local all day long. And that's all brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. All right, before we left off, and we'll get back into the Warriors here. Got a little more Giants talk before pivoting back to the blue and gold. Mike Trout. On the market, I would assume. The Angels aren't going anywhere. They just got swept in Oakland. They're not a very good team. Tim Kawakami of The Athletic and our friend and teammate here at Odyssey with his TK Show podcast, he floated out the idea, maybe strike now if you want Mike Trout. You can get him on the cheap, and it's a big name, and that might bring butts to the seats. Sam, should the Giants go all in? And I don't even know if it's going all in. Just go trade for Mike Trout.
As all in as you possibly can for Mike Trout. Be honest, at this point, with the money that would be committed to him, with the injury history he showed over the last few years.
But it's a name. It's Mike Trout.
You see, names are great.
One of the greatest players of all time.
Names are great, but names don't do anything if they're not winning. That's the thing. That's
not his fault, though. They're just a dumpster fire in with the Angels.
Well, no. When I say winning, also you got to perform too. And Mike Trout has performed
when healthy.
When healthy, he was a Hall of Famer 4 or 5 years in his career. He could retire today and he will be a first ballot Hall of Famer. That's just kind of where he's at right now. I'm not denying the talent.
32 years old, by the way. He's going to be 33 in August.
He's got 7 years left on that deal, I believe so right now.
Yeah.
Are there more all-star seasons than non-all-star seasons in the rest of his career? The thing with Mike Trout is just whatever is left in the tank, I don't know if it's worth it at this point. Just the body is broken down too much.
He's running on a treadmill, by the way, for those that are concerned he's not coming back.
Ooh.
Expectations are he's starting to run on a treadmill. I don't know what those settings is. Is it, walking up a staircase or not?
Is there an
I don't
incline
know.
there?
I don't know. He's just running on a treadmill.
Is he doing interval training? Is he doing one of those preset routines you can do?
There was no Stairmaster, Sam, but he is signed through 2030, by the way. So there you go. So 6 more years.
People who do Stairmasters are crazy.
You get a good work on the Stairmasters.
Oh, no, you gotta be an absolute psycho to commit to the Stairmaster. I remember I would try to do a Stairmaster. I think the longest I've ever gone is 5 minutes. After that, you're just I can't.
For a good calf workout, I like to push the baby and I do the dog walk, and there's a lot of hills over in East Oakland.
Okay.
I just rock the flip-flops, get an insane calf workout.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's
like a low-key good dad workout.
There you go.
I feel like there's there could be a video series of this, just dad-themed workouts, or it's calf raises, push your kid up the hill,
You bench press the kids.
Yeah, you curl them a little bit. There we go, dad workouts.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, for me with Mike Trout, it's just, I don't know how much is really left in the tank. And if you're bringing him in here just to be a sexy name in the lineup every day, that's great. But if he's a sexy name in a lineup that's putting up 74 wins a year and he's hitting 230 during that time, the shine wears off really, really quickly in that situation. But I mean, if the Giants just want to be a team like what the Padres are, where it's just hey, we got names in our lineup, and if we win, that's great. Sure, they could do that.
Padres are winning right now.
Yeah, but I mean, they're winning now. How they fare long term this year?
I don't know. They got some young studs too, don't they? Have the rookie of the year on their team right now too.
Yeah, Machado, who is the ultimate cloud of sadness.
Oh,
over in
come on! It's just Manny being Manny. Let's let him go.
Manny Machado,
We got a Brandon Belt for the bad body language all the time. Come on.
There's bad body language, and then there's just being an absolute head case in the clubhouse.
I like Manny.
And Manny's a great baseball player, but he is an absolute toxic presence in the clubhouse. All he cares about is those dollar bills. Whatever happens after that is big whoop. He does not care about winning.
It looks like they're having fun on the field right now, Sam. It looks like fun. You're gonna have Jackson Merrill,
and you're gonna have fun on the golf course in October too. So like,
I don't know. They're in the playoffs right now. The Giants
are. They're in the playoffs right now. But let's see where the Padres again. AJ Preller has been there for 10 years. He's had like 8 managers, and you have 2 playoff series wins.
Well, the Giants right now are a non-playoff team, and the Padres had Bob Melvin last year, got rid of him, brought in Mike Shilton. They look like a better team. That's just the reality.
They look like the exact same team as last year.
I don't know. They're better than last year right now. They're plus 31 run differential.
I'm just saying, Manny Machado, if he's the dude in your clubhouse, then you are always in perpetual stormy seas.
Manny Machado would be the best player on the Giants right now offensively.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm not denying that. I'm not denying he's a great baseball player. What I'm saying is that he is a terrible teammate and a terrible presence in the clubhouse.
All right. Barry Bonds wasn't a great presence in the clubhouse either. Jeff Kenyon fought all the time.
Look how many titles they won, you know?
Oh, it doesn't matter. Come on, the 70s A's hated each other and won 3 in a row.
Well, yeah, that's the exception, not the norm, you know? And that was also back in the 70s where you could do whatever you want and get away with it. I'm pretty sure murder was legal back then in the 70s.
Relax. Maybe seatbelts weren't
Did you see all those serial killer documentaries in the 70s, dude? That was like the golden age of them, man.
Super serial.
Don't let your kid go outside. They're never going to come back. I don't know how anyone lived in the 70s, man. That was a dangerous time.
They say they reflect like it was the greatest era, so there you go. All of our parents do that.
It's always great later on. I'm sure, 50 years from now, we'll be talking about the 2020s as it was so great in our...
I'm already nostalgic about the early 2000s.
Oh,
shout out World of Warcraft.
Dude, I'm nostalgic about 2016. Take me back.
2016,
but
when the Warriors lost. Oh no, blew in a 3-1 lead.
Yeah, well, hey, right now in 2016, 8 years ago today, we're all dancing in the streets right now. So 2016 wasn't all awful. This is when Pokemon Go was popping up, the last true, peaceful moment of society.
Pokemon Go.
Did you ever play Pokemon Go?
No, I did not play that. I played the OG Pokemon blue and red version, and that's about it. And then I stopped.
Oh, I was all into Pokemon Go.
No.
And that was we were working at the old building at Howard Street. And it was always popping off in downtown San Francisco.
There you go. I was doing promotions at that old building. That's why. So I was doing that with all the different, our old cluster, if you will, going deep inside radio. So
I remember that.
You're a no on Mike Trout. You're a no on some of the injury. I understand the injury concern. That's fine.
Yeah.
But I do wonder where the Giants are going to be heading towards the trade deadline. They got a couple weeks here.
If you're going to get a big name to build around, I'm not saying this is easy, but you got to at least try and be under 30.
Okay.
You got to, if you're not going to develop your own superstar, which is, I prefer they would do that, then you got to find someone who's at least of that age you can build around them long term. That's why I really like the idea of Vlad Jr. I know it's probably a pipe dream, but that's the one where if you are going to go all out at this deadline, and if you're Farhan Zaidi with my brand new, ink is now officially dry on the contract extension, what better way to put your stamp on these next 3 years and let everybody know that these Farhan failures that we've seen over the last few years are in the past, and that, that Farhan swagger that we briefly saw early on in his 10 years back, go out and make that go for broke trade with the Blue Jays for Vlad Jr. and Bo Bichette. And the narrative around this team, the narrative around your tenure with this team changes dramatically in that situation.
A guy that I would have my eyes on, and these teams don't do business very often. I don't know if maybe the last one was Birch Smith. Maybe there was one since that, but it's the A's and the Giants. And there's this guy on the A's right now, should be an all-star, probably is going to be, is Brent Rooker, who's just been on a tear this year. He was an all-star last year. This is a guy who I don't know how much it's going to cost. Maybe, and the A's obviously do shrewd. Billy Beane does shrewd business. David Forst, longtime general manager over there. He's got 17 home runs this year. He's batting .273, 50 ribbies. He's got a slugging of .531, 880 OPS. He's just been a great pickup. He also runs the base. He's got 4 stolen bases this year. So, I know it's not a lot, but hey, Brent Rooker is a guy I would keep my eyes on, who's not a sexy name, but a lot of contenders are going to be looking at Brent Rooker. A lot of contenders are going to be looking at a guy named Brent Rooker. That's who I would be interested. I know the teams, they don't do business often.
Well, no,
I'd be sniffing around,
though. The only thing that I can see that providing as a hiccup is the Giants kind of have too many DH options already.
He can play left field, though.
Jorge Soler's been holding that down. That's true. Brent Rooker, he's not horrible on defense.
No.
So, yeah, again, I think he'd be great in this lineup.
He's 29 too, so he's not super old. But again, if you're one of those, if you want him to be younger than that, but he's still got a lot of meat left on that bone, and I think that would be a swing. But maybe a team like, I don't know, maybe a team like the Dodgers. The Dodgers and A's do deals all the time, too. So I can definitely see the Dodgers.
Well, Dodgers going to be on everybody.
Luis Robert, the White Sox.
I fully expect the Dodgers to be on Luis Robert Jr.
Yes.
And that will be the word. I really like Luis Robert Jr. I wanted the Giants to get him this last offseason to bring in. Because
more that Latin flair, too. I would love that. You got Matos, you got Ramos.
He is a rising star.
Yeah.
He has 30-30 potential, and he is playing very, very well despite playing in that absolute stain of an organization that is the Chicago White Sox right now. Talk about organization. Like, if you were going to move any team to Vegas, move the White Sox to
Jerry
Vegas.
Reinsdorf.
Like, Chicago does not need 2 baseball teams. There are like 9 White Sox fans in that city. Like,
don't you?
Let's move. Okay, fine, 14.
Don't leave. Leave Bob Fitzgerald and the great Matt Kolsky off this list. All right, both huge White Sox fans.
Okay, I'll leave them off the list. So now we're down to 12.
I live with these people. I love these people. They're part of my family.
Paul Konerko is part of his family.
I didn't know that Fitz was a White Sox fan.
There you go. The more you know.
That's very unfortunate. He's just watching these games. Like, at some point, this team's going to start to turn things around.
I can't wait to hear his calls on the side note on Team USA. Oh, it's going to be all time. LeBron to Steph. Oh, it's going to be tremendous. Tremendous. It's going to be great. Real quick, Sammy, let's get into this because you've been teasing all show. This article from Susan Slusser of the San Francisco Chronicle, who obviously covers the team there, had a sit down with Giants owners. Well, son, what's his title specifically? What is he?
Charles Giants. He's basically the owner, principal owner, chairman, whatever. Right. The base title, if you use owner, that is a legally accurate.
There you go. But Charles Johnson, who's basically doing all the shots here. He brought in Farhan Zaidi, obviously, and they spent a lot of money. And I'm curious your thoughts on him basically admitting here in this article that they are bringing back Farhan Zaidi, new contract extension for him. What did you take away from this piece with Charles Johnson sitting down with Susan Slusser for the San Francisco Giants?
Well, obviously, the big thing was, Farhan did sign his extension, which was interesting because they announced the extension during the Bob Melvin presser. And that was they kind of slipped it in there, very ho-hum-like. The lack of pomp and circumstance around Farhan's contract has been kind of interesting. But the thing was, he hadn't signed it yet. And Farhan is a notoriously hard guy to kind of track down and pin down into a meeting. At least that's what Giants PR man Matt Chisholm's told me numerous times. And so he's a hard guy to get a hold of. But the fact that it took this long for us to finally know that, yes, the deal was signed. I believe the line that he said was, yes, he signed it. He signed it, a while ago. So not only this extension was it signed, it happened a while ago. And we're just finding out about it now, which I feel like you would want people to know that, but then again, the Giants, they're not dumb. They're probably very well aware of the discourse around Farhan Zaidi right now. So maybe that would probably be why. But I thought just the whole process of it has been very interesting.
When I read the tone of this article, Farhan's not going anywhere, by the way. Like he's sticking through after the season. I think there was this understanding, or maybe understanding is too strong a word, but maybe some hope for some Giants fans that if they did not make the playoffs this year, if it was truly indeed playoffs or bust for Farhan, he'd be out of here. Well, if they don't make the playoffs, he's staying still.
I feel like he's staying. And the reason why, and Johnson kind of says this towards the end, one of the last questions that he was asked was, you mentioned the young players, the flip side of the injuries. This is the question, by the way. But that's created some opportunities. What are your thoughts on Elliott Ramos, Brett Wisely, and some of the others who have seized those chances? And Charles said in response, it's exciting. All these young players look like they're ready to compete at the top level. The future looks very bright with the number of arms we have, and our outfield is very solid with Matos playing well, and certainly Ramos looks like an elite player. All that gets me very excited for the second half, and for the next few years gives us a lot of flexibility. I think we should all be excited about seeing the youth that's quickly moving up the system. That's really like the key to everything. That tells me that with what we've seen from the Giants farm system, what it's produced this year, I think the young guys kind of saved Farhan Zaidi's job. Like the arrival of Elliott Ramos, the development of Luis Matos, and Brett Wisely too, and something all those guys. Birdsong arriving too. Kyle Harrison is matriculating up now. Casey Schmidt showed us a little bit at times.
Jordan Hicks acquisition, I think, helps Farhan.
But and Kontos kind of said it, and well, I think it was Big Smooth and Philmo and Mike. They even said this is about the Warriors. It starts from within.
Yeah,
And what that tells me is that the way these guys are developing, it's the fact that they came up, went back down, and then came up again, and then started performing. The development is clearly there in this farm system, at least enough so that you're seeing the results. And so yeah, if the Giants don't make the playoffs, but Elliot Ramos, Luis Matos, Brett Wisely keep playing well, I think, yeah, Farhan's definitely got to be around for a little bit longer.
888-957-9570. How are we feeling about that, Giants fans? Farhan looking like he's sticking around, but you know what? You got to give him credit. I mean, the young guys have performed this year. The acquisitions that he's made in the offseason, Soler's coming together. Matt Chapman's been a net positive here. You obviously knew the defense there, but he has timely hitting out a home run yesterday. Things are percolating right now with the San Francisco Giants, and you have to give Farhan Zaidi some credit there. I get it. Overall, it has not been a great tenure. They've had one playoff appearance, and it was losing to the Dodgers in 5 games. That hurts. It was a historic season, but where did it get you? Ultimately, nowhere. You've been out of the playoffs for a couple of years now. Will they make the playoffs this year? Is it still playoffs and bust for you? 888-957-9570 is the number.
Yeah, so I mean, to that point is with Ramos, could he save the job? Ramos, Matos, if Ramos makes the All-Star team, that's a huge feather in the cap for Farhan Zaidi. The one knock I would have there on those young guys is what we've seen so far. Wisely, Ramos, Matos, with those hitters. I like them a lot. I don't think they're centerpiece guys. And the fact of the matter is you need that center. Now, you need that centerpiece guy. Now, maybe that is Vladimir Guerrero Jr. If that is it, though, that would be a massive departure.
Oh, huge.
That'd be also be a massive departure and precedent for the Giants, too. Spinoni, you go back this entire team's history, going all the way back to when they were founded in 1883. The centerpiece
I remember that year. It was a great year.
Oh, yeah. Back
awesome.
with Jim Mutry and the New York
I love
Gothams,
the Industrial Revolution. It was awesome. Shout out President Grant.
Dude, the cotton gin, man.
Mm-hmm.
Revolutionized everything.
That's right.
But, God, how many reports did you have to do on the cotton gin back
I don't know. That was like History 18 in general ed, like when you first go to college. You have like History 18. It was a pre-industrial revolution. They got post-History 19, whatever. Yeah. Anyways, continue.
Anyway, yeah, 90s babies conversations here. But you go all the way back to then, the centerpiece of this lineup has always been a homegrown star. It was back then, in the early New York days, whether it was, Buck Ewing, you go to Mel Ott or Bill Terry in the early 1900s. Then you had the Willies, Mason McCovey. You had the Clarks, Jack and Will. Eventually you had Buster Posey in there. The one exception to the rule is Barry Bonds, who was a free agent, but he was originally drafted by the Giants in 84, but he chose Arizona State instead. Oh, and there's also the fact that he was a little kid who basically grew up in the Giants clubhouse.
His godfather was Willie Mays.
Yeah.
And he grew up in the Bay Area. He was a Giants fan.
His father was Bobby Bonds. He basically was a different kind of homegrown. So if they did bring Vlad Jr. in, that would be a massive departure. But other than that, if that's not going to be the guy, then you're probably looking at Bryce Eldridge right now. And I think that's the one big glaring issue on Farhan Zaidi is he does not have that centerpiece figure yet.
He's going to be part of that Future Stars game, right? Where they still do that?
An invite, yes.
Okay.
And now Shasky, he's been high on him. He's done the homework on Bryce Eldridge. He is, very high.
I love my sausage.
He does. Bryce Eldridge is basically the sausage of the Giants right now.
Is he a brat? Is he Italian? Is he a kielbasa? What are we going here?
Hopefully he's a spicy one because he needs to bring some heat to this lineup.
I like that. It's a 4.
There we go.
Great.
Shasky thinks he's going to be up here really quick. I honestly, I'm not quite sure when Eldridge will be here. If he's here next year, that'd be awesome. I've seen some of the videos of this dude. He hits some absolute nukes.
Okay.
But you know who else used to hit nukes? Marco Luciano. So that's the, again, with Farhan Zaidi, the young guys, they might be saving his job. They might have got him his extension, but he will not get another extension if 3 years from now we're still saying who's the centerpiece of this lineup.
It's interesting. I'm starting to think about that Mike Trout one real quick, and I'm thinking of Marco Luciano. If he's like the main piece, and if they're looking at him, there's a manager over, and you think about Marco Luciano, you know where I'm going. Marco Luciano is not good with the glove right now. And there was a former player in Oakland that worked with Ron Washington, who was then the bench coach or the third base coach of the Oakland Athletics and is now the manager of the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, of Orange County, of California, whatever you want to call them. Disneyland. But he works and he has a magic touch when it comes to defense with players. Marcus Semien was horrible defensively. The guy made error after error after ever, ended up winning a Gold Glove. Like that is what he did. That is a credit, obviously, to Marcus because he had to work on it, but to Ron Washington. So if you were to buy low on someone, and maybe he's part of a bigger package, maybe get someone else, another couple rookies in there, some proven, Matoses, if you will, sure. But if Marco Luciano is that guy, I can look at Ron Washington saying, you know what? If this guy just gets the glove a little bit, he has that power and he has that swing, and the offense is there, maybe you take a swing like that. Again,
if I'm the
maybe
Angels,
it's pie in the sky, I don't know.
I could see if there is indeed a trade that includes a package built around Marco Luciano for Mike Trout, if I'm the Angels, just that loan, that what Wash can do with Marco Luciano, I could honestly see the Angels coming out on top long term.
Really? Wow.
The Angels would have to do some work there, to coach these guys up a little bit. But
they're in a position that they could be that, you know what, you can make mistakes. Yes. The A's and Marcus Semien there, he had times to make mistakes there. But it also helps early on when you have a Gold Glover and Matt Olson and Matt Chapman to protect you. But nonetheless.
Wash was a big part of why that defensive infield was so good. I always remember back when the A's were with this station, I went down to the Coliseum one day. This was back when Lo Neal was, doing the morning show. And we did this thing where it's just, hey, Lo, go take batting practice with the A's. You're an athlete, whatever.
How do you do, by the way?
He did all right.
Okay.
Well, first off, I'm watching Wash give him this crash course on hitting, which is one of the most incredible things I remember I was streaming it on Facebook at the time, because this was back when Facebook was, relevant. And I'm just sitting there. I'm not even paying attention to what the stream's doing anymore, because I'm just listening to the Wash just break down the finer details of hitting and how you coach different players and stuff like that. And then later on, I'm watching him work with Marcus Semien, and I'm watching the work they're putting in. I watched him for about 5-10 minutes of them putting in this pregame fielding work. And he was using this flat padded glove. There was no fingers on it. It was a way to kind of you get in front of the ball and trap it with your palm. I'm watching these guys do work for about 10 minutes. And I immediately texted to my friends who are big A's fans. Shout out Kevin Hine, Jordan Runco. They're my guys. They're big A's fans. Texting them both at the same time. Marcus Semien's going to win a Gold Glove in 3 years. And they're like, what? Because they're both he stinks. He's never going to be any good. I tell you, this guy's going to be a Gold Glove winner. Let me tell you what I just saw. And there you go. So the Wash effect, it is absolutely real. And I could absolutely see him doing sweet magic with Marco Luciano.
There you go. 888-957-9570. I really enjoyed this Giants talk. We can pick it up on the other side. I also want to get into some more Warrior stuff, put a bow on this conversation, the grades, what have you. And, how's it going to us? Also, I kind of like this question that you had in our rundown, Sandy, about that next face in the Bay Area sports landscape, because Stephen Curry is getting older. And I know we're not ready for it. We're not saying goodbye to Steph yet. Relax. But we're starting to do a look ahead, if you will. Is it going to be Brock Purdy? Is it going to be a guy that joined our station this week from the San Jose Sharks? Macklin Celebrini. I know hockey isn't above those other three sports here in this market, but could he be that player? Could he be a Sidney Crosby, Connor McDavid type out here? Sidney Crosby, by the way, if you listen to the interview, was his favorite player growing up. So Sid the Kid, Mac the Kid, return of the Mac. We'll see. So we'll get into that on the other side, plus more of your calls, more of your text. And again, we're streaming all day long. We're here till 4 o'clock. Not us two. We're going home at 12. But Evan Giddings and Jason Dumas coming in at 12 o'clock. They're here from 12 to 4. And we can't wait to listen to what they got to say in regards to the Giants, in regards to the Warriors, all of that. And by the way, what more Warriors talk? We're not going anywhere. The Warriors offseason summit details are here, Sammy. Did you know that? Warriors offseason summit with all the hosts this Monday, July 8th, 4 to 6. Willard and Dibbs will get the party starting at 2 o'clock, but 4 to 6, all the hosts. Location, Fremont Bank, of course, 39150. So 39150 Fremont Boulevard in Fremont. Space is limited, so go to 957thegame.com to reserve your spot now. And that's what's coming up on the game, brought to you by Safeway.
We're not hard on Brock.
From Missouri. For 13 hours a night, I sit in my truck and I drive. Out of boredom, I'll stop and eat. If I'm not doing fast food, I guarantee there's a bag of chips open on my dashboard.
Spadoni and Loman in for Bonta and Shasky, and heartbreak in Euros for the host country. For those of you that are interested in that, España taking a 2-1 lead as I just spit everywhere there as I say Spain. It's a lovely image for all of you. 2-1 late header for the Spanish side as the host country Germany, Sam, is going to be bounced here unless they have another late goal to push it to penalties. But man, Euro's on fire. The offseason, the NBA on fire. And we're on fire talking some Giants here, but I want to pivot to
not panic.
Thank you. Shout out Joe Shasky. Never panic. You always pivot, baby. Pivot back to the Golden State Warriors as we wrap up this conversation. And by the way, speaking of Warriors, you can see some Warriors in action starting tomorrow at the California Classic at Chase Center, a summer basketball showcase featuring 2024 NBA draft picks, second-year pros, and more players. Go to Warriors.com for your tickets, all brought to you by Clean California. Remember, just one piece of litter can ruin the game. 0 litter is the goal. And a reminder, we are live and local all day today. We are wrapping up here after this segment. 12 o'clock, it'll be Evan Giddings and Jason Dumas taking it the rest of the way, so cannot wait for that. But
really quick, though, before we move on, dude, you've been killing it at the reads these last 2 days.
Oh, thanks, bud.
Like, we've been getting these emails, make sure you're getting this redone, make sure you're getting that redone. You have been on top of getting those reads, and as someone who gets grilled by people at this station, not going to name names, look, for other hosts, not going to name names, not doing reads at the correct time. It very much warms my heart, Spadoni, to see you truly taking the reads seriously and not just executing them at the right times, but dude, we only had to do 2 of those California Classic reads. You've got like 4 or 5 of them in. So we are doing our legwork here, and I appreciate you for being that committed to the job.
Under promise, over deliver. Is that how it goes? There you go. And I like to go back to
that should be the theme of our show.
Former defensive coordinator and now New York Jets head coach. He liked to say, dominate the controllables. That's what I try to do with the reads. You got to dominate the controllables, and that's what I can control. Hey, the takes could be hit or miss, but damn it, I'm going to be structured.
Can't mess with the reads, man.
Can't do it.
Mess with the money.
No, you can't do that.
Show me the money.
We appreciate all of you on the Xfinity mobile text line. Go back to more reads, and on Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter. We're streaming there all day long up until 4 o'clock. So search 95.7 The Game on any of those platforms. Again, that's all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. And for a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Sam, we started the conversation off today basically talking grades for Mike Dunleavy this offseason. Anthony Melton, in. Kyle Anderson, in. Buddy Hield, in. All in a Golden State uniform. Klay Thompson, out. Chris Paul, out. Dario Saric, oh no, out.
I assume he's out.
I assume. Yeah. I don't know what's going on.
I've heard no news from him.
So there you go. And you graded it a B-. I gave it an A-. Has anyone swayed you to change your grade?
Well, I don't know. Alexander in Chicago got me thinking, hey, if you got Buddy Hield in the starting lineup. No, I mean, maybe B- is a little harsh, but I'm also, maybe my expectations are a little bit higher for this team. It's kind of, I'll be honest, I'm split here. I'm sitting on the fence, as Shasky likes to say, because there's the one part of me that thinks the step back move was the right move for this team. And reset your penalties, which they kind of have done. They've reset their second cap penalties. That's what enabled them to get that the mid-level exception, which they used for DeAnthony Melton, the Klay Thompson trade exception. I think that was then used to bring in Kyle Anderson and Buddy Hield. So in that sense, those are great moves to take care of needs you had to address with the resources you had. And now you don't have to deal with those, pesky second apron penalties. So in that sense, with the materials you had to work with, you're not exactly, Tony Stark building the arc reactor in the cave here, but you had something to work with, and turning it into what you have and what Mike Dunleavy has. Yeah, that I will grade you high on the actual moves and the filling of the needs. As far as what that means for this next season, because I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, you won the offseason, that means a great regular season's coming. The Giants just showed that's not how it works.
Yeah.
So the fact that when I still look at this team, I still see a team that probably isn't making it past the first round of the NBA playoffs, and which means another year of Steph Curry not getting a finals run that he desperately needs right now. I think it's still in the B category. Maybe I'll up it to a B just because I do I'm very curious to see what Buddy Hield is going to look like next to Steph Curry. Now, does he start? I don't know. Does he finish? That's the more interesting question.
888-957-9570. Starting and finish. It's not how you start, it's how you finish. as is the case for a lot of teams here in the Bay Area. And it's been really hard for the San Francisco 49ers. I thought about, first when I think of that, I always think of the Niners because, man, they start off so good. They always get there. And then it's been tough there. And then we haven't even really talked to any Niners last 2 days because we're still, I mean, Brandon Ayuk's the story there. Until something happens there, it's, did you want to talk about CMC's wedding and Olivia Culpo and all that sort of stuff?
Which dress?
It was just,
apparently there was, the only reason I bring it up is because someone on social media had to be like, it was awful. I was looking.
Everyone's a critic. Like, come on. Like, what do we do?
Hey, let's just say
I feel like Joe Shasky. This is me. Exactly.
Yeah, like, Spinoni, you've been married. Did Jade like her dress?
She loved her dress.
Then that's all that matters.
And come on.
If the bride deems it a worthy dress, then it's a worthy dress. It's the bride's day.
You got to dress to impress, and they dress to impress. They're both gorgeous people looking at it. It doesn't even really matter what they wear. Have you seen Chris McCaffrey? People. They're just good-looking people. They could have worn nothing for all I care. They look great. And then they had the white party going on. I guess was it Michael Rubin, who's like the owner of Fanatics or whatever. Yeah, he had the white party where all the celebrities and athletes, they all go. It kind of creeps me out, I'm not going to lie. Like every year they show stuff where it's just like...
That's a Wimbledon thing, isn't it?
No, well, yeah, they wear the whites and stuff like that, but they always have this thing around like the summer, around July 4th or on July 4th, where all the celebrities, Kim K, Tom Brady, everyone. I saw a picture of Tobey Maguire and Spider,
I'm glad he's still getting around.
And Donovan Mitchell. Oh yeah, Toby's. Oh dude, he's crushing it.
That's my Spider-Man.
Of course, he's the Spider-Man. All right, don't give me much.
No disrespect to Tom Holland.
But. No, just don't even bring him into the conversation. All right, there's one Spider-Man and one Spider-Man only, and it's Tobey freaking Maguire. The one true
Spider-Man.
Yes, and then Steiny's going back to the OG cartoon. Miss me with that crap. But the cult that is the Michael Rubin white party always kind of creeped me out. I don't know what it is. I don't want people all wearing the same thing at any of my parties. It just gives a cult-like feel to it. I don't know.
It is, yeah, the whole concept of a white party is...
Yeah, now that you say it, the name itself kind of just, you know what?
Right,
I'm out on that. Yeah. I'm out on that. Carter's laughing at that. I was like...
You've seen White Chicks, right?
I have.
Wayans?
Yeah, it's been a minute.
I know. I need to go back and read. That's one of those instant classics. That's
Terry Crews.
Oh, you want to talk about? That's what I think about every time. God, I love that. I'm so bummed we didn't have Marlon Wayans on that day. He had cell phone issues. Wasn't able to join the show. I would love to chop it up with him about that movie. That's a movie you go back and watch.
Marlon Wayans doing okay. I saw TMZ. His house got robbed.
Oh man,
yeah, that's not great.
That's a bummer.
I hope that's why he missed our station or our show the other day.
I remember at the time.
I hope that's not why. I hope he's okay. But
no, it was bad cell service according to his assistant.
That's all right.
So we'll get him on another time. I'm sure. I'm glad he's a fan of the show though.
415 Sammy on the Xfinity Mobile text line. Getting back to some sports. Dunleavy gets an A for the offseason so far. Sometimes the best moves are the ones you don't make. Thank goodness he didn't add Paul George.
Straight out of the Farhan Zaidi book.
4 years, $212 million. City Boy, that's City Boy in SF. Shout out Julian, my guy there. Gets an A. I say A-. I'm not mad at the A. Again, depth pieces are there. I don't think there was a move this offseason, unless you still think Lauri Markkanen is that dude. Hey, I don't think there was a move to be made into a championship.
A surprise move that none of us saw coming.
Yes, exactly. But even what's that surprise move even look like now? Like, is it Jimmy Butler? He was supposedly on the trade block.
Jimmy Butler for Andrew Wiggins, Moses Moody, and whatever you got to do to make those salaries match.
That's a lot of money, too. That's a lot of money. And Jimmy Buckets...
what's Jimmy even making right now?
He's making the max, I think. And he has one more year left on his deal after this season, but it's a player option, and I think he's going to opt out of that and try to re-up somewhere else. He's getting older. He has a lot of wear and tear. He gets hurt. So, I don't know.
That would be an interesting ad, but can you imagine him and Draymond Green on the same team?
It'd be great. I'd love to see it. I love the chaos.
The content would be so incredible.
It'd be tremendous. It'd be absolutely incredible.
Same old Jimmy Buckets to me.
Oh, God. I'll give you a 2 for that one. Hold on. I would say it right here.
Absolutely
That's
incredible.
How I feel about it.
It would be. Those two, that would be. The content on this show would be incredible.
415 on the Xfinity.
Same old Klay to me.
Thank you, Bonte. Fire YouTube. YouTube, I don't know how he's trying to say this. Fire YouTube bounce. Gotta say you killed it today. Again, it's autocorrect. I don't know what they're trying to say.
Oh, it sounds like he's saying he can't listen anymore, but he appreciated the work we put in the show.
There you go. He actually sent an autocorrect. There you go.
Oh, there you go.
Before YouTube bounce. Gotta say you killed it today.
Before YouTube bounce.
Balanced format, good flow, and a reference to the Euro Championships outside the Bay Area sports world. Of course, I love your A.
We are well-rounded that
I'd be talking about Copa America, and I'd be talking more about Euros, but USA's bounced. And hey, by the way, hashtag fire Greg Berhalter. Berhalter out. I'm going to keep saying that. Can we get someone here that knows his S about actual soccer?
What are we doing?
Go after Jurgen Klopp. I know it'd be a pipe in the sky, pie in the sky, pipe dream, whatever. Go after that guy. He is incredible. And then Italy got bounced in the Euros, so I haven't really been paying attention too much. But the host country is officially eliminated. They are gone. Spain advances to the semifinals. Germany is out. Sam Loman. There you go.
There you go. Germany taking L's in Europe. It's
hate to see that.
1945 all over again.
You truly hate to see that. We got World War II references galore. We've gotten Industrial Revolution. We've gotten that.
Dude, we're like low-key history nerds.
My dad was a big history buff. We visited, I don't know if you guys do this in the Bay, but down in Monterey, we used to do 8th grade field trips to Washington, D.C., 7th and 8th.
You got to do that too?
Yeah, I got to do that. And my dad was the chaperone. It was actually kind of cool. At first, I was like, I don't know if I want my dad there, but it was actually kind of cool to see the history. He really appreciates American history, European history. So being able to chat with him and talk to him throughout that was a really cool memory. So there you go.
I'm glad. I remember when my school did it, we were such like ruffians that the group that puts it on didn't want our school back. We were so. I myself was not. I was not a part of it. I'm gonna distance myself right now. But oh yeah, the nuttiness that the kids on my trip to DC did, like you were vandalizing hotel rooms or breaking stuff. One kid took off like in the middle of the night, so we're sitting on a bus for like 2 hours while they tried to find
left.
He just took off. He was having a bad night, and it was just
having a bad night.
It was just we were throwing food at all the restaurants and stuff because every restaurant they took us to was like a buffet for some reason, and it was, which I guess makes sense. Yeah, like 60 middle schoolers or whatever. Yeah, it was just a disaster of a trip, and so my middle school was not invited back to DC by that group for many years.
Damn, bad boy Sam Lubman over here, man.
No,
he's going
I was not a part of it.
He's going to the cuts of middle schools.
I'm gonna snitch on people. I was a witness to most of this nuttiness, so I was not the bad boy.
You should have leaned into it and be like, everyone would have thought you were just some badass Sam Lubman. Be like, wow, Lubs is getting his school canceled from all this sort of stuff. Bad boy. I mean, look at that Miami.
Unfortunately, I can't.
He's got that Miami tattoo over there. He's got the gun show. I don't know if I want. I mean, I'm a father of a daughter now. I don't know if I feel it. He's a bad boy over here. Look at those locks.
Oh, you know what? The way I see it, Daryl the Guru Johnson set the precedent on Wednesday. You can go sleeveless at this station now.
In fairness, he did say, and I don't know if I believe any of this. I think he just wanted to show the guns because he was feeling confident that day. I love you, Goo. But he was basically saying his laundry list was.
I'm not a system player. I am a system.
Thank you.
Wrong system drop from Goo.
No, but he was basically saying his laundry list or his laundry was all gone that day.
I am the system of this show.
Yeah, he had to just rock the tank. I don't believe a word of that.
No, here's the good.
And he tucked it in. You don't tuck in the tank.
It's the tucking in that got me the most. But here's the like Guru and myself, we got the arms to pull off the sleeveless look here. Not many other people at the station.
Oh, relax, you guys. Jesus. You're all creatined up, all you're roided out over there and stuff like that. Eugenics, you and Big Hurt, baby?
No, I get the whey protein going, though.
Whey protein's fine. That's good. 888-957-9570
get this show back on the rails here.
We got 10 minutes left. It's been a fun show. I've really enjoyed it this week. It's just so much to talk about in the Bay right now in the Warriors off season. So we'll try to land this plane the best way we can heading into Evan Giddings and Jason Dumas for the next 4 hours. And I'm sure they're going to be talking a lot about this team in this offseason. I'm sure they will touch about the San Francisco Giants, who again are 7-3 in their last 10. Massive final end of this road trip in Cleveland for them. Can they, keep this thing going heading into a home stretch here before the All-Star break, Sam Lubman? But I'm looking at my TV, and I kind of do want to talk about this because we really haven't talked about it. And I want to finish on this note. Brandon Ayuk, and he is frustrated that contract numbers got leaked to the public. They've been very contentious throughout this whole thing. And not to say it wasn't with Deebo Samuel, less so with Nick Bosa. It just took a long time. But I do think the 49ers are playing with fire here in this sense. When Deebo Samuel had his contract extension talks and he was late into camp, he did not have a great season that year. Nick Bosa, coming off a DPOY season last year, did not have his best stuff. He was good, wasn't great. I'm kind of worried about the same thing with Brandon Ayuk. If this leaks into training camp, that they're bringing in a guy, Sam Lubman, that is going to be behind the 8 ball. And could he have another down season? And then if you're Brock Purdy, who's having a monster contract year, is he going to be looking at Ricky Pearsall? Is he going to be looking at Deebo Samuel more? Like, this is the most route running elite route runner on this team that you have to rely on going forward. It makes me nervous that you're going to have to rely on more of George Kittle and Deebo Samuel to carry that load. Not that they can't, but I think Brandon Ayuk coming off a second-team All-Pro season, I would like him to be here by training camp, and I don't think that's going to happen.
No, I think that if you're the Niners, listen, you're already behind the eight ball, so to speak, coming off a Super Bowl loss. We know how difficult that Super Bowl loss hangover is. Those seasons rarely ever go right. I mean, the Chiefs were obviously an exception to that rule a few years ago, but they do have Patrick Mahomes, which kind of offsets a lot of those things.
Well, even then, when they lost, I want to say when they lost that Super Bowl, they didn't get back because they got bounced in the AFC Championship to the Cincinnati Bengals who played the Rams. They did lose that next year.
Yeah. But I mean, if the Niners made it back to the NFC title game, I mean, I'm talking about, again, Spadoni, you and I, you're a Raider fan. I grew up a Raider fan. We all know how devastating those losses can be and how long they can hang over the organization.
Well, they've never recovered.
No, they have not.
They left the city.
And the Niners a couple years ago when they lost the Super Bowl for the first time, that next year in 2020, they came back. Obviously, 2020 doesn't really count. But that was a broken down season. They had a lot of injuries, a lot of issues that year. So you're already behind the eight ball in that sense. We said last year was Super Bowl or bust. This year is absolutely Super Bowl or bust because this will get broken up. Probably regardless how this season ends.
It's going to be like so listen, like they're going to bring back Brock Purdy for what price point I do not know. If he's going to break the bank, that's going to be kind of scary because, again, it hampers you in other ways elsewhere. Kind of like the second apron we have in NBA. We're kind of seeing like the NBA and NFL contracts kind of not being the same or similar, but having to pick and choose your spots within team building becomes very tricky. So, yes, it might look like a bargain in a few years, but for the immediate future, it might be a little difficult if you're paying Brandon Ayuk, if you're paying Brock Purdy, and if you're paying Nick Bosa and all these other players, you're going to have to start cost cutting elsewhere. And that's where this is the last dance, so to speak. And maybe last dance isn't even the right word because last dance
dance for this core.
Sure, but even I feel stupid saying last dance because when you say last dance, you're insinuating that this team had won a championship. They never won a title. They gotten close a couple times, but they never won it.
Yeah, it's the last ride.
It's the last ride, the last prove it year for them.
But again, of this core, because I do think
of George Kittle, of Deebo Samuel, of Brandon Ayuk, those are the guys I'm looking at because one of those guys is going to be gone after next year.
I think Deebo's gone. I think Kittle might be the next one you move off there. I want the Niners to at all costs, you got to bring Ayuk back because Brock Purdy is going to be the centerpiece of this team. If you have a quarterback, you have a shot. And the next core of this team will be built around Purdy. Bosa will be a part of it. Hopefully Fred Warner will be a part of it. Trent Williams, probably not. Deebo Samuel, probably not. George Kittle, probably not. So I'm willing to, if your big three, so to speak, or your core four is Brock, Ayuk, Bosa, and Warner going forward, throw CMC in there too. So I would give the money to Ayuk because, Phil Simms, remember, we had him on the Morning Roast a few weeks ago. He said that Brock's performance this year will probably determine what his contract looks like when he signs it next year. So if Brock's going to have the best season he could possibly have, he's going to need Brandon Ayuk, going at full speed all year long because Brandon Ayuk, there were so many drives last year that just were started basically by, Brock hitting Ayuk downfield or Brock hitting Ayuk on that 12-yard out. Like, he needs Ayuk to spark this offense. So to hold Ayuk back or to give him an Ayuk that isn't fully up to speed, you're not only hurting your team, but you're hurting your quarterback and you're hurting your quarterback's money potentially too.
It's interesting. Football is right around the corner. People say this is the dead time in sports. Oh, no. There is a lot still happening within the sports world. We got the Olympic basketball coming up. The Giants post All-Star break. What are they going to do? Again, the Warriors roster, is this it? How much better have they improved? But that's for another day. Today, it's been fun. But we're going to finish up with Fast Five, Sammy. Let's go.
It's time for the Xfinity Fast Five. Your last chance to get in on the morning roast. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet. Only from Xfinity.
Yes, indeed, Klay Thompson. It's time for the Xfinity Fast Five, where we give our final thoughts on the show. Brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network. Only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Sam Lubman? Evan, excuse me. I think that's the second day I did that. Evan's coming up next. Kata, do you have a final thought?
Yeah, I want to shout out the WBC for expelling Ryan Garcia yesterday. I'm so happy that clown is gone. I just think...
Provide a little backstory.
Yeah. Wait, so he got expelled.
You said WBC, I immediately thought World Baseball Classic. So
no,
keep in mind, this is the audience you're dealing with.
Professional boxing.
Okay.
Ryan Garcia, he went on a stream and was spewing racial slurs, basically, and the WBC put their foot down and completely expelled him, basically, from professional boxing. I'm sure we'll see him fighting against Jake Paul in the future or something like that. But thank God for some integrity back in boxing.
Well, he had already gotten popped and suspended for a year after a failed drug test in his last fight, which was ruled a no contest after he won that fight and got a belt, but that's all stripped from him now. And now he has turned into a disgraced boxer. Add that to the list of disgraced boxers, obviously, of the last 10, 20, 30, 40, and then going back to whenever. So yeah, good call there. Bye. See you later. Not going to miss you. Sam, what's your final thought?
My final thought is we didn't really talk about it all today on the show. But, the Giants defense has been great this year, but I think we should take time to recognize great defensive play. Last night they had that relay where it was Conforto to Chapman to Bailey at the plate to get Matt Olson trying to score on a double from first base. Shout out good defense by the Giants. Just a great relay there. And let's be honest, Giants defense, I think, is kind of starting to pick it up a little bit. So hopefully that continues because, again, force Farhan to do something big at this deadline. Don't put him in a position where he's just like, oh, well, we got these returning guys. Make him do something.
Scared money don't make money, Sam Loman. At least that Chris Bryant one was inspired a little bit, right? And even though he didn't re-sign him, it's like, oh, wow, Chris Bryant, he's won a World Series with the Chicago Cubs. He's playing pretty well.
It was a legitimate trade.
It was legitimate, right? So my final thought, he's off of Mike Dunleavy. He's doing a great job, Warriors fans. I mean, I get it. You lost a Hall of Famer. You lost, two Hall of Famers, really, but one really a statue potential guy in Klay Thompson. That was difficult. He moved off of Jordan Poole. That was difficult. Now Chris Paul's gone, but you brought in Buddy Hield, brought in Kyle Anderson, brought in DeAnthony Melton. I think those are three tremendous depth pieces. If he doesn't do anything else, I think this has been an A- offseason for him, just given what he had inherited, and he is building within, as Big Smooth and Phil Mike alluded to earlier on the show. Hey, you got to build from within sometimes. Continuity is key. Just look at the Boston Celtics. Continuity, championship. Denver Nuggets, continuity, championship. Milwaukee Bucks, when they won it, continuity, a championship. So that will pay dividends going down the road. Man, this is fun, man. This is fun.
This was fun.
888-957-9570. Yeah, right. You're off Monday, though, aren't you?
I am off on Monday. I'm taking a 3-day weekend, yeah.
Must be nice. I think I'm solo dolo on Monday for a little bit until Evan comes in. That's fine, though. Are you here? Are you going to be here with me, Carter?
Carter, what are you doing on Monday?
I could be here.
You could be. Well, you got to let Lucas Alexander know.
Lucas, are you listening? Get Carter in here.
And by the way, I'd be remiss if I didn't tell anyone on... Well, let me do that closing read first. That was the Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity at home or on the go. You'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. And what's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. It's Evan Giddings, it's Jason Dumas, and the Warriors offseason summit is coming up on Monday, July 8th on the rooftop terrace of Fremont Bank's state-of-the-art new headquarters. Starts at 2 o'clock with Willard and Dibbs live, and then the rest of the crew from 4 to 6. Go to 957thegame.com to reserve your spot today. Evan Giddings, Jason Dumas from 12 to 4 right here on 95.7 The Game.
Don't miss the 4th of July sale at Lazy Boy Furniture Galleries. For a limited time, save 30%.
Evan Giddings alongside Jason Dumas. We'll get back 12-4 as we move along here on 95.7 The Game. Appreciate everyone joining us, I should say, in the morning. Joe Spadoni, Sam Loman doing a fantastic job. We keep it rolling right here, 4 hours. And even though, look, it's another hot day in the Bay. I know you were working hard, until like midnight, Jay?
Yeah, got off at midnight last night.
But it's another steamy one. I'm not sure. Again, we're kind of waiting for something to percolate, waiting for something to happen. But either way, I look forward to rocking with you for the next 4 hours. I had fun yesterday, Jay.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I'm glad Sam and them got all the Giants talk out of the way. If anybody calls in and wants to talk Giants, of course, we can get there. But, man, we have... It's early July. That's like peak NBA offseason news cycle. So we're still wondering if Mike Dunleavy is working the phones and trying to make some more moves on the roster. I think Ev, me and you have been pretty satisfied with what he's done up to this point. Obviously, Klay Thompson gone, Chris Paul gone, Lester Quinones gone, presumably Dario Saric gone. He had a nice game yesterday in whatever the Olympic I don't know what the heck they're playing, but they're getting ready for the Olympics.
Slovenia, dude, he had a triple-double, right? Didn't they beat Doncic?
Yeah.
Croatia beat Slovenia.
They also played New Zealand. Do you know what they do before the game, New Zealand?
No, but those Australians and New Zealand teams are something else. Like, like the haka or something?
Yeah, they're like, screaming. So, obviously, we had that viral clip years ago when New Zealand played USA, and it's pregame, and they're doing it, staring at the players, and it's like Derrick Rose and Melo and all of them. They're just kind of just staring with blank faces. It was funny. They showed a clip. Guys like 10 feet away from Dario, just screaming in his face, going through his. I don't know what the right word is. I don't want to be disrespectful to people's culture. So forgive me if I don't use the right vernacular. But he's just screaming in Dario's face, and Dario's just staring at him like, I don't really know how to react to this. So that was pretty funny. So yeah, we got over international basketball going on right now. We have Summer League starts tomorrow.
Yep,
Chase
California
Center,
Classic.
California Classic. Tomorrow, I think we have Warriors Heat, right?
Yep, at 3:30 p.m.
So we will see Anthony Vereen making his debut on the bench. He's a Warriors assistant coach. And then we'll see Trace. We'll see Brandon Podziemski. We won't, I think you said, Evan, we won't see Quentin Post.
Quentin Post was not on the roster. I know he was dealing with an injury when they drafted him, so it was kind of like
I think I saw Dalton.
California Classic game time decision.
I think I saw my man Dalton report over at NBC Sports Bay Area report that he is dealing with an injury. It is not serious, but that's why he won't be available. But hey, Guy Santos, I love watching him play.
Yeah, right now we got TJD, Pod, Santos, and Pat Spencer's probably the other name that people would recognize.
Oh, yeah, Pat Spencer. I just saw, I think it was yesterday, the Warriors tweeted, "Happy birthday, Pat Spencer." So a belated birthday for Pat. Good dude. I covered Pat. I covered Guy. There's a couple other guys I saw on the roster, on this California Classic roster that I covered all last year in Santa Cruz doing the sideline reporting for them. And I loved covering everybody on that roster was really cool. I think Jimmy Witt is on the roster. He's a good dude. So it'll be fun. I'm going to be in the building tomorrow. Bronny, I mean, I haven't seen any reports suggesting otherwise, but I would assume Bronny will play.
Yeah, you would think so.
This weekend.
He's got a guaranteed contract.
I hope he's not too big for Summer League. You never know the way things are going.
I was going to say, don't put it past a LeBron to do something.
You never know, but that would be great. There's a local kid on the Miami Heat. His name is Kashad Johnson, went to San Leandro High School.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
So it'll be cool to see him play. I watched him. I've been covering him very closely over the last 5 years. So look, man, Warriors need to give me a paycheck because I'm selling this California Classic. Technically, they do give me a paycheck with the Santa Cruz Warriors. It says Golden State Warriors on my paycheck. But the fact is, no advertising. I just think if you're a basketball fan and you're itching for some hoop action, Chase Center's the place to be tomorrow. It'll be a fun day. 2 games, 4 teams, some interesting names on each roster.
And while we're plugging it, it is, again, starting tomorrow, July 6th, a summer basketball showcase, the California Classic, featuring all those picks we just mentioned, second-year pros, and more. So go to Warriors.com to grab your tickets, all brought to you by Clean California. Remember, just one piece of litter can ruin the game. 0 litter is the goal. All right, that's Jason Dumas. My name is Evan Giddings. Thanks to everyone filing in and continuing to stay on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Shout out to the Xfinity Mobile text line. 888-957-9570 is the number. We actually do have a piece of news today, Jay, that I think is big. I'm not going to lie to you. I think it's big because it centers around somebody we talked about ad nauseum yesterday, and I think will be, well, potentially, if the Warriors don't swing a big trade, all eyes are going to be on him this summer. And I'm talking about Jonathan Kuminga. Because moments ago, from Adrian Wojnarowski of ESPN, Orlando Magic forward Franz Wagner has agreed to a 5-year max rookie contract, $270 million. So 5 years, worth up to $270 million for Franz Wagner, who, of course, is not only in the same class as Jonathan Kuminga, but they are 1 pick apart. And Kuminga is also somebody that is contract extension eligible this summer. So 888-957-9570. What does that mean for Jonathan Kuminga? Franz Wagner, I think he's a good player, Jay. But Scotty Barnes has been maxed out. I think Cade Cunningham, they've already said in Houston they're not going to max out Şengün or Green. But what does that mean for Jonathan Kuminga? And what does it mean for the Warriors?
It could mean a multitude of things. So first and foremost, let me tell you what I think it means to Jonathan Kuminga, then I'll tell you what I think it means to the Golden State Warriors, because they're different answers.
Oh, they are. And right now they might be far apart.
I know Jonathan Kuminga, for better or for worse. I'm not giving my opinion on whether I think he's right or wrong. I'm just telling you what I believe he thinks. Just off covering him and knowing him pretty well, relatively speaking. He's one of the guys on the team who I actually, every time I see him, we have a good conversation. We chat. We talk about things outside of basketball. He knows my interests. I know his interests. I go and watch his cousins play at Bishop Reardon because I had another kid who I've been following at Bishop Reardon, so I've seen him at Reardon.
They pull up the games too. It's cool.
Yeah. I've sat next to him at Bishop Reardon watching a game. What I know of Jonathan, he's an extremely confident person. Not cocky. He's not a cocky guy, but he is confident. He believes in himself. He always has believed in himself. And like we said, and I think we were talking off air, I'm not sure you said this on air, but you said to me that you get the impression that he works really hard, too. He works at it.
I think so.
No, he does. He does. From all things considered, everything I've been told, he works at it. There was some curiosity about his work ethic after his rookie year. Mm-hmm. And it was even questioned by some people.
Stephen A. Smith brought it up.
Yeah, Stephen A. Smith.
Close with Joe Lacob.
Stephen A. Smith, for everything he is, he's mostly an entertainer now. So, sure. But don't get it messed up. He has sources, and when he wants to put his reporter hat on, he can probably do it as good or better than majority of reporters in the NBA. I grew up on Stephen A. Smith when he was the Philadelphia 76ers beat reporter for the Philadelphia Inquirer. Second to none as a beat reporter in the NBA. If Stephen A. Smith wants to be a reporter, he can put that hat back on. He's not a reporter anymore. He's just an entertainer, and he kind of likes to hear himself talk. But my point is, when he says something specific like that, don't just throw it out the window. He's probably been told that. And I'll actually be honest, I was kind of told similar things. So anyway, I think Jonathan Kuminga heard that loud and clear, and there has not been any questions about his work ethic since then. To answer the question, what do I think it means for Jonathan Kuminga? Kuminga is going to look at all his peers and say, I deserve just as much as them. And the only reason I might not have as much equity as they do in this league and clout is because Steve Kerr has not given me a chance. So I need that max rookie contract too, or you need to give me somewhere who will give it to me. That's just Kuminga's perspective. Warriors, I think, is going to be the same as those those people in the suits were in Houston with Sengun.
Can't do it.
Can't do it. At least not yet. You're going to have to play out this year. We're going to see. I mean, that's Joe Lacob. I mean, he made Steve Kerr sweat it out for a while before he got a new deal. Bob Myers and him, before Bob decided to step down, they were going to it. Draymond Green waited to the summer of his free agency. He signed that 4-year for 100. Like, wasn't it like 2 days before free agency actually started?
Yeah.
It was really soon.
Yeah, it was early.
Even Steph Curry. I remember I asked Steph a couple years ago before he signed that extension, like, hey, what's up with your contract? And Steph was just like, we haven't really talked about it yet. Who knows if Steph was telling me the truth or not? Obviously, probably had talked about it. But my point is, he didn't go sprinting to Steph years before he needed to. It kind of got down to coming up. All right, we're getting down to it. So why the heck would he do it with Kuminga? He's not going to. We know, just based off history, Kuminga's going to have to play this year without getting that rookie extension. Now, if Kuminga's on the roster and all of a sudden Kuminga's averaging 24 points per game, playing really well, then they'll have that conversation. And I think it's certainly possible. Kuminga, I think, could be primed for a big year. Now, me and you are kind of on the same page. Will those numbers be hollow?
Yeah.
Or will they be like winning numbers? Because we see so many people in the NBA. Doesn't mean you're not talented. It doesn't mean you're not good, but a lot of empty, hollow stats. And like, Kuminga had good stats last year. I'm not sure how much he contributed to winning.
Good point.
If that makes sense.
I think
I'm not saying he was out there hurting them.
No.
But you know what
he definitely had a stretch. I mean, when they went, what was it, like 15-5, when they went to that front court of Wiggins, Kuminga, and Draymond, I thought he was contributing to winning basketball. But to me, it was a little unsustainable just because playing Draymond at the 5 for 30 to 35 minutes at his age wasn't going to work.
Yeah, and
you can make a case it was more because of Draymond's ability to play the 5 than Kuminga's ability to kind of slide to the 4.
And you'll never hear Draymond complain about that. He won't publicly. He probably won't even privately to the coaching staff because he's a prideful guy who take my lunch pail out there with me to work and just get after it. He doesn't feel like guarding these centers for 40 minutes every night. I know he don't.
Oh, hell no. He's given up a half foot sometimes in like 50 pounds.
Yeah.
No chance.
And the crazy thing is he does a pretty good job at it. But
yeah, he's good at it.
Yeah, it's just the wear, the tear. Yeah, he can't guard 5s all season. He just can't. I mean, he can, but it's not good for him.
No, I wouldn't expect him to play a whole season doing that. And I think that's why the emergence of Trace Jackson-Davis was so important. But of course, the consequence of it, or the guy that kind of got bumped off, was Kuminga. Mm-hmm. Now, it also coincided with him getting hurt, and he had, a little bit of a knee thing. And so when he came back, they decided, all right, we're going to go with Draymond at the 4, Trace at the 5, because I think they were prioritizing Draymond. But that's why the question about if Kuminga can play small forward moving into this season is so important. I still think, and we touched on this at the tail end of the show yesterday, I still think they're trying to move on from Wiggins. I still think they're trying to clear a path for someone like Jonathan Kuminga. But I think this is why the Franz Wagner extension, and again, for those that didn't hear, Franz Wagner and the Orlando Magic have agreed to a 5-year rookie max contract that is worth up to $270 million. I think this is fascinating because there are so many angles to this that don't just include Kuminga, but also, Jay, we were talking yesterday about how the Warriors would be able to make a move. Well, if Kuminga's a player, and I think you're right, like Kuminga is somebody that probably looks at Franz Wagner and is like, dude, I'm better than him. I just don't get to play as much as he does.
Right, 100%.
And to be fair, I mean, Wagner last year, he contributed to winning basketball, but he wasn't their best player.
He had a pretty bad postseason, too.
He did. It was his first, and he's still young, but over the course of the season, he shot below 30% from 3. Like, he didn't even average 20 points per game. I don't think he played even 35 minutes per game. So Orlando's a place where I think you do have to overpay a little bit to keep people there because it's not, a money market. No one's lining up to get to the Magic. So it's a smart investment by them. But also, if you're Kuminga, you say, dude, if I was in Orlando the last 3 years and had a chance to play 30 minutes a night, like I'd be putting up equally as good numbers, if not better.
He would.
So if you're Kuminga, you have every right to think that your price tag, I mean, the price of the brick going up, but if you're the Golden State Warriors, ain't no way in hell I'm coming close to $270 million right now. If you're the Golden State Warriors, you look at this contract and there might be some, oh my gosh, I can't. You can't do it. Like you cannot pay Jonathan Kuminga close to that amount of money. And it's not because he's not a good player, and it's not because he doesn't have a super high ceiling. It's because he's still right now somewhat of an unknown. And the other part of this too, Jason, is I imagine a lot of people knew about this before it became official. If you're a team that is trading for Kuminga potentially, if you're the Clippers, if you are the Jazz, if you were the Clippers, if you are the Jazz, if you are New Orleans, because Ingram was a name that was floated yesterday. If you're any team that has an inkling to get Kuminga, because he's the centerpiece right now in all these trade talks for the Warriors, and you hear that he wants to be maxed out, that might actually deflate his value.
Yes and no. I mean, it just depends.
Unless you think he's that good.
Well, it's also, if you're a team just looking to rebuild, who cares about your payroll? Like, I mean, obviously, most of your players are going to be low salary players because you're trying to bottom out. If you have one guy like Kuminga who might, in theory, be maybe a little overpaid, like, at least you get 2 years to look at him, and maybe all of a sudden you hit gold with him. You know what I mean? So, I mean, yeah, his trade value could go down on that number with certain teams, but for a team like the Clippers, I don't think it would, because the Clippers are about to bottom out. I have a feeling they're about to bottom out, and they're going to be a lottery team next year. And, it's probably not going to happen. He's not going to get that extension here. Joe Lacob, can you imagine Klay? All of a sudden, Kuminga gets his rookie max extension. He would not be happy about that. Even though he's out of sight, out of mind at this point, it still would rub him the wrong way, I would imagine. But
$44.8 million per year. That's the annual right now. It could be worth up to $270 if he makes an All-NBA team, Franz Wagner. But
which ain't happening.
I don't think so.
No, he's not one of the 10 or top 15.
Top 15 players. No,
not close.
But he's still right now a $45 million player, Franz Wagner.
I feel like they just had to do it. I mean, even though they didn't. Houston said, "No, we're cool."
Yeah, well, but that's the decision about Kuminga too. Is Wagner's on the same timeline? Like, he's still got one more year left on his rookie deal. Orlando might also be a place that's, it's less, it's more difficult to keep and maintain stars or just players in general.
Yeah, that's true.
So that could be a reason why they overpay. But again, if I'm Kuminga and I'm saying, I understand their situation. The Magic operate on a different plane than we do. Or the Warriors, they're Orlando. It might be easier to get people over here than there. But at the same time, it doesn't change the fact that this guy has established a market for himself, and I think I'm in that same class.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, Wagner has a little more clout and credentials than Kuminga does, but like you said, he's just had more opportunity. I mean, Kuminga is also an NBA champion. You know what I mean? Like, Wagner's never going to win an NBA championship if I had to bet.
In Orlando.
Yeah, never in Orlando. I mean, maybe if he gets traded somewhere, sure. But Orlando's not winning. Even though Orlando does have a nice roster, if they get if they were able to get Paul George, I think they would have been like a top 4 team, top 3 team in the East, and could maybe make it out. But
I mean, they were a top 4 team, I think, most of the year up until towards the end. I mean, they won 47 games, one more game than the Warriors, but obviously the East is a little bit easier to compete in. They took the Cleveland Cavaliers 7 games in the first round, and pretty much their entire core is beneath the age of 25. I mean, Jalen Suggs, Franz Wagner, Paolo Banchero, Wendell Carter Jr., Cole Anthony, Markelle Fultz, I guess Mo Wagner, the older brother, is 26, but you added KCP. I mean, they pretty much have the exact same team coming back at this point, and all of them are extremely young. So I see what Orlando is trying to do, but again, I wonder what it means for someone like Jonathan Kuminga and what it means for the Golden State Warriors, who are still, as we speak, trying to figure out, I think, how they can improve this roster and swing a trade. Whether it's Markkanen, Ingram. I do think that there is a player out there that they're trying to acquire. I don't think they're done yet, but I think this complicates things a little bit on the Kuminga front, because if you're a team that is, like, I don't see how it's possible for you to look at Jonathan Kuminga as another team and say, we know exactly what that guy's going to be. Because I don't think the Warriors do, to be quite honest. He just hasn't played enough. And so if you're a team that's looking to acquire him, and I think you should, he's the only guy on the Warriors that I would want as a young piece. Mm-hmm. But if his price just went up for his extension, it's one of those things we were talking about with Markkanen yesterday, Jay. It's like, if you trade for Lauri Markkanen, I'm also assuming that you're going to be able to extend him, because you wouldn't give up whatever you'd get up for 1 year of Lauri Markkanen.
Right.
I'm imagining it's the same for if you're taking Kuminga, that if you trade for him, you assume that you're going to keep him.
So, and this is one of those things where I self-admittingly don't know all the rules. I try not to act like I do. So next year will be Kuminga's final year of his rookie deal, correct?
Yes.
And so after that, he just becomes an unrestricted free agent?
He becomes a restricted free agent.
That's what I thought.
So, so you can match.
So then they can match. Okay. Yeah, they're gonna take that to the line. There's no incentive on the Warriors to, unless they think Kuminga will be so disgruntled, it'll just mess up team chemistry. But which I don't think will happen. I think, obviously we know Jonathan is not afraid to share his opinion. Ask those folks at the Chronicle. I think it was CJ Holmes who wrote that article on the record too. It wasn't even off the record. He was like, no, I don't trust him. So I mean, like, Jonathan Kuminga is not afraid to.
I mean, there was the report this most recent year where he didn't. I mean, the quote was, it was from his camp. It wasn't from Kuminga, but it was basically JK doesn't believe that he can develop under Steve Kerr.
And it was completely fair. It was in my opinion. I mean, everybody might have their opinion on that, and people might not like the way he went about it, but I think that was fair. I mean, look, it's just
he wasn't getting any burn.
It's super cool that guys like Kuminga and Moody can get drafted to an organization like the Warriors that has so much clout within the NBA and the sports world in general, and be rookie NBA champions. Were they rookie NBA champions, or was it Wiseman the rookie NBA champ?
Wiseman's second year. Kuminga and Moses' first year.
Yeah, they were rookie champs. Like, that's crazy. They didn't get meaningful playoff minutes, but they both even got some minutes, some burn, like some spot action here and there. Spell this guy for the last 2.5 minutes of the quarter. This, that, and the third.
Moody got minutes in the Western Conference Finals.
I remember that. So like they're legitimate champions. They helped the team win a championship. Obviously, they weren't regular rotation minutes, but they were getting their burn here and there. Not many people can say that. So it's cool that they got that experience, but then they also look at their fellow draft classmates and they're like, damn, these dudes have all the opportunity in the world that I haven't really gotten. Now, Steve Kerr might be able to say, no, I've done this, I've done that, but we know especially Moses, he has not gotten regular rotation minutes to the point where he can actually prove himself and develop a name for himself around the NBA, which in turn gets him paid. Mm-hmm. Just hasn't had that. Kuminga has had it way more, but last year was really the first year Kuminga got that, and Kuminga had to put his throat, figuratively speaking, put his foot on Steve Kerr's neck.
Yeah.
He had to go to the media. That's what I'm saying. Like,
and it worked.
It did work. It worked out to his benefit. I mean, that's what I mean. I don't blame him. You got to remember, like, these guys have a 10-year window. A guy like Kuminga probably has like a 10-year window to make a lot of money. You got to get to it.
Well, and that's why I do think that this is big. 888-957-9570 is the number. Franz Wagner and the Orlando Magic have agreed to a 5-year rookie max deal worth up to $270 million. What does that mean for Jonathan Kuminga? How does that affect the way that you view his extension eligibility this summer? I think it's one thing, Jason, to look at a player like Wagner, if you're Kuminga, and say, okay, well, he's on the Magic. This is the first year they've been good. I played on some good teams. He's got to start 231 games. I mean, he's never come off the bench in his career, Franz Wagner. I kind of live with that. Okay, I get it. I was drafted to a team. I'm a raw prospect. We won a championship. I get it. But this extension, if I'm Kuminga, this is the first time where I'm finally feeling like, all right, there's real life ramifications for me being patient. And the ramifications are money. And Chris Tucker, money talks. Like the moment that you hear Vagner getting maxed out, you might not feel like you are a max player yet, but when you see that real life earnings could be $250 million, then that patience begins to wear thin. Your camp starts to look at the Warriors and say, well, when are we going to get paid? And if you want to take it up into the finish line, if you want to take it to restricted free agency, well, then this might not be exactly how you think it's going to go. Like, we are going to play hardball because we want to get like you said, we want to maximize that 10-year window. There's something to Kuminga being all right with looking at Vagner and being okay with him just playing and getting more burn. But when you see him getting more money than you and you feel like you're better than him, whether you are or aren't, that to me, that would irk me a little bit. That would make me feel some type of way.
Yeah, and I'm sure Kuminga would echo your sentiment. I really am. So it'll be interesting to see how all that plays out. He has to play good basketball. That's really what matters first and foremost. And I think he's putting into work. And the longer this goes, the more likely it seems like he will be on the team next year, I think. And we'll talk to Tony Jones, beat reporter over for the Utah Jazz over at The Athletic. He'll tell us a little more into this Lauri Markkanen situation, but I don't think it's going to happen. I think it's a pipe dream. I think Dub Nation needs to kind of look at reality, you know, and just take a breath. That ain't happening. Something else might happen, but Lauri ain't coming here.
Well, and again, this goes back to our conversation yesterday, which we got into towards the end. We can continue also. You know, this idea is of Mike Dunleavy catching hell or catching a break for what he's done this offseason. Evan Giddings alongside Jason Dumas on 95.7 The Game. When we come back, we'll continue to discuss what this deal means. Franz Wagner's for Jonathan Kuminga. What is his future? Is it in Golden State? Is it as a restricted free agent? Is it as a trade piece? Is it for Markkanen? Is it for somebody we're not thinking about? How can this Warriors team get back to where they need to? Or is that even on the table? And then a little later on, because we got the Team USA practice starting up, I saw Steph get to Las Vegas this morning. Now, how are the Warriors going to sell Steph Curry on this offseason right now? 888-957-9570 is the number. Dumas and Giddings back with you on 95.7 The Game after this.
A safe, reliable flow of water throughout your entire property.
NBC and covered that first round for The Athletic.
Yeah.
And so that's what they've been doing.
He used to cover the Thunder, right?
Yeah, he did. And obviously Slater also covers the Kings a little bit because he lives out there in Sac. For Tony, especially the last couple years with the Jazz struggling, for a while he never had the time to cover any other team, but past couple of years with the Jazz struggling, they put him on the Nuggets beat once the Jazz season is over. And so he's been doing that too, but he mainly his main cup of tea is the Utah Jazz, and he's broken a couple stories over the past couple of days with who the Jazz have been talking to amongst the Warriors, if he thinks the Jazz are going to end up trading him. He's seen this before. The Jazz went through a kind of a stalemate with Gordon Hayward years back, and Hayward, I think, committed to the Celtics on 4th of July. That was probably like 5 years ago at this point.
Yeah.
So he's had a lot of he has a lot of news, so he'll be able to enlighten us, and he keeps it real. So it'll be a fun conversation. Like I said, it ain't happening. I just I held out a little hope yesterday. Today I'm just like, it's not going to happen. It is just not going to happen. Warriors should probably turn their focus elsewhere, continue to try to tinker this roster and just make it better. And we just saw the Sacramento Kings. It looks like they're going to get a little better.
Yes, they are. Yeah, according to Adrian Wojnarowski of ESPN, who also broke the Wagner story right before the break, it looks like that the Chicago Bulls and the Sacramento Kings are engaged in a sign-and-trade talk that is going to send DeMar DeRozan to Sacramento. Apparently, the hang-up right now, according to Woj, is they're trying to find a third team because Chicago doesn't want to take a big salary back, and Sacramento has talked about upgrading their roster, obviously, but they ink Malik Monk to a 4-year, $78 million deal, and it appears that they're basically trying to move off of Harrison Barnes and Kevin Huerter. And I think DeMar DeRozan is certainly an upgrade over both of those players. The question is, how much is it going to be for? I think he was looking for the $20 to $25 million range, which is why he was out of the running with the Lakers. But the other part of this, too, is the Kings were a team that were engaged in trade talks with the Utah Jazz. So that's another reason I'm looking forward to talking to Tony Jones of The Athletic, again, on the River Islands guest line at 1 o'clock, is because the Utah Jazz now probably have one less suitor. And I think Jones was also the person who broke the news earlier this week about the Warriors having a substantial offer on the table. The Kings were the other team that did. But according to Mark Stein, the Jazz have engaged in discussions with teams such as the Spurs, the Heat, and the Pelicans, in addition to the Warriors. So there might be more teams that are coming in now because they feel like Utah is a team that doesn't have as much leverage at this point. And so I'm with you, Jay, that I don't think Markkanen is happening, because I also don't think that Ainge is somebody that's going to make a move just to make a move. Like, he might even hold on to Markkanen through the deadline if he truly needs to. In fact, he might extend him. They might work through an extension, because whatever team acquires him would have to do that anyways. Like, I don't think him re-upping on a new probable max deal with the Jazz would prohibit any team from trying to go out and get him.
Nah, like, Danny Ainge has no reason to rush this at all. I mean, he knows his team won't compete next year, compete in the way where they want. So it's really just going to be about him finding the best deal that he can patiently. And history tells us he usually does so. He usually does so. So that's why I don't even know if I trust Mike Dunleavy going back and forth negotiating with Danny Ainge. Mike Dunleavy might not be on that level yet. He's young. He's sharpening his teeth. I don't want to say he's learning on the job. Even though it's his first GM job, he's very qualified for it. He worked directly under Bob Myers for a while. And like you said, he was raised in an NBA family. So don't get me wrong. I think Mike Dunleavy was more than qualified for the job he has right now, but he's still a rookie. He's still young.
I mean, he just finished his first season.
Yeah, Danny Ainge has been around the block.
I also don't know, because like right now on Dunleavy's resume is the Draymond Green extension, the Jordan Poole for Chris Paul deal, the 2 draft picks that popped last year, and what's gone down so far this season. I don't think Dunleavy, at this point in his tenure as general manager, Like, if you go in for someone like Markkanen, that is a potentially career-altering move. And I also think from his standpoint, it might just be too risky. You know, it might be too risky for the Warriors, might be too risky for him, could be too risky for Danny Ainge. It was funny. Like, I was having this conversation with my friend yesterday, and he's texting me. He's like, you know, I'm so hyped. Warriors got to go all in. Send whatever to Lauri Markkanen. I'll be on the flight. I'll go with him. I'll pick him up at the airport. I'll do all this. I'm like, dude, you're the last person that I would send to negotiate with Danny Ainge. Like, by the end of that conversation, you would give him your car, you would give him your house, and he would have the clothes off your back. Like, that's the kind of the moment I feel like he senses blood in the water, like he just gets everything. I mean, it's almost like you have to negotiate out of a place of just complete, I don't know, like almost like a non-spot of, well, you kind of just pounce. Like, if you're in an extended conversation and negotiation, it feels like with Danny Ainge, it just isn't going to end up going your way. Because he's also somebody that's not afraid to walk away. Like, he's the guy that shows up to Shark Tank.
He has nothing to lose.
And is not afraid to say, Mark Cuban, I don't need your deal. Like, I don't want your money. Your money's no good here.
100%. And he has all the bargaining power right now. I mean, he doesn't even have to trade Markkanen. That's another thing I'm going to ask Tony Jones. Like, why is he even on the trade block? Like, obviously Utah isn't good, and Utah is trying to build something. But why can't you build something with Lauri Markkanen on the roster? It's interesting, you know, because yeah, I've talked myself out of Markkanen. Not as the player. I think he's going to be a good player. He is a good player. Not he's going to be a good player. But it's just like Danny Ainge has all the power. If it hasn't happened by now, it's for a reason. It's because he has his foot on their neck. Like, no, give me more. Give me more.
I kind of think the moment that we saw the Buddy Hield sign and trade completed, that was the end of it. Because I think they were trying to find a way to work in that sign and trade, which included some of Klay Thompson's tax exemption money, to figure out how they could get Markkanen.
Right.
So the fact that that was completed, they now have 15 spots occupied on the roster if you include Quinn Post. So they are kind of set in a sense. I still think they can make a move, but I just don't think it's for someone like Markkanen. The thing that is now curious to me is how they treat. I think that, like, the next order of business is Jonathan Kuminga, and that's why I think that Franz Wagner getting maxed out for 5 years by the Orlando Magic is very interesting, because I'm not sure that there's a trade that is going to move the needle in a wholesome direction for the Warriors. But I do think the decisions they make about Kuminga, that is one that will either stick with them or not, because I still have, like, if you told me, Jay, that next year Kuminga is going to average 25 on near 50% shooting from the floor, his rebound numbers are up a little bit, the three-point shot improves a little bit, I could see it. If you also told me that he averages about 18, shoots the same percentage from three, plays maybe 30 minutes, starts half the season, comes off the bench, I could also see that too. Like, I feel like he is the most difficult Warrior to project right now as far as what kind of season he's going to have in 2024-25.
We got a really funny text on our Comcast Xfinity text line. Y'all talking about Danny Ainge over here like he negotiated us out of the Cuban Missile Crisis. That's from the 415. Man,
there's a fascinating documentary about that. I don't want to go down the rabbit hole, but
that's hilarious. I mean, look, I'm not trying to make Danny Ainge out to be this guy who can't get got, but the history tells us he gets people more than he gets got. And Mike Dunleavy is still new to this. So I caution that stalemate, because we know the way it goes typically with one guy. That's all I'm saying. And look, I think Jonathan Kuminga is going to have a great year. I just think Lauri Markkanen's a little more proven. I think that's fair to say.
Absolutely.
He's more proven, and he's made an all-star game, probably was on his way to making another all-star game before kind of the season derailed him last year with injuries. So Kuminga, I mean, look, Kuminga next year is going to be playing for that rookie extension. He's going to be playing to prove his worth to the organization and to the rest of the league. So just like I was talking about Brandon Ingram yesterday, how Brandon Ingram is definitely going to come into this season with a chip on his shoulder, I think Jonathan Kuminga will too. And, they started saying a couple days ago that Kuminga was never in the trade talks for Paul George, which I don't believe, but they came out and said that after the fact because I think they're probably planning on having Kuminga on the roster and they want a happy Kuminga.
That's a good point. Yeah, the conflicting reports. I thought the timing of the Kawakami piece after the George deal was dead was interesting. Like it came out really quick, like the same night. So there was something there, and of course in the piece there was that line about there were combinations essentially of Paul, Moody, Kuminga, and Wiggins, but it sounded like Wiggins and Kuminga weren't on the table at the same time, which may or may not have been a deal breaker. But then Shelburne and Kendra Andrews' report comes out the next day, essentially that Kuminga was never on the table in the Clippers deal. I'm not sure what I believe, but I do know that you're right. Like, part of it is playing the game of, well, if you are going to dangle, there's no doubt that Kuminga and his camp know that he's going to be in trade talks. Like he's the only guy on the Warriors that people want at this point.
Yeah, it should. Honestly, it should be flat. Flattering might not be the right way to put it, but like you said, shouldn't be surprising. If the Warriors want to upgrade their team, you are the guy who they can use to do it. Like, that tells you that you have value around the league. So you should look at it that way, not, the Warriors don't want me. It's, teams are asking about me.
And that's why he's not a max player to me. Like, I don't think that even if he gets extended this summer, he's getting close to what Franz Wagner got. But that also might help your leverage a little bit in those negotiations to say, hey, if you want me to test restricted free agency, I'm more than willing to do that. I just need you to know and realize, because I'm sure you do, that a lot of teams out there want me. And if they're willing to trade for me and give up capital for me, then I'm sure they'd be willing to pay me. And that is going to be far easier for them to do next summer than if I was under lock and key this summer. And I also think Kuminga wants to be a Warrior. Like, I don't think he's somebody that would, just kind of play the game of, well, I'm all right playing somewhere else. And I think he likes it here. And I think he really enjoys the staff. I know there's been documented history about his relationship with Kerr, but I think generally they see eye to eye on most things. They're probably just cut from different cloths and different generations. But that's a gap that can be bridged if you play the kid. Like, I think what Kuminga really just wants is to play. Like, I think he wants to compete. And I think this year there's more of an opportunity for him to do so than ever. That's why in regards to the contract extension, I think that if Andrew Wiggins is still on the roster this upcoming season, you have to let Kuminga become a restricted free agent. I don't think that you can extend him long term. If you move Wiggins, I do think you have to extend Kuminga this summer, because there is going to be a pathway for him to play big minutes, and his price might just continue to go up to a point where you don't want to pay him that much.
Yeah. It's one of those things, talking about Kuminga and his relationship with the coaching staff. I know he's extremely close with Anthony Vereen, the Golden State Warriors assistant coach, who will be coaching their summer league team this year at Chase Center in Las Vegas. But I'll say I think Kuminga just wants to go where he's going to be playing a lot. And if it's San Francisco, so be it. I don't think he has any hesitation to go somewhere else. I guess maybe in an ideal world, it's here. This is the only NBA city he's known. They drafted him. There's something to be said about that. And I know Joe Lacob loves the guy. I mean,
that's a big part of it too.
It's a huge part of it. Joe Lacob is that's like his last pick, because obviously Wiseman didn't work out. He really wants Kuminga to work out because
and he didn't buy the team, and then they drafted Curry. Like, Curry was already here.
Yeah, that's one of his guys. Lacob was behind that Kuminga pick. So I think Kuminga's going to eventually get the benefit of the doubt. I think Steve Kerr felt a lot of pressure to play Kuminga from up top, even 2 years ago, going back 2 years ago, not even last year. Obviously, last year, it paid off because Kuminga had a pretty good season. So, I mean, look, Kuminga has barely scratched his potential. He is going to continue to get better. Obviously, we want to see the winning impact be a little greater next season because, like I said, I do think some of it was just hollow, but he's a young guy trying to figure it out. And as far as Wiggins goes, it's just been interesting because I would have thought Wiggins would have been gone by now. I really do. But it's still early in the offseason.
I think if they had a suitor, I think he would be. I think the issue is I feel like the only offer that we've heard about that's included Wiggins, well, Paul George, but I mean, the one that to me would be the most even would be the Bulls offer. And to me, there's only one or two more contract
offer. Wiggins
and Paul straight up for LaVine. And so you're essentially trading Wiggins for LaVine, but you're trading 3 years and Wiggins is making 84, 85 over the next 3 years for LaVine, who's making 120 over the next 3 years, 130. And
you just don't know when Wiggins same thing with Wiggins though, but you don't know when LaVine's going to play. You just don't. I mean,
you're just trading toxic contract for toxic contract.
Dr. Panya told us a couple days ago that foot injury, it's not great. It's not great for basketball players, especially basketball players who rely on their athleticism. So I can see why the Warriors turned that down. That's just a lot of money to be married to, and especially during a time when you're trying to get out.
And I don't think it makes you that much better, and it kind of handicaps you a little bit.
I do disagree with that. I think if he is playing basketball and back to his old self when he was an all-star, he makes you better. He is way better than Wiggins, in my opinion. I know a lot of people like to talk about point of attack defense, this, that, and the third. And of course, defense wins, but man, you need bucket getters too. You need bucket getters. LaVine was a bucket. I actually think because of his contract and because of the injuries, he is now underrated. But I am more worried about those injuries. He hasn't really been the same since. He doesn't play much since. And there's a reason Chicago is so hell-bent on getting out from under that contract.
Yeah, and they've been trying to do it for a while. And that's why I would say to me they're just a net neutral. LaVine is a far more offensively gifted player than Wiggins. I mean, he averaged 27 in a season. And when he's right, he can be good. But this is why I guess I would disagree that's the same argument for Wiggins. If Wiggins could be 2022 Wiggins, if Zach LaVine could be 2022 Zach LaVine, then they both help, but they both don't. They both aren't for different reasons. Wiggins, I think, more so because it's mentally challenging, and LaVine, it's because he's got injuries that he can't seem to get over. Either way, you can't rely on either of them, and so I understand both sides wanting to get off him. I guess that would be a lateral move to me for the Warriors, and even though I'm not the biggest Wiggins fan, and I've wanted him gone for quite some time. If there's one guy I would rather have less, I think it'd be LaVine, just because of his contract.
Yeah, see, LaVine's good. Even Wiggins, championship.
He'd be
Wiggins,
a great guy to pull out in the dunk contest at Chase Center next year.
Even championship Wiggins was never as good as LaVine, in my opinion. Even the year they won the championship, I just don't think he's ever been as good as Zach LaVine. I think now. The injury thing is fair. The injury thing is fair for sure. That's why I'm worried about it. But when they're both healthy, I don't think they're even comparable. I don't think Wiggins at his best is close to as good as Zach LaVine at his best. Wiggins is a better defender. That's it. There's nothing else he really does better. I mean, I guess you can say
pretty important though.
Yeah, it's important, but also you can go out and grab other guys who can play defense. You can't grab other guys who can score 27 points per game. They're just not readily available. You can get people to replace Wiggins' defense. You can't just kind of go scour the market and be like, we need somebody scoring at least 23 to 27 points per night. It's harder to come by. That's all I'm saying. Now, he has a bum foot, so it's on mood anyway.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? So it's one of those things where it's just
he would give you a number 2 score for sure, and he would be an upgrade at the 2 spot. But Yeah, I just think the Warriors are too afraid of the combination of injury and contract. Again, I think there's just a reason. It's the same thing that applies to Wiggins. I mean, everybody has said the last year or so, really since Wiggins kind of went on his extended absence, which we still don't technically know the reason why, and I'm not sure we ever will. Not that it's really any of our business, but I just don't think we're ever going to find out. The Warriors have been trying to move him, and there's been nobody that's been willing to take him. And I don't think it's just because of the contract. I think it's because of the whole thing, which is the same reason why no one wants Zach LaVine. It's not just the contract. It's also the injuries, because you just can't depend on him. And at this point, too, I also think, look, someone like Steph Curry makes 15 years in the league look pretty doable, but both players are on the opposite side of their pension. Like they both played 10 years in the league plus. And so even though they're relatively young as far as age, they got a lot of miles on those legs. That's why I'd be afraid of LaVine. And if I was another team looking at Wiggins, I would also be afraid of him. I would be afraid of what the next 3 years are going to be, how locked in he's going to be, how invested he'll be in the team, and just what player you're going to get. Because I also think that hurts the Warriors. And honestly, next season, even if Wiggins is on the squad, because of what we've seen the last couple of years, I would like to see Andrew Wiggins come off the bench, which he did at points this year. And it wasn't because it was a role change, it's because he just wasn't productive. And Steve Kerr was willing to bring him off the bench, which I think would also clear a path for Kuminga and potentially Moody if they're both not traded this summer.
Right. And look, I got down this LaVine rabbit hole because we were talking about it. I'm just reading up on his injury. And so in March, Zach LaVine...
He's not quite Lonzo Ball, but...
It's funny, Lonzo Ball is mentioned in this article as well. But in March, this past March, and honestly, it sounds like me right now, LaVine said, "I feel really good. I get to boot off soon. I've been able to be out here rehabbing, getting everything right. I just have to wait for the tendon to heal. And other than that, it's a pretty straightaway rehab. My leg feels strong. Everything feels good. Getting ready for another birth of my child. So we're all happy. 3 weeks to boot is taken off. And then the doctor assesses my next regimen." So that was back in March. And honestly, that sounds just like me. I get my boot off in like 2 weeks. I can't wait to put a sneaker on my right foot. I haven't put a sneaker on this foot since May 25th. And here we are, July 5th. So I'm looking forward to that day. But in terms of Zach LaVine, I don't know, man. I just think scorers like that don't grow on trees. And Wiggins' defense for the last 2 years have been overstated to me anyway. Like, he was great. He was a great defender, point of attack defense, the championship year. And he can play high-level on-ball defense in spurts now when he is locked in, but who knows when he's locked in?
That's a good point. Well, maybe we can get to the bottom of it and more with Tony Jones from The Athletic, who's coming up on the other side on the River Islands guest line. Really looking forward to that conversation. It's going to help us get to the bottom of Lauri Markkanen. Is it feasible at this point for the Warriors? According to Mark Stein, there's a lot of other suitors. The Warriors have made substantial offers according to Tony Jones, but does he have any more information? And how feasible is it for the Warriors at this point to swing big if Lauri Markkanen is off the table? I'm also curious to get his ideas on what's happened around the rest of the league, perhaps something about Franz Wagner's extension, what it means for Kuminga, and just how he is surveying right now the NBA landscape in the midst of free agency. That's Jason Dumas. My name is Evan Giddings. On the other side of that interview, we will be taking your phone calls at 888-957-9570. That's also the number for the Xfinity mobile text line. Thanks to everyone here on a Friday, filing in on the YouTube chat and Twitch by First NorCal Credit Union. But again, on the other side, we're going to talk to Tony Jones of The Athletic, covers the Utah Jazz and the Denver Nuggets, all courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Giddings, Dumas, back after this on 95.7 The Game, all brought to you by Safeway.
Summer's on, and so are the deals at Target's 4th of July sale.
Let's go.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings alongside Jason Dumas with you here on 95.7 The Game. It's another beautiful day in the Bay after the 4th. Hope everyone had a safe, happy Independence Day. I know I was getting in it a little bit last night, Jay. You got off at what? You guys get out of there like midnight at the TV station?
Yeah. We get off air. I mean, the 11 o'clock news starts, and we're probably off air by like 11:28, I think. And I'm I'm like the last segment in the 11. Our 11 is only a half-hour show. Most of our shows are hour, but the 11 is only 30 minutes. So
were fireworks still going on when you walked out of the studio?
Oh, 100%. Well, not the official ones. Not the ones on the Embarcadero, but the illegal fireworks. It was crazy. I actually tweeted last night around like on my drive home, I tweeted. It was crazy. I kind of forgot. I forgot it was almost a holiday because it was just a regular work day for us.
Yeah,
so
we're grinding.
So I get out of Cron, and by the time, you kind of pack up, talk to a couple people, and get out the office, I always walk out the office with my two producers, Pete Lupetti, Nick Durr. We're walking out together, and my car is parked right on the street, right by the door. Because I got the handicap placard. I don't go down in our parking garage anymore because there's a bunch of steps, and these steps just a pain with this boot. So I hop in and I'm driving off, and I just see people everywhere. I hear the fireworks. There's lines coming out of the bars. It was popping. It looked like a pre-pandemic Friday night in North Beach, which is good because it looks like the city is slowly coming back and getting back to the pre-pandemic social scene, which I think is very much needed.
Yeah, no, it felt like people were out and about. I mean, I was out on Van Ness just kind of watching, surveying fireworks from a rooftop. I know Carter was down in the marina. They have a wonderful fireworks show down by Fort Mason, at least an official one every single year. And then where I live down in the Mission, that's typically where all the, I don't want to say quite illegal, because like the police presence is merely, I think, just to make sure nothing dumb happens. Like as long as you can be as safe as possible with fireworks. But I think a lot of people are just open to the fact that, look, you're going to be having a little bit of fun. We're going to be shooting sparklers in the streets. Fireworks are going off. And at that point, you're pretty much, it's all in good fun. But fireworks have been kind of going off throughout the offseason. Not as many as we'd thought in Golden State, but now on the River Islands guest line, isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop is none other than Tony Jones of The Athletic, helps cover the Utah Jazz. And Tony, thank you so much for hopping on with us today. How are you?
My guy, I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Well, Jason, I know this is your guy. I appreciate you helping us getting this on. And Tony, I just first wanted to kind of discuss, I don't know, I guess the big fish, or I've been calling him the big fin that everybody has been trying to figure out is if he's coming or not to Golden State, and that is Lauri Markkanen. I know that you mentioned earlier in the week that there had been substantial offers on the table, but I just kind of wanted to start there and ask if there's been any progress and sort of what you've been hearing along the Markkanen trade lines.
Well, I mean, I would say this, from Utah's standpoint, their stance on trading Lauri or not trading Lauri has been the same, for almost a year. Their standpoint is we don't want to trade Lauri. So if you are going to trade for Lauri, there has to be a high threshold that has to be met. And, the offer is going to have to blow us away. And, what that offer is, what that offer isn't, the only people that can answer that for the Utah Jazz are the Utah Jazz themselves. And, it makes it a scenario where, you could get a trade, in the next 24 to 48 hours, or you can get a trade in the next year, or you cannot get a trade at all. And, it's different than Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert. I think the Jazz, had motivation for different reasons with both of those guys to trade. Both of those guys, there's no motivation to trade Lauri Markkanen. He's a star level player who is happy in Utah, and who the Jazz still can grow with the young guys on their roster. So if they are going to trade Lauri, it's got to be a threshold that has to be met, and only they can answer that question.
Well, I was going to ask Tony from understanding, more certainly than us about the Utah Jazz, what do you feel like is an offer that might blow them away if that's indeed what they are looking for? What do you think it would take from Golden State?
I'm not sure what it would take because I do know, like the reports that said out there that Golden State has, an offer on the table, and and I feel it's a substantial offer. But the Jazz can only answer that for themselves, what they're looking for, and I think it's kind of remiss that a lot of people have been trying to speak for the Jazz in terms of what they want, in terms of what they would accept as an offer that they would deem acceptable. But I do think that it's really interesting that teams have really ramped up their interest and ramped up their level of aggression over the last 2 or 3 weeks, and frankly, I think that that's where a lot of the talk and the chatter and the noise has come from. I think that there's one set of thoughts from teams and from people that are chasing Lauri, and there's another set of thoughts from the Utah Jazz themselves in terms of whether they want to trade Lauri or not. So, it'll be interesting to see what actually transpires. But I do think that the level of offers that are out there are substantial. I think that they're heavily pick based, and and I think that with a couple of the offers, there's a young player or two out there that has the potential to grow over the course of his career.
Tone's being diplomatic. Tony, tell these folks in the Bay Area to get on with their holiday weekend. Lauri Markkanen ain't coming here. I don't think Mike Dunleavy has the stomach to go back and forth with Danny Ainge. He's made a career out of taking advantage of people, really.
Well, I'll say this about Danny Ainge: you're not going to cheap out on Danny Ainge. That's just one thing that is never going to happen. So it is kind of funny reading some of the potential offers on Twitter and or X. What are we calling it? Are we calling it Twitter or are we calling it X?
Are we calling it Twitter still?
Yeah.
We're calling it Twitter because I'm never calling it X. But I think it is kind of funny in some of the offers. Well, will Danny Ainge take Austin Reeves and 2 first-round picks? I will say this. I think one thing that complicates Golden State's package is that they only have 2.5, essentially 2.5 first-round picks that are tradable. You have 26 unprotected. You have 28 unprotected. But the third first-round pick is protected from 1 through 20, which essentially means it's not a first-round pick because if it conveys in the 20s, and it's not really a first-round pick if it conveys in the 20s. So, I think that that's one thing that would complicate the package, and you do have to work around that if you're the Golden State Warriors. And I think that the other thing that complicates the package is you look at what Mikal Bridges went for a couple of weeks ago. He went for 5 firsts, and it wasn't just 5 firsts. It was 5 firsts plus swaps plus Bojan Bogdanovic, which I firmly think that Brooklyn's going to throw him in circulation. He's going to average 17 to 20 points a game, and then they're going to flip him for another first at the February trade deadline. So I think that at the end of the day, that package is going to be 6 firsts for Mikal Bridges. So, I think that all of that stuff has to be taken into consideration when you think about, what Lauri Markkanen could not potentially go for.
Now, Tone, you've been covering the Jazz for a while. You're very tapped in. You know what type of players that they're attracted to. You know how they develop their players. You know the type of style of basketball they play. Do you think Jonathan Kuminga is a type of talent and player that a team like Utah and Danny Ainge would value? And, of course, that's not to say they don't think he's a good player, but you know what type of players and the schemes they play. Is someone of Jonathan Kuminga's skill set someone that you think Danny Ainge and the Utah Jazz organization would value?
I think that if you're a Golden State Warriors fan and you really, really, really like Jonathan Kuminga, I think that you're safe here.
Yeah.
I'll just put it that way. I think that Kuminga is a dynamic and electric talent. I think that he's somebody who has gotten a lot better over the last year to a year and a half. I think he's somebody who's figured out that it's very hard for the rest of the NBA to stay in front of him off the dribble. And I think because of that, I think that he's also somebody who's going to command $200 million very, very soon. And I don't know if the Utah Jazz are in a position to want to take somebody back who they're going to have to pay $200 million to. So if you're... Go ahead.
Oh, no. I was going to say, I think you're spot on, because the news earlier today about Franz Wagner getting the rookie max might drive someone like Kuminga's price up.
Yeah, absolutely. And the fact that, let's say, the Jazz trade with the Warriors, and, let's say that kind of trade goes through, and let's say Jonathan Kuminga's in the trade. Let's just be hypothetical here. Jonathan Kuminga is going to, score 20 to 25 points a game on a team that's going to win 17 to 22 games on the season. So that means you're going to be, if you're the Jazz, you're going to probably be nowhere close. And you're going to have to pay somebody, basically a rookie max, a second contract max very soon. So if you're the Jazz and you make the decision to trade Lauri Markkanen, I mean, you're making the decision to clear the deck. So if you're making that decision, then I don't think that you want to have to pay somebody that kind of money just 1 year later. So, I think that if you're Golden State, hypothetically speaking, I think that you're safe with Kuminga.
Longtime NBA reporter and writer Tony Jones joining us here on 95.7 The Game, covers the Jazz for The Athletic. Tony, I'm curious, since Lauri Markkanen may or may not be available to someone like Golden State, but also just taking a look at the NBA, we've seen Bridges be moved. Paul George ended up signing with Philadelphia. There's not a ton of, quote, big fish out there. But if you are a team, not necessarily Golden State, but if you're a team out there that's trying to acquire a player, most likely via trade, who do you think is the most, attainable big name left on the market?
Like I said, with Lauri, I mean, I think it could go one of three ways. I mean, maybe Utah wakes up, tomorrow and says, hey, we have a package that we would accept and we would trade Lauri, and that would make Lauri the biggest fish. But, I think the one that, you have to look at, I think you obviously have to look at Brandon Ingram down in New Orleans, because I think that, there's some motivation there from New Orleans. So everybody needs to stay out of the second apron, the entire NBA. I don't know how much people realize, that how destructive and how constrictive a team being in the second apron is. It's actually amazing that the Warriors have been able to get as much done flirting with that threshold that they have this offseason. So, if you're New Orleans, I think that there's some motivation there with Brandon Ingram. I think that obviously DeMar DeRozan's out there, and, Adrian Wojnarowski just reported that, going back to Chicago isn't an option anymore. So, I think that those are the two guys that you look at. And then, I think that there's always somebody that we don't know, and that we can't really see. And then one day, boom, it's done and there's a trade, and we're all like, oh my God, we didn't realize this guy was on the market to begin with. So, I think that there's a lot of offseason left. I think that, because of the new CBA, I think that slowed free agency down considerably. So I think that you're going to see a lot of stuff, play out over the next 2 months. And I think that you're going to see stuff play out, later in an off season than it typically does.
This is Tony Jones of The Athletic, NBA reporter. He covers the Utah Jazz. He covers the Denver Nuggets, and he's as tapped in as any NBA reporter across the country. One more question for you, Tone, before I let you get out of here. You mentioned him just now in your last answer to Evan. It seems like DeMar DeRozan is likely on his way to Sacramento. Just personal opinion, how do you like that fit with him next to the Fox and on that roster? How do you see that fitting and coming together?
Well, if he's replacing Harrison Barnes, then Sacramento's won, no matter what the fit is. Because, but they just need a better player in that position than Harrison Barnes is. And, I know that we're living in a world where you shoot 3-pointers, but we're also in a world where, in the playoffs, guys that can go and get it from 16, 17, and 18 feet are very, very valuable. And it's the same thing with Jonathan Kuminga. We're living in a world where guys that can that can generate rim pressure are extremely valuable, whether they can shoot threes or not. So, if Sacramento were to figure out a way to get DeMar DeRozan, the fit isn't the cleanest because, he obviously doesn't play above the 3-point line and he obviously needs the ball in his hands. But when you get to a playoff scenario and you got to go and put the ball in somebody's hands and, tell that guy to go and get a bucket, DeMar DeRozan is still one of the best we have in this league. So, from that standpoint, Sacramento will have won if, he's at that forward spot instead of Harrison Barnes.
That's Tony Jones. Tone, thank you so much. Did you get those 5 miles in yesterday?
Bro, I did not.
Tone is my guy.
It did not happen.
I got to say this. I am so mad I popped my Achilles before I got to get out on the court with Tone because he is a hooper. He hooped in college.
You still run 5s?
Does he?
Oh, yeah. I still run 5. Yeah.
Oh, my.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Tone's a hooper,
for you, man.
One of my guys, one of my closest friends in his business. We really, really appreciate your time, Tony. Keep doing what you do, man. And I'll see you soon enough. Next time I see you, I'll probably be out of this boot.
Thank you, Tony.
Man, appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for having me on, for real.
That's Tony Jones.
Tony
like
Jones
I said,
The Athletic.
Tony, he's tapped in. And
by the way, courtesy of the River Islands guest line, which, of course, appears all guests appear on 95.7 The Game on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the River Islands in Lathrop? Sorry, Jay.
No, you're good. Tony's a good follow on Instagram, on Twitter, not X.
That's right. We also identified that.
Yeah, he's been on this Lauri Markkanen thing. He was really on the Donovan Mitchell trade a couple years ago. He was really on the Gordon Hayward free agency experience that was more than a couple years ago, but you get where I'm coming from. So if you guys have any interest in Lauri Markkanen, I'm sorry, I've heard his name pronounced 3 different.
Lauri.
Yeah, he's a good basketball player. But if you have any questions on what his future looks like, follow Tony. Tony also is not afraid to give his basketball takes in general, and it's always interesting hearing where he comes from because Tony was a really good player in his own right in Philly and New York coming up.
Yeah, well, there's a couple things I took away. Number one, the Sacramento comment I thought was interesting about any replacement for Harrison Barnes at this point is a plus, which I do agree with, especially if it's DeRozan. The other thing, the comment about Kuminga, I did think was interesting because it was something, the number that he floated out, we can get to in a moment, but the idea of a team knowing that they're going to have to pay Kuminga, I think does impact all trade talks. And then the final part of it too is, I do think that Danny Ainge is looking for a Mikal Bridges type haul, and that was for unprotecteds and a future first. The Warriors don't have that available right now. And that is what Tony essentially said complicates things. It's not that the Warriors don't have a, quote, substantial offer on the table, but their substantial offer just simply might not be good enough because Danny Ainge isn't in a position to move off of Markkanen. It doesn't sound like they want to, or at least publicly they don't want to. And if the Warriors have only 2 full unprotected first-round picks, Jason, I think that's the reason why they're not going to be able to get it done. And it's also something that I understand. Even if they did have future assets to trade, I'm not sure they would. I mean, I think 2 unprotected picks is the most the Warriors have been willing to put in a lot of deals. I mean, they were only willing to offer 1 future unprotected for Paul George, who you can make the case is, in the future not as good of a player, but right now is a great fit. So it sounds like that's the big hangup right now between Golden State and Utah, the fact that the Jazz do not or don't want to trade Markkanen, and it doesn't sound like the Warriors have the trade chips.
Not at all. And look, I know Tone. I know him well. He was probably being a little measured in some of his answers because he's one of those guys who get aggregated to hell by some of these accounts. And
we just put something out. He's about to.
So my thing is this: if knowing him the way I know him, reading between the lines, Golden State enjoy Jonathan Kuminga and develop him because your package is not good enough for Utah. That's just what I took from all his comments without him saying that.
Yeah, it also sounds like there's a lot of teams out there that might have better packages than the Warriors. They also aren't going to be good enough. It's not as if the Warriors are going to lose out to they might not. It doesn't sound to me, honestly, Jason, like they're going to trade Lauri Markkanen this summer. I think the Jazz are going to hold on to him, and worst case scenario, they pay him because he also mentioned that Markkanen has no intention of getting out of Utah. He's not a disgruntled star, and if you can keep him there, well, then he's also incentivized to, number one, get a lot of money, but number two, he can still ask for a trade in the future. I mean, we talked about this in the first segment. I don't think that Markkanen's value moves any way north or south if he's extended this offseason or if the Jazz bring him back next year. Like, he's still just as valuable because every team knows they're going to have to pay him anyways.
Yeah, exactly. That was kind of my point earlier. Danny Ainge he's not up against it. It's not like one of these situations where it's like, Anthony Davis in New Orleans a few years ago or Dame Lillard in Portland. It's not like they have a star who's about to be a free agent and says, there ain't no way in hell I'm re-signing and I want to leave. Lauri kind of seems like, hey, if you guys want to trade me and please trade me to a good situation. But if not, I'm happy here. Like, there's no pressure on Danny Ainge to move him.
There's also no pressure on Markkanen. Like, he can play basically risk-free basketball, get his numbers, maybe be an all-star, maybe not. The team's not expected to compete. You're going to get paid, whether it's by Utah or whether it's by another team that trades for you. You're highly sought after. It's like Lauri Markkanen is also sitting pretty. It's not just Ainge who's got a chip, but Markkanen has no reason to feel disgruntled at this point because his future's bright, whether it's in Utah or somewhere else.
100%. The more we talk about this, Evan, the more it's like there's no way in hell Lauri Markkanen is coming to Golden State. Move on, whether that is a guy like Brandon Ingram or it's a guy we have no idea, just like Tony said, and I've said several times over the last week, that big trade that's out there is usually somebody no one is talking about. Who that might be, who knows?
Could be Brandon Ingram. That was the name that Tony Jones floated, so appreciate him joining us on the River Islands guest line. But he also mentioned something about Jonathan Kuminga. I think that is going to raise some eyebrows, and I'm also inclined to agree with him, not just because Jason vouches for him, but because I think he's right, and I'll tell you what it is on the other side on 95.7 The Game. That's Jason Dumas. My name is Evan Giddings as we roll on here on 95.7 The Game. Also remind you that the California Classic is coming to Chase Center starting tomorrow, 24 hours away, just about from tip-off between the Miami Heat and your Golden State Warriors at 3:30 at Chase Center. It's a summer basketball showcase that features 2024 NBA draft picks, second-year pros, and more players. So go to Warriors.com for your tickets. all brought to you by Clean California. Remember, just one piece of litter can ruin the game. 0 litter is the goal. Dumas and Giddings back after this 95.7 The Game.
Now that spring is here, Golden State Lumber and Building Materials can get you one step closer to an old.
You know, he's very plugged, and this is not his first rodeo with a Utah star player and that player's future being in question. As I said, Gordon Hayward, Donovan Mitchell, and now Lauri Markkanen. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out for Utah. I think it's out of the cards for Golden State, and I think fans should move on from that possibility and start, I don't know. There might be a move out there. We just don't know. Brandon Ingram could be out there, but who knows? Who knows what that does for the Warriors, really? I mean, it'll make them better. Don't get me wrong. Brandon Ingram is another guy. He's better than Wiggins.
True.
I don't know if he's good enough to move the needle. On our Xfinity text line from the 925, there is a report out that Mark Stein just said on his radio show that the Warriors have upped their offer for Lauri Markkanen, which means Danny Ainge he's got the ski mask on. He's got the ski mask on. He's about to rob Matter of fact, he's robbing us with no mask.
And see, that's what I don't want to see. We went down the rabbit hole yesterday. Part of me feels like, Jay, I'm gonna just be honest. Like I think if they make this trade, they're gonna get fleeced, and it's not gonna end up being how they want it to go. So I also think that, and Tony Jones said something about Kuminga I want to get to in a second, but I also think that Warriors fans need to start wrapping their minds around the possibility that this is it. Like that this is going to be the team. That this is going to be the 15-man roster or the level of the 15-man roster that goes into next season. I think the next order of business is either a Kuminga extension or I think a Wiggins trade. I think they're trying to get off of Wiggins to essentially add by subtracting, because the following domino effect is that you have more minutes for right now a logjam of wings. I mean, we talked about this yesterday. I don't know right now, looking at the roster, looking at the depth chart, how Moses Moody's going to get on the floor, unless all of a sudden he's taken a massive leap this summer and just blows people out of the water in training camp. Because right now your wings are Wiggins, Kuminga, Moody, GP2, Lindy Waters III, and I feel like I'm missing one more guy. But it's like, Kyle Anderson, who they just acquired.
Right.
And
slow motion.
And if you want to run, 3-guard combinations, then there's one less spot. There could be situations where Curry's out there with Hield and Podziemski, which crunches even more minutes. So I don't think the Warriors are done, but this idea of a big trade coming on the pipeline, it isn't as if they haven't explored it, and it isn't as if they haven't tried. I just don't think they're going to be able to make it work.
Yeah, I mean, look, when you talk about things like not you, Evan, I'm talking about in general, like these never happen. When you just get so hell-bent on one player and you have an entire fan base saying, when is Lauri coming? When is Lauri coming? When is Lauri coming? It never happens. Just look at history. The biggest trades usually come out of nowhere. No one thought Kevin Durant was coming that's not a trade, but it's a free agent signing. No one thought Kevin Durant was coming to the Warriors July 4th, 5 years ago, was that?
There was whispers about it. I remember, I think it was Mark Spears kind of talked about it during the season prior. But again, it was like they were playing him in the playoffs, and I don't think a lot of people thought that was a possibility. Everyone knew there was going to be a Kevin Durant sweepstakes, but I don't think a lot of people had Golden State coming down and scooping them up. By the way, yeah, I think your boy's been aggregated
already.
Tony Jones, yeah.
What came down the pipe?
Well, just the idea that the Warriors are trying to put together. I think most teams are trying to put together a heavily pick-based package for Markkanen, and the fact that the Warriors might not have enough picks.
They probably don't. I mean, I'd have to look. I have no idea. I don't keep a file link cabinet in my mind of every single asset the Warriors have. I just know the longer this gets drawn out, the higher of a chance the Warriors are of getting fleeced. And look, it's one of those things where it's like, I'm almost over talking about him. Like, I get it. He is the topic of the fan base's conversation right now. He's an incredible player. I would trade for him for the right price. I said it all day yesterday. I actually think we disagreed, Evan. I would trade all of my capital, my draft capital, that is, to acquire him. I would. I just don't think it's going to happen. I'm of the belief that you have to win now when you have a guy like Steph Curry on the roster. You at least have to try to win now. And anything otherwise would be a disservice to Steph, a disservice to the fan base, and honestly, a disservice to your organization. You have Steph Curry on the roster playing at a top 15 level. He was third team NBA, all NBA. The only reason he wasn't higher is probably because the team's record. So when you have someone who's top 15 in the NBA, someone who's good enough to be the best player on a championship team, you got to take advantage of that. You have to. So if that means trading your draft capital, you got to do it. But like I said, I just don't see it coming. And it would have happened by now if they wanted to do it.
I mean, that's kind of what I think. And people might not like it, especially in the Xfinity Mobile text line. Some people coming down our road, why tell people there's no chance? Why would you not instill hope? Well, if I don't think there's a chance, I'm going to tell you what I think. And I don't think that there's a way that this goes down. I think there's still ways for the Warriors to be good next season. I'm not sitting up here saying that they're going to be, a bottom 10 team again, or bottom 12, I guess, was where their pick was. But I just don't see right now a big avenue, unless I think if they do swing a trade, Jay, I think it's probably a 3-team deal. I think it's a place where they get creative and find a player that's able to help them both now and later. Because the other part of this, too, is I think they are looking for more optionality. I don't think we talked about this yesterday. Actually, you brought it up, and I thought it was really interesting about how did you see 2022 coming? Did you see Andrew Wiggins being the player that he was? Did you see that sort of trade being on the table? And I don't think most people did, but they kept the option open for it to be possible. I don't think the Warriors were all in on 2022. I don't think they were all in on that season.
They were all in once they went 18-2.
Exactly.
They going into this season,
but I don't think they expected to start the year that way.
Probably not. No, it came as a shock. They probably didn't expect Jordan Poole to have that type of leap. So, I mean, but pretty shortly into the season, they saw the vision. I would say that. The year before that, they lost to Memphis in the play-in, but they ended the season 15-5, if you remember that.
Yep.
They ended the season 15-5, and they were playing much better basketball.
And Jordan Poole started to emerge.
Yeah, and there was a sense, I remember even Steve, after that play-in loss, if you remember, the final, first they went to LA. They should have won that game. LeBron hit an insane end of shot clock 3-pointer to take the lead with 50 seconds left. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Should have won that game. It was on the road. They lost. Then they have a home game.
I was seeing 3 rims.
Yeah. Then they have a home. Yeah. Oh, I forgot that was that same game.
Yeah, that was LeBron.
Man, generational storyteller. Anyway. And then a couple days later, if you remember, that Memphis game was the same night as Dodgers-Giants playoff game. And I'm pretty sure both teams lost.
Was that the Wilmer Flores check swing game?
I can't remember, but it was a Giants-Dodgers playoff game the same night as a Memphis Warriors play-in game. Warriors lose. I remember after that game, Steve Kerr saying, obviously it's disappointing. Obviously we want to be in the playoffs, but I really do like the momentum this team created at the end of the season. And then he was saying that he had the same messaging most of the year, most of the offseason, I mean. And then going into that season, when the Warriors started off the way they did, 18-2, had everyone believing, really, from that point on. And then they came and won, and Andrew Wiggins was playing like an all-star. He was named an all-star starter. Steph Curry was I'm sure he was first-team All-NBA that year, I'm guessing. I don't just have it. I don't have the Rolodex in my head, but I'm guessing the best player on the team with the number 1 seed whose name is Steph Curry, was a first-team All-NBA guy.
I don't think he was first team.
Oh, that's crazy.
He was second team. Well, because remember, that was also the year he broke the 3-point record, and he'd gone into a slump to begin the year because he had the pressure of breaking the all-time 3-point record on his back. He only shot 38% from 3 that year.
Damn, he was second-team All-NBA.
But, of course, he wasn't in the playoffs. He was first team in the playoffs.
Yeah, first team All-Playoffs, final MVP.
Yeah.
After that season, people were talking like Steph is probably the best player in the NBA still. He was in that conversation. So first team, second team, who cares? It's tomato, splitting hairs, really. But those guys on that team, they set another standard, because a lot of people thought the dynasty was over. I don't think many people thought the Warriors were going to win another one. That's why that 4th one was so special. I don't know if he would admit it. Maybe he has. Can't listen to every damn podcast out there, but I would imagine the 4th one might be the most special for Steph.
I think it's the most special for all of them because it was unexpected, and that's why I would argue that they weren't
either be
all
the first or the fourth. I would guess it's either the first or the fourth.
Yeah, for sure. I also think the primary reason that I don't think that they were all in on that year was because I don't know how you can justify taking 2 projects in the first round if you are all in. Like, I don't think
the very next year.
No. The year before, like Kuminga and Moody were 21.
Oh, right.
So they preceded the championship. I think if they were all in, we would see players more so that were expected to come in and help.
Well, you remember Joe Lacob's famous words: "We're trying to bridge the past and the future." That's what Wiseman was. That's what Kuminga and Moody was. But I still don't hate those picks. I get the fact.
No, I don't either.
Trade those
but
picks.
that's what I'm saying. Like, there was still a look towards the future as opposed to being all in on the now. And that's why I don't think that the Warriors are looking at this offseason as needing to go all in. Because even when they won a championship, they were still looking ahead. They were still looking at different avenues. And so I think in principle, being all in sounds great. And you want to do as much as you can for Steph. But I think they were kind of in a similar position entering that season where they were wondering, all right, Klay Thompson's coming back off injury. We don't really know what kind of player he's going to be. Steph Curry's going into his age 34 season. That's typically around the time players begin to fade out a bit. Draymond Green was at a slightly younger age, but was, north of 30. Like, I don't think that they were in a position to say, all right, we have a championship core that is undoubtedly going to get us back to the mountaintop. I think they believed in the team, but I don't think they expected to just run the table.
No.
They were also a 3 seed, but
yeah, no. The Warriors were a 3 seed that year.
Yeah.
They won it all. Why did I think they were the 1 seed?
That year, I know Memphis was the 2 seed because they beat them. And the
We're talking about their championship year.
Yes, 2022. Yeah, the Grizzlies were the 2 seed that year. Shoot, I should know this off the top of my head. But the Warriors, that's right. The Phoenix Suns.
Phoenix Suns were the 1 seed.
The Phoenix Suns.
They lost early, right?
Yeah, they got bounced by the Mavericks.
Yeah,
in 7 games.
And Warriors played the Mavericks.
The classic COVID Game 7.
Yeah,
all the
that's
Suns
right.
caught the flu.
Because if I'm not mistaken, the Warriors had the 1 seed for the majority of the season, correct? And then they ultimately they gave it up. They had some.
Draymond was hurt for a lot of that year, by the way.
Yeah, and whatever. They're champions, and they brought it back to the Bay Area. And you're right. They probably should have traded those picks of Kuminga and Moody to make them be able to play into Steph's prime a little more, because the couple years after the championship, we've seen it's been kind of this weird transition period, but it's moot now because here they are.
Oh yeah,
and they might have a chance at Lauri Markkanen. I don't think that's going to happen. Once it becomes too hot, it's almost like, as we've said ad nauseum, Danny Ainge has all the power, and that's just not a great position to be in when you're Golden State, when you have to kind of appease this, because he has no reason he has to trade him. Like, that's the thing. With a lot of these trades, you see the guys, like the team kind of has a lot of pressure on them to trade this guy because they know they're going to lose him. Lauri Markkanen hasn't said, I know I'm a free agent in a year, but I'm definitely leaving Utah. He's like, I'm happy in Utah too.
Yeah.
So it just...
What do you think the Warriors have done that would represent an all-in move recently? Because I feel like every single... Exactly.
There is none.
Exactly. That's why. That's another reason I find it hard to believe that they'll go all in on Markkanen, because that's not really their MO. That's not their style.
Yeah, it hasn't been Joe Lacob's MO past couple
They've made
years.
aggressive moves. They've made intelligent moves. But even a signing like Kevin Durant, like that's a no-brainer. And It's not like you also... I'm sure they also envision him wanting to stay in Golden State. I don't think they saw him leaving after 3 years, because on paper, why would you want to leave? You're going to compete for championships every single year. And then that move, They ended up turning into D'Lo, which I'm not sure they expected to turn out.
I told you why he wanted to leave.
But they had optionality. Well, yeah.
Told you why he wanted to leave.
Well, it's the same thing with Klay. Like in hindsight, it's actually very obvious why these players wanted to leave.
Yeah. That D'Lo experience, that was a weird experience covering D'Lo here. I mean, they had a chance to get D'Lo again, right?
They did.
In the sign and trade type thing. With the
yeah, I'm out.
Oh yeah, I'm out too.
Yeah, with Klay.
Yeah, with Klay. But the Warriors had no interest in him, which I don't blame them. I wouldn't have any interest in.
Well, and Klay Thompson said he wanted to go to Dallas because he felt like he had a better chance to win than in Los Angeles. I think the fishbowl comment of going from one to another played into it too, but that also aligns with the most recent comments that we've heard from Buddy Hield, who's the most recent addition to the Warriors via sign and trade, completed yesterday, 3 for $21 million, is he chose the Warriors over the Lakers because he wants to compete. I mean, like, do you think the Warriors are in a better position than the Lakers right now? It's kind of splitting hairs. Like, I don't think either of them.
Yeah, I think it's close. I would go with Warriors. I don't like the Lakers offseason. I don't love the Bronny stuff. I don't love the JJ Redick stuff.
You'll see him tomorrow. We hope.
I hope. I mean, I don't see why I wouldn't. They haven't announced that he's not playing, right? I mean, I got to scour Twitter to see if Bronny's playing tomorrow, but yeah, I hope to see him, and I wish him the best too. But I just don't love the Lakers offseason. I thought they were going to get DeMar DeRozan, but it seems like DeRozan's going to the Kings. So who?
Another guy the Lakers swung and missed on.
Yeah, who is out there now for
Russell Westbrook?
Oh, he ain't coming back.
He's actually been linked to Denver. Interestingly enough,
I saw that. KCP to Russell Westbrook. That's not an upgrade.
No,
whatsoever. I don't like the Warriors. I don't like the Lakers all season. I think the Warriors are better suited than the Lakers next year.
Yeah, even with losing Chris Paul and Klay, and I mean, I guess to some extent, Saric. I like the Warriors better than the Lakers. Carter, you got something on that?
Bronny James, it looks like, will be playing in the California Classic tomorrow.
By the way, the Warriors will be playing the Lakers, not tomorrow, but Saturday at 3:30 p.m. If you're thinking about grabbing tickets, go to Warriors.com. If you want to see the Warriors, or if you want to see Bronny. I mean, I personally want to see him, but
it'll be cool, you know, and that's a double header too. So I know if you get one ticket, you get to watch two games. One's at 1:30, one's at 3:30, and then it's another doubleheader on Sunday, and then it's another doubleheader on Wednesday.
On Wednesday, yeah. So the Warriors get the Miami Heat tomorrow at 3:30. They play the Lakers on Saturday at 3:30, and then they get the Sacramento Kings at 7 p.m., I believe, on Wednesday. But Trace Jackson-Davis will be on the roster, Brandon Podziemski, Guy Santos, Pat Spencer, some of the notable names, along with a lot of guys that are, I'm sure, competing for Santa Cruz and G League spots. So, you know, unfortunately probably won't get to see Quentin Post. I think it's just more precautionary at this point than anything else. But that's a player that, I don't know, might fill out the end of the roster.
A guy who I really like who's on that roster, Jackson Rowe.
Mm-hmm.
He was one of Santa Cruz Warriors' best players. I actually thought Jackson Rowe was going to get a two-way with the Warriors last year. So who knows what's in store for his future, but Jackson Rowe is a really good player. He's like a stretch forward, can guard, can rebound, and can hit the three. He hit the three at a high clip for the Santa Cruz Warriors last year, one of their best players. So he's another guy to keep an eye out on. He's a good young player in the Golden State system.
Yeah, also Dalton Connect is going to be there as well. he's a fan favorite.
And he's their first round pick. It's so funny. He's the Lakers.
Well, he's a signing guru favorite.
He's the Lakers' first round pick, and everyone's talking about the 55th pick, Bronny.
He's just got a 4-year deal.
The 6'1" guard who averaged 4 points per game in college.
He shot 37% from the floor.
Yeah, I mean, look, we don't have to bash the kid, but there's absolutely zero chance he gets drafted if his name was John Tucker.
Oh yeah,
he had a bad year. It's not even like he wasn't good enough to get drafted. He was bad. He didn't play well. I know the heart issues came about, and that's a reasonable excuse. But that's a reasonable excuse for you to stay in school or come out in the draft,
or to go to Australia if another team had drafted him.
Yeah, so I mean, it is what it is, yo. That's nepotism is a thing that we cannot deny. It's just a part of our society. You don't really see it much on the actual playing field or on the hardwood. You see it in front offices, but actually the players, when it comes down to the players, it's usually merit-based, and I think that's better. I think that's for the best, but he will have 4 years to prove himself. Guaranteed 4 years to prove himself.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with Bronny. I mean, look, he's a kid. I mean, I can't blame him for anything that comes his way.
No, of course not. No, me neither.
My only issue with it is that I feel like his father is setting him up to fail. And that I would have an issue with, because you kind of know what a player could or couldn't be. And I don't want to strip him of that. But if he fails, he's just going to be the butt of everyone's joke. I mean, he's going to be all over social media. Lowlights are going to flood the timeline. There's going to be Thanasis Antetokounmpo level compilations of Bronny James not deserving to be in the NBA, and he's going to be made fun of. And I don't think that's fair to him, because he wasn't the one that put himself in that position. I think that LeBron James is using his kid as a reason to basically bring the limelight back to himself. Playing with your kid is fun. That is awesome, and I appreciate that he's been able to give him that gift. But I feel like it's about LeBron Sr. I don't get the feeling it's about LeBron Jr., which this whole thing should be about.
Well, of course it's about LeBron Sr. because it's not merit-based. It would be more, I would celebrate it more if it happened organically. It was like, look, Bronny is good, and he's going to get drafted. You guys have to be the ones to do it. No, this was, he's not good enough to be drafted. No one of his profile gets drafted. Like, it's very rare. Very, very rare. I'm not going to say never, because I don't know every single draft pick that's ever happened. But 4 points per game, 6'1". You don't project. Everybody stretches for these comparisons. Maybe Drew Holiday, maybe Davion Mitchell. Davion Mitchell was so good at Baylor. Like, cut it out. I don't see that happening. 6'1", he's undersized. He's athletic. He can jump. I ain't going to say that. But, I mean, a lot of people can jump in the NBA. This happened because you made it happen, LeBron. Like, you forced it to happen. So I'm not going to celebrate the fact that this father and son played together, because it's a hollow accomplishment, in my opinion. And now it's about you. It would be about Bronny if Bronny made it to the Lakers on merit. He did not. That, you can't argue that.
No.
So it's cool, I guess.
Yeah, it's about the show. I mean, I think it's one of the reasons why I don't believe the Lakers are going to be anything this season, is because the whole offseason has been about winning followers on Twitter. Like, it's been like they've won the Twitter offseason, I guess. Like, they hired a podcaster, they hired a media member, and JJ Redick, who hasn't coached or been a part of an NBA organization at any level outside of a player. Like, someone brought up, Steve Kerr has a similar resume to JJ. No, he doesn't. Steve Kerr's been the GM of a team.
Yeah.
Of a successful team.
Mm-hmm.
He's worked in a front office before. He's been, yes, a broadcaster, but he's also been inside an organization and helped them succeed. So even though he hadn't been a head coach before, he hadn't been an assistant coach, he still operated with a different level of understanding to me, certainly, than JJ Redick.
Of course he did. He did. Like, that was another dumb comparison. I heard all those comparisons too. Well, Steve Kerr had no coaching experience. He was the GM of the Phoenix Suns, and they were good.
Yeah.
Like, now he might not have been the most qualified head coach, but he objectively had success in the NBA as a man wearing a suit, not as a player. Way more qualified than JJ Redick. I'm getting killed on this text line. Undoubtedly is not a word. Yes, it is.
Undoubtedly, it's a small thing. But the whole point...
I mispronounced it. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, God forbid you slip up with a word once. We got to talk for 4 hours here on this radio station. And we're halfway home. 12-4, Dumas Giddings with you on 95.7 The Game. I do want to talk about Steve Kerr and Steph Curry, because they are embarking on their trip to Paris in the near future. The U.S. Olympics are starting up, and I think they're in Vegas as of today. The moratorium for the NBA ends tomorrow, so we're probably going to hear from Steve Kerr and Steph on what the Warriors are doing this offseason in about 48 hours around the time of the California Classic. But I am curious what they think right now of the roster that Steve Kerr is going to have to coach, and Steph Curry, will probably have to carry at this point. We are continuing to discuss the other avenues, and I also want to get to Jonathan Kuminga because, again, Tony Jones, I thought, had something very interesting about him and his market and how other teams are perceiving him. But that's all on the other side as we roll on. The Warriors offseason summit is coming up on Monday, July 8th on the rooftop terrace of Fremont Bank's state-of-the-art new headquarters that starts at 2 p.m. with Willard and Dibbs live, and then the rest of the crew joins them from 4 to 6. Go to 957thegame.com to reserve your spot today. That's Jason Dumas, and my name is Evan Giddings. We're back after this, 95.7 The Game.
A simple smile can light up a
for everybody. Like, even if you're in the office, everyone knows that we're all dragging.
Right. Now, I mean, we work in sports media, sports journalism, so we know how, like,
yay,
the radio or holidays don't mean anything to the radio and TV.
It's time and a half.
There's going to be newscasts on today on Cron 4. There's going to be radio shows on 95.7 The Game. So for us, it never matters. But are most people off today who work normal, regular jobs? I don't even know.
I think a lot of my friends work today because you can get time and a half in some spots. It was funny. So, like, after the show yesterday, me and Carter were, just pop by the old watering hole. And
which one? You want to say it on air?
Old Ship. Yeah.
Okay,
Shout out Old Ship Saloon.
I love that place.
Yeah, we were talking about the place yesterday.
Yeah, right down the street from Cron 4 too.
Yeah, fantastic
where
setup.
I also work. Yeah.
By the way, it used to be the USS Arkansas back in the 1800s when San Francisco had a water line in Montgomery. Neither here nor there.
Their kitchen open. One of the reasons I like them is because their kitchen stays open pretty late. I don't like I've told you, I don't get out of Cron until 11:30.
Yeah,
and they'll usually be closing right as I get there. So if I know I'm going to go there, even like I might call them at like 11:15 and be like, "Hey, I'm getting out of work in like 15 minutes. Can you put this order in for me?" And usually when I get there, it's ready. Most places are closed by like at least 10. So when I'm getting out at 11:30, their kitchen is usually still open.
Well, and that's why we were talking, because we were wondering yesterday, like, okay, well, where's open? And Carter's like, bars. There's not a lot of bars that are, number one, open, but also that, to your point, Jay, serve food up until like midnight.
Right.
I think most of the spots are like, there'll be some nice restaurants. Shout out to, I think it's called the Boar's Head down in the marina. Like, they serve food until like 1 a.m.
Yeah, they're lit. That place is always crowded.
Yeah.
That place is always crowded.
I got to eat there the other week. It was fantastic.
I've still never been. I hear good things. But yeah, they serve dinner late.
Yeah, and there's just not a lot of spots that are open, especially down near the water here. I feel like a lot of spots kind of close up. So, I mean, basically, if you're in the city and you're working today and you're listening, good for you. We appreciate you, because a lot of people were out last night. You know, the shenanigans, all the hooligans that were out and about. The city goes up on 4th of July, and I just hope that everyone was safe, had a good time, and enjoyed it. And I feel like, in regards to the Warriors, we've kind of gone down the trade rabbit holes. Tony Jones was kind enough to join us from The Athletic and maybe poo-poo a little bit the Lauri Markkanen trade a little bit. But he also mentioned something, Jay, that I thought was fascinating, because the Franz Wagner news comes out today from Woj that he's basically extending with the Orlando Magic 5 years, $224 million, could be worth up to $270, but he's a $200 million player right now. And he was taking one spot after Jonathan Kuminga. Kuminga and his careers have gone in different directions just because of basically placement. And the one thing that Tony mentioned that I completely agree with is, if you're a team that's looking at Jonathan Kuminga, you're probably also considering the fact that you might have to pay him $200 million. And I think right now, if you see that news this morning and you're Jonathan Kuminga, I think JK sees himself as a $200 million player right now.
He said, hell yeah, when he saw that contract drop down. And I know he's seen it.
Oh, yeah. And he's probably salivating. Now, I don't know if the Warriors are happy about it. And I personally don't think that Jonathan Kuminga is a $200 million player at this point in his career, but the market might dictate that he is. We've been tossing around all these numbers with quarterbacks in the NFL. If the market says you're a $50 million quarterback, you're a $50 million quarterback. And right now, with the way that things are trending in the NBA, the explosion of the new media money that's flooding in at a ridiculous rate, the cap is going up 10% a year for the next foreseeable seasons. Jonathan Kuminga has every right to think he is a $200 million player. And the question is, do the Warriors, and are they willing to give it to him this summer? So I'm going to pose that also to the fans before we jump into it. 888-957-9570. Is Jonathan Kuminga a $200 million player right now?
I mean, I guess I'll say to that, no matter what you think, the market is the market, and someone's probably going to pay it. So whether you think he should be or not is probably irrelevant, because he's probably going to get that. if it's not from the Warriors, especially if he has another year like he had last year and even a little better, which you would probably think he's going to continue to ascend upwards. So, yeah, I think he is. I mean, he's going to get that money from someone. I don't think the Warriors are going to give it to him right now. They don't have to be in a rush. They're probably going to hang out, let him play out the year, and then enter restricted free agency, or maybe sign him right before restricted free agency starts. But I don't think they're in a position where they're going to pay it to him this offseason. Why would they?
No, and if he wants $200 million, I do think, yeah, people are already chiming in. No way, no chance Jonathan Kuminga is a $200 million player. But again, if the market says that he is, he might be. I think the names to keep an eye on, again, like Cade Cunningham's been maxed out by the Pistons. I can totally understand why they'd want to pay him 5 years, $224 million. Scotty Barnes also received a rookie max that's up to $270, basically same deal as Franz Wagner. I think that, like, if Jonathan Kuminga had played 231 games and started all of them, I think we might be thinking about him as a $200 million player. The issue is that he's only started 74 games in his career. Now, he didn't play in college at Michigan like Franz Wagner did. He might not have been as pro-ready to begin 2021-22 as Franz Wagner was. And some people, I think, maybe the first two seasons were saying, why didn't the Warriors take Wagner? Why didn't they take him over Kuminga? But if you're talking about projectability, you're talking about the future.
They liked him. They also liked Giddey. Thinking back to that draft, I remember doing my reporting.
And Giddey went right before Kuminga.
Yeah, I actually think that's who they wanted to pick.
Giddey?
Yeah. If I remember correctly, I was knee deep in draft research, making the rounds, calling people, talking to people. I even had Josh Giddey on Crown 4 during that draft process. I had him come on like a week before the draft. I just hit him up. I was like, yo, I'm hearing that the Warriors are interested in you. Would you like to come on Crown 4? And he got back to me. I interviewed a couple guys before that draft. It was that was a fun draft process to cover them, knowing the Warriors had two lottery picks. But yeah, I mean,
there was even some discussion, right, of potentially Moody being at number 7, right?
Yeah, they liked Moody. That's why it's still kind of a head scratcher how he's been used the past couple of years. Moody just projects as a good, he is a wing that can shoot and can guard and hustles. I just don't know why Moody doesn't have a more solidified role. That will be the hill I die on forever. I've been saying it since his rookie year. I'm a huge Moses Moody fan.
I like Moses too. The thing that gives me hesitation is just his three ball so far. Although last year was kind of like he's about a league average 3-point shooter.
Mm-hmm.
I think if he shot it a little bit better, he'd be able to get more minutes. Just because I don't know. I think he's an all around good player. It's similar to like Kuminga's got a gift, and it's athleticism. I'm not sure if there's one thing that Moses Moody right now hangs his hat on. And because the Warriors, again, just have a log jam of wings, you can kind of point to something that each of them in front of Moses does or adds. Wiggins is the complicated one because ideally he had something, but he hasn't been able to do it consistently enough. But we've seen it before. Kuminga, his gift is athleticism. GP2 is a very good defensive player. Even Lenny Waters III can shoot the basketball.
Right.
I think the issue is that Moses doesn't have a calling card right now. And while those players are good, he's just right now stuck in the middle. And what I want to see this summer, and one of the reasons why I've been on the trade Wiggins wagon, is because I just think that there needs to be more of a path cleared for players like Moody. And even, I think also moving off of Wiggins would clear more of a path for someone like Kuminga.
Right, 100%. Look, your best ability is your availability, and Wiggins has not been reliable for 2 years. Simply put. And even when he's played, he hasn't been great. He's actually, for some stretches, he's been bad. So that's all I got about Andrew Wiggins. And he went from having a what looked to be a good contract right after that championship, the deal he got looked like it was going to be a good contract. All of a sudden, that contract is lousy.
Yeah. No, it does not look good whatsoever. I was on the air that day, and I was ecstatic.
When he signed it?
Yeah. I mean, it looked like he was taking a pay cut. He was just coming off probably the best stretch of basketball he's played in his entire life.
Not probably. Objectively.
Yeah. No,
Objectively,
he was
best
incredible.
basketball he was playing.
He was
not
incredible.
from a scoring standpoint, but just the two-way impact he had on a championship-winning team. There was no doubt that was the best stretch of basketball he's ever played.
I mean, yeah, he did everything that he doesn't do consistently enough now. And it wasn't just the scoring either. And it wasn't even just the quote point of attack defense. Like he had like a 16 rebound game in the finals. I mean, he was averaging nearly 10 rebounds per game in the Western Conference Finals.
Remember when he dunked on Luka?
Yes.
Dude, I was
we were both in the building.
You were down there in Dallas.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was standing in the tunnel at that point, just looking, and I had the best angle of that. The ref killed it. The ref ruined that moment because the ref called a charge. They had to challenge it and get it taken back, but he ruined that moment in real time. I hated him for that damn ref.
Because it was incredible.
Yeah, I'm like, how are you going to call a charge there, you loser?
Well, the picture
Are you serious?
The picture says a lot.
Who was that? Was that me? Are you serious? Oh, nice. Sweet.
Oh yeah,
I got my
we had
own
an issue
drop.
yesterday.
Got my own drop.
False alarm.
Mama, I made it.
888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about the logjam of wings right now for the Golden State Warriors. But again, it all comes back to the fact that I think Jonathan Kuminga right now believes he's a $200 million player. And it's because the guy that he is constantly compared to, that his career is sort of aligned with because they were separated by one pick in the draft. Franz Wagner just got a 224 rookie max extension from the Orlando Magic. Is it fair for Kuminga to think of himself that way? What do the Warriors do about it? What direction do they move in with Kuminga, who I think right now is probably going to ask for an extension this summer, and the Warriors are going to have to figure out whether they want to give it to him or whether they ask him to test restricted free agency next offseason. 888-957-9570 is the number. Jason Dumas and Evan Giddings with you on 95.7 The Game. Let's get out to Berkeley. Talk to one of our beloved P1s. What's up, Shaka? Shaka, how you doing, man?
Man, what's up, man? What's up, Evan? What's up, Dumas?
What's up, man?
I love y'all energy, man. I love y'all energy and honesty, man. Hey, I think he's worth what the market is value. If he's up, I mean, that's going to make him have to play. You mean right now he can sign a $200 million contract? Or you talking about next offseason?
He can conceivably do it today.
Yeah, exactly. He can do it
if it's offered
in the next 3 minutes.
Wow. Okay. Well, I'm rooting for the young man. I think this is going to be his thing. I was talking about Wiggins when y'all was talking about Wiggins, man. Do you remember when he destroyed the Boston Celtics and we was just like so happy that we had him? I just think this year might be a turnaround for him. Everybody's kind of like, he wasn't available, so we're down. Everybody's down on him because he wasn't available. We had some personal things going on. Let's see if we get 100% of the real Wiggins that we got in the playoffs. That team would be really with Buddy Hield, Steph, Kuminga, that would be a fantastic team. And we're not really thinking about that right now. Everybody's kind of down on him because he wasn't available, and that's understanding. But I think that we could have a great year if Wiggins played great ball, man.
I mean, I agree, but
I hope he does.
Warriors could have a great year if a lot of people had a great season. You just have to think about the likelihood of it.
Yeah.
It hasn't been trending that way for 2 years.
Well, that's why, again, I could envision Kuminga taking an equally large leap as he did from year 2 to year 3 into year 3 to year 4. That'd be awesome. But I could also see him kind of just leveling out a little bit. Like everything is on the table for Kuminga, and I think that's why he's a valuable trade chip, number one, but I think why also teams are a little afraid of him. And again, we heard from Tony Jones earlier, who covers the Utah Jazz and Denver Nuggets for The Athletic. He's very tapped in. I think that's the other angle of this. If you're a team that is trading with the Warriors, it's not just as simple as, well, give us Kuminga, because that's certainly going to be asked for. But then you also have to ask yourself as an organization, do we potentially want to pay Jonathan Kuminga $200 million?
Mm-hmm.
And I could understand why a lot of teams would be afraid to do that, which deflates his value. So I think that's why, the Markkanen trade right now, why the Warriors are probably incentivized to lean more heavily into picks, like why teams would want picks from the Warriors as opposed to just Kuminga or a package centered around Kuminga, because there's nothing right now that makes you know what he's going to be. There's just simply the potential of it. And that's really, I think, what also the Warriors are banking on. Like they're banking on the fact that he could skyrocket and his talent could take over.
Yeah. I mean, you see the flashes. Like, he's able, what did Kuminga average last year? Like 17 points per game, right?
Yep.
Averaged around 17 points per game last year. And I don't think he's that highly skilled. Like, he's scoring 17 points per game by accident. Wait till some of those skills get honed in on and he develops.
And he didn't even really starting until December.
Right. So the sky's the limit for the guy. I mean, I've told this story so many times. I went out to Walnut Creek to see Jalen Green play. And
Houston Rockets.
Yeah. Oh no. Yeah. He's on
now he's on Houston.
Now he's on the Houston Rockets. But this is when he played for the G League Ignite. I go out there to see Jalen Green practice, and I have an interview set up with Jalen Green. And I'm sitting watching, and all of a sudden I see this other guy who I had never heard of, which didn't mean anything. It wasn't like, oh, I've never heard of this guy. I wasn't really paying attention to the G League Ignite roster, and I wasn't really paying attention to all the prospects in the high school class that came right before that. But I just see this guy just running up and down the court, dunking on people, chase down blocks. Head and shoulders looked like the best player on the floor. And Jalen Green was there. I lean over to their media rep. I'm like, who is that? She was like, oh, that's Jonathan Kuminga. He's going to be another lottery pick.
Yeah.
I was like, wow. And ever since that day, I came up to their practice about 3-4 more times, and I saw similar things. So I was not shocked when he went 7th overall. He's very talented. He is very talented.
I remember reading that he might have even fallen a little bit.
Oh, he did. He was like the top 3 player in that class for a while. And it's funny because, like I said, he averaged 17 points per game, and I don't even think he really knows how to play basketball yet. And that is not an insult. That's actually a compliment, that you can be a 17 point per game scorer and not truly know how to play basketball and manipulate the game to the best of your abilities. Like Steph Curry, and I'm not saying Jonathan Kuminga is ever going to be Steph Curry, but Steph Curry manipulates the game of basketball.
Yes.
He knows how to play. He knows how to make the game easy for himself. Jonathan Kuminga does not know how to do that yet. Once he figures that out, once he gets to his spots and can do it efficiently and knows his strengths better, knows his weaknesses better, he's oozing with potential. So I see the vision. Like, if Joe Lacob loves him as much as everyone says he does, like, I get it. Steve Kerr probably has to come around a little more. Jonathan's had like a short leash. I mean, he kind of broke out of it last year, but it also took him going to the San Francisco Chronicle. It also took the people around him going to the Athletic. But he broke out. It doesn't really matter how now at this point. He did. He broke off that leash and kind of got free reign. So don't get me wrong. If he's on the roster next year because the Warriors couldn't include him in a bigger fish, some people will be disappointed. And I see that line of thinking. But I also see the line of thinking of, we have a talented player here. Let's develop him. It's just the people who want to maximize Steph's prime. They're probably going to take exception with that.
And that's kind of the elephant in the room, right?
That is what everybody is really arguing about.
Yeah.
Maximize Steph's prime.
Yeah.
Or develop Kuminga. Then you'll have a semblance of people who will be like, you can do both.
And I think it's hard to do, but like, for example, the guy that he's constantly compared to, and you brought it up yesterday, I agree, it's Jaylen Brown. Jaylen Brown didn't become a 20-point-per-game scorer until he was 23 years old. I think it was his fourth year in the league, and he had a year of college under his belt, which Kuminga has not. So, yeah, like you're probably going to have to wait a couple more years, and maybe most importantly, you're going to have to pay to find out. Like, it's not just like you got to stay. You got to stay at the table. Like, if this is a poker game, you got to pay to see the turn. Like, you might even have to pay to see the river just to figure out, because you got pocket aces potentially, but you don't know if someone else is holding a better hand.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be the debate until Steph Curry is not in his prime anymore. It really is, unless they make a move. It's just we get this at the end of every good player's career. And we're not at the end of his career, but you know what I'm saying. Once we hit the stretch run of a career, we're in the stretch run of Steph Curry's career. I'd say he has about 3 more all NBA seasons left.
I'd hope so.
You know, and
which also would be defying a lot of age.
100%. But I think
he's Curry.
I mean, his game isn't based on like athleticism. You know what I mean? Where it's like once somebody's body stops performing that way above the rim or attacking, slashing, it's going to fall off. Steph can probably average 20 points per game without even touching the paint. You know what I mean? So I think his game is going to age gracefully.
I mean, assuming he's also got space to do it. And again, what we're talking about now is the impact that Franz Wagner's max rookie contract extension has on Jonathan Kuminga. And a lot of people are in agreement. I'm not saying Kuminga's a $40 million player. I just think the Warriors might pay him to find out, or they might be forced to pay him to find out. This is from the 415. You're not going to give $40 million to a player that you hope still gets better. Come on.
It just happened to Franz Wagner, no?
I mean, Wagner's more solidified, I'd say.
But he's not a $40 million player right now. Not in my opinion.
No. I mean,
you hope he's young and he's going to keep getting better, and eventually that tab will be what you do. But
it's interesting. Like, I feel like we've seen close to the ceiling of Franz Wagner already.
Well, then
he's played 200. He started 250 games in the NBA.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, look, $40 million a year to a guy who's not making all NBA teams that's a hefty tab to me. So yeah, I think but objectively, like, you do give $40 million a year to people you hope get better. It happens all the time.
Yeah, and so we're talking about, again, the impact of that on what Jonathan Kuminga perceives about himself, what it says about the market, and what it also might do to his trade value. If the Warriors are trying to move him, there's been reports conflicting, but there's been reports that he was involved potentially in the Clippers deal. He might be involved in a package that's trying to be put together for Lauri Markkanen. He could be in a package, let's say, for perhaps Brandon Ingram. How is the league viewing Jonathan Kuminga? How does the Warriors view Jonathan Kuminga? And how do you view Jonathan Kuminga? Is it as a $200 million player? Is that something you'd be willing to pay to find out about his potential? Or is it simply too much and you try to move off of him right now? 888-957-9570 is the number. That's Jason Dumas. My name is Evan Giddings. As we move forward here on 95.7 The Game, we're taking your calls on the other side. 888-957-9570. We're back after this on 95.7 The Game.
In their hit song, America,
boom. Confidence kind of gone. Plays up and down because some of his play that last year on Golden State was brutal. Him along with Klay Thompson were terrible against the Lakers in that playoff series that they lost in 6 games. Outplayed by Austin Reeves, D'Angelo Russell,
Lonnie Walker.
Shout out Lonnie Walker. He's a Pennsylvania guy. Near Philly, not from Philly.
Reading, right?
Yeah, Reading, PA. What you know about Reading? Some of that minor league baseball out there?
I've taken a couple trips to Reading.
Okay.
And actually, the Reading nightlife a little bit better than advertised. I'm not going to lie.
Can't say I've ever experienced Reading nightlife.
Nor necessarily should you, but if you're staying there for 4 nights, you got to find something to do.
100%. I'm sure they have a couple local watering holes out there that
they're kind of to the Fighting Phils and anybody that's in town to play them.
Yeah, I understand. But yeah, back to my point. It's like it's just a shame that it didn't work out with Jordan Poole. I mean, you brought him up in relation to Jonathan Kuminga and that rookie extension and why you would or wouldn't extend Jonathan Kuminga right now. The Poole argument says, wait, because they extended Poole a year before they had to. It ended up not being a great deal. But look, I mean, I just, I enjoyed covering Jordan Poole, and I thought the Warriors really had something in him. And I mean, they did have something in him. What do you mean they thought? He was one of the best players on the championship team. And
he was the best player in that first round series against Denver.
Yeah, that series. That was
his first round series, but still.
Was that the series where Steph came off the bench like the first 3 games?
Yes, because he was coming back from injury. And Poole had some stat line that, had never been posted before. It was like 25 points per game on 50% shooting from 3 in a player's first 4 playoff games or something like that. But he was electric.
Steph willing to come off the bench. Draymond willing to come off the bench. Stops there. Someone wasn't, and it caused a lot of issues. But that's a whole nother point. It's a whole nother topic. We've gone over it, and everybody knows what's been said by myself and many reputable reporters here in the Bay Area.
Yeah, can't wait for the 30 for 30. Basically,
right.
It's gonna be great. In fact, it might be. I've been like rewatching The Last Dance, and I'm just envisioning how the Warriors will play out. It is, in my opinion. I know the Bulls won 6, and Michael Jordan is as big of a figure as there's ever been in NBA history. But the Warriors dynasty doc, I think, is gonna be. It's gonna top them all. Might be a little bit biased, but it is just the amount of things that happen.
Let's take out Steph.
Okay.
Steph, Draymond, and Kerr. Who are the main characters in it? Like, does KD have as big a role in storylines in that doc as like Klay Thompson? Or like how do you think the hierarchy goes? Obviously, Steph and Draymond 1 and 2, and Kerr is probably like right there too.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think Durant has to be. I mean, we talked about this yesterday.
It's not a dynasty without Durant.
On the 8-year anniversary of them signing Kevin Durant. Yeah, it became a dynasty that day. Now, the Warriors might have been able to, run it back and win a championship or multiple without him.
Would have been way harder.
But yeah, exactly. Like the moment the moment he came here, it was a foregone conclusion. Like it was a joke.
Because if they play, look, I think them and Cleveland go back to the finals the year after. And I don't think Golden State would have been a overwhelming favorite. I think it would have been a 50-50 coin flip. I think Cleveland got a semblance of confidence after coming back and beating them 3-1 that I think it would have been a good series. I don't know who would have won it. I really don't. Then they got Kevin Durant. And
it also elevated that team into a stratosphere that is up there with any other starting 5.
Rock stars. You've heard the series. Every single road game. They get to their hotel. It's just mobs outside. They needed hire more security. Yeah, that's going to be an amazing, amazing documentary.
And of course, now we're talking about sort of the tail end of it, right? We don't know how much longer, if you still think the dynasty is going, we don't know how much longer.
It's over. And that's not me saying I don't think they can win another championship with Steph. I do. If they surround him with the right people.
If they do win another one, though, you have to consider the dynasty continued, right? I mean, we'd called the Spurs dynasty a dynasty, and it happened it went from 1999 until 2014.
But it happened with the same characters.
Well, there were interchangeable parts, though. But
they still had...
Like, Manu and Tony Parker weren't on the first one. It was David Robinson.
That's true.
I mean, the constant was Tim Duncan.
That's true.
So the constant would be Steph Curry.
Got it. Yeah, that's true. I just feel like...
maybe Draymond.
It just feels like a championship without Klay on the roster. It's like, if the Warriors win in the next 3 years without Klay on the roster, I just almost, like, I view it, I get your point, and you're actually probably right, but it's just the way I view it is that's a different chapter. That's not, that dynasty is over as soon as Klay Thompson stepped out the building. That's what I thought. Because, like, when I think dynasty, I think Steve, Steph, Klay, Dre. I know Durant helped, but Durant was like a little bridge in the middle. I just can't. Yeah, it would be. I mean, it would be amazing. Then I guess you're right. Steph is the dynasty.
I mean, it starts and ends with 30. I think we and that, well, again, that's why we're talking about who can the Warriors get? How can they go out and get a big fish? It is as much about competing and winning championships as it is about, dude, we got to go all in for this guy. Like we got to do everything possible for Steph, because it feels like he's taken a dynasty, or not a dynasty, but a franchise that was dormant to a dynasty. And that's part of it as well. Like, Warriors fans haven't known, at least, a lot of people my age don't know anything good about basketball. And many Warriors fans haven't since the 70s.
I mean, let's put it this way. The most memorable modern Warriors teams before Steph was an 8 seed. We believe, like, they were an 8 seed at the end of the day. Their team wasn't that good.
Even when they were coming up, like, I remember when I had my fan hat on, I remember 2013, it was the year that Steph Curry got, like, his first MVP vote. And it was, I don't know, it was like 5th place or something. And I was so happy that he got one MVP vote. And now looking back, and I was like, you're an idiot. Like, why would you ever celebrate that? But at the time, it was huge. I mean, so I think that's where a lot of people also come from, and they're trying to figure out, how much longer they can keep this thing going. I think that the dynasty would continue if they won a championship, however bleak that looks. But I also think that it is a different era now. Like, the fact that you don't have the big three together, to your point, Jason, does signify a different era of Warriors basketball. Because anytime you have a player that's been on a team for 13 seasons, it's going to feel different. Like when we go cover games next year, there's going to be a void. Now, it might be something that is productive and it might help in certain ways, but it's going to be weird with Klay Thompson not walking to the podium after games next season.
Begrudgingly walking to the podium.
It depends on the night. Depends on the night.
It'll be weird for sure. But look, I mean, like you said, it starts and ends with 30. So, honestly, it won't be that weird to me. If Steph wasn't there, I think it would have been weirder without Draymond, because Draymond is more of a voice. Draymond is the one who is a little more active with the media, a little more vocal, a little better at communicating his points. I always look forward to meeting the new guys. So I enjoy what it's going to be like to meet D'Anthony Melton and Kyle Anderson and Buddy Hield. I've heard great things about Buddy and D'Anthony from my people in Philly who covered them. Even from a coach over there in Philly who I have a relationship with. Great guys. So it'll be interesting. And, hopefully we got some big name player coming who we just don't know yet.
Or a big name player that is willing and able to emerge.
Yeah.
Like Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah, maybe that. I do not want to cover a playing team next year.
Well,
2 years in a row,
I hate to break it to you, Jay.
It's been so boring.
It's kind of looking that way. And in fact, that might be the ceiling of this roster. I don't know. Like, I think there are definitely ways for them to improve, or to kind of, look different than last year. But I also think that part of the hope of next season is that other teams take significant steps back that were in front of them. And we highlighted this yesterday, the fact that I don't think the Clippers are going to be as good. I don't think the Lakers are going to be as good. In fact, the Suns might implode depending on what happens, and if Kevin Durant can't stay healthy and play as damn good basketball as he did for another 75-ish games like he did last year, there's a lot that could go wrong in Phoenix. So there's a few teams that could take a step back that were in front of the Warriors last year, which, if they win 46 games next year, I do think that possibly could put them in position to get out of either the play-in or maybe even be a 6 seed.
Yeah. I mean, look, they were good, from a record standpoint.
It was almost like people did, it didn't feel like they won 46 games last year.
No, they didn't. The West was just so deep. But like I said, I don't think the West will be as good this year. I get DeJounte Murray came over to the West from Atlanta, but I think the Suns and the Clippers are definitely trending down, and I think the Lakers are, at the very least, just neutral. But I actually think they're trending down a little bit too. Not at the same rate as Phoenix and LA Clippers, but the Lakers are trending down. And so I think the Warriors have an opportunity to make some ground up on at least the Clippers and the Suns. And it's not a whole lot of ground because those teams weren't that far in front of Golden State last year. I think Memphis will be better. And New Orleans, wait and see. I got to wait and see what they do with
Ingram.
With Ingram. But I guess on paper, there's no denying DeJounte Murray is an upgrade, of course.
Yeah, I mean, they also lost Valanciunas. I thought he was a good big for him.
Where is he? Washington now, right?
That contract is still perplexing to me.
Got it.
D'Anthony Melton is making more money next year than Jonas Valanciunas. And Jonas Valanciunas was a starting center for a team that is probably a Zion Williamson injury away from making the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, and really their entire team is dependent on Zion. Like if he is healthy and he plays as well as he did last season, and he takes a step forward, I think they can be good. But Zion's also a big injury risk.
That's his biggest. His body just fails him.
Yeah, and if he plays 35 games like he kind of has the majority of his early NBA career, then I don't also see a reason why the Warriors couldn't be better than the New Orleans Pelicans.
Yeah. Same here. I agree. New Orleans is a huge wild card. And even I like DeJounte Murray, but I'm not sure I love to fit him and CJ McCollum next to each other. It kind of reminds me of Darius Garland and Donovan Mitchell. Good, don't get me wrong, but two undersized guards. I guess DeJounte Murray isn't undersized per se. He's 6'5", but I don't know. I don't see that combo, and it doesn't jump off the screen to me.
No, and I'm not really sure what they do with McCollum now, who's also owed big money. I mean, I think the West is, I don't know. I don't think there's going to be 5 50-win teams in the West next year, and that helps the Warriors. The Warriors also are a potentially injury-prone team. They are very dependent on obviously Curry, and I think even Draymond. But I also feel like they're deeper than they were last year. I think that the last domino that has to fall for me again is Wiggins, because I think they're able to get better and have other players improve and step up if he's no longer on the team. The question is how they do it, and if they're able to, because we've also found out this offseason that a reason why the Warriors haven't been able to swing is not because they're not walking to the plate, but it's because they're getting intentionally walked. Teams aren't willing to pull the trigger with him.
Right.
The Clippers wouldn't deal for Paul George, otherwise he'd be here and he'd be paid $220 million.
That would be so fun. So fun.
I was the guy that I wanted the most this offseason, I don't know about you, but it was Jimmy Butler. Of the gettable players, Jimmy Butler was the guy that I really wanted, even over Paul George.
Get reservations about his body. Hurt a lot. He's hurt a lot now.
He is, but he's also, wherever he's gone, his first season has been able to help them win.
Yeah, that's true.
But he's also 35.
Trust, no, don't get me wrong. I love Jimmy Butler as a player. I love him. I don't know. I wasn't into it. I would have rather have Paul George than Jimmy Butler.
I don't think either of them are perfect. I would be probably, I don't even know if I'd be more inclined to pay Paul George because he also has had an injury history.
They're both old.
Yes,
they're both.
Yeah.
Trust me, they're both old.
That's the point.
4 years max deal makes me uncomfortable for either. So, but you have to do it to get them. You just have to do it to get them. So,
and the Warriors were willing to do that.
Yeah. So, I mean, Jimmy Butler, that's just, and apparently he's kind of, they're kind of getting sick of him over there, management.
Which is interesting as to why they would not try to trade him. Like, by all accounts, he's just going to go back to Miami. He's going to compete, and then he'll become a free agent. So, that's also one of the reasons why I have not been a fan of any of the remaining moves the Warriors swinging for. And even Paul George, to some extent, I had reservations about paying him, was because I do think there is room to still compete this season for the postseason. I think they can make the playoffs as currently constructed. And I also think they keep their options open for next offseason if somebody else becomes, or even if someone becomes available at the deadline. They might not be able to get Lauri Markkanen now, but they might be able to get him at the deadline. And as we saw with Dallas, they were able to be aggressive, and that was a big reason, Daniel Gafford to PJ Washington, that they were able to make a run and get to the finals.
Yeah. I mean, deadline deals are always interesting, and you never know who can emerge all of a sudden. Someone can get in a falling out with their team. Someone can get injured on a team where a team just decides to, we're going to unload this other guy. There's never a dull moment in the NBA, so it's not like Mike Dunleavy has to make a move this week or is over. It's a long offseason. Maybe they play a few summer league games and they're like, you know what? We actually need this. Vegas Summer League is another huge week in the NBA where all the GMs are down there. All the owners are down there, at least for part of it.
Yep.
And Vegas Summer League begins on the 12th, I think. 12th or the 13th. So
there's also going to be a lot of people there because of the Olympics and that team training down there.
100%. Vegas is going to be crazy in a couple of weeks. I wish I could go down there, and I would have been down there if it wasn't for my ankle. It's just a lot going on. So I can't go down there this year, but Vegas is going to be nuts. Vegas is going to be nuts this year. USA training camp. Who's on that USA roster that Steph can recruit?
That actually is a good question. And let me bring up the roster real fast.
Is Paul George on that roster? No. He didn't make it, did he?
Nope.
Yeah, Paul George didn't make it. So obviously is Jaylen Brown on it?
Embiid is on it. Jaylen Brown is not. I know that Jason Tatum is.
I mean, he's not going anywhere.
No. Dude, $314 million.
Yeah, that's the market.
I know. Well, that's why I'm talking about, I don't think Kuminga is a $200 million player. I also didn't think that Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum were $300 million players. Maybe Tatum more than Brown, but Brown was the finals MVP.
Yeah, they're champions. They're going to get that. And then next year, Tatum's the highest paid player in NBA history, and then next year it's going to be somewhere else. It's going to be Luka. It's like the NFL. Who's the highest paid player ever? Isn't it like Jared Goff or something now?
Actually, I think it's Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, it's Trevor Lawrence.
That's the highest paid quarterback in the NFL.
That's just how it works. That's just how it works.
All right, so here's the 12 on the roster. Actually, I think this is a good question. 888-957-9570 is the number. If Steph Curry's going to go recruiting on the USA men's Olympic basketball team, which again starts its practice, I think today or tomorrow in Las Vegas.
I think it's tomorrow.
Steve Kerr's also, of course, the head coach. Who would you like to see him try to recruit? So LeBron, KD, Tatum, AD, Embiid, Booker, Halliburton, Adebayo, Ant, Holiday, Kawhi.
Booker. I'm going realistic. Booker would be the guy for me.
I think I'm with you.
Because you got to be realistic. Obviously, you can't say Jason Tatum.
Based on who's actually, gettable. In that case, Ant.
Right.
I'm going to get Anthony Edwards.
Right. So I would say Booker. I can see the Suns. I could see if Steph and him colluded and Booker goes back to Phoenix and is like, look, I don't want to play here anymore and I want to go to Golden State, make it happen. Yeah, I mean, the Suns are in luxury tax hell right now.
And they're going to be in the second apron, not just this year, but also next year.
They have the highest payroll in the NBA. They need a restart because they're not going to win a championship in the next 2 years. They're just not.
They might not win a playoff series.
You're like Bradley Beal is the guy you're banking on. He's shown us who he is throughout his career. He's not really a winning player. He's probably the most overpaid player in NBA history. I think I said that to you yesterday. Yeah, come on, Steph. Get with Booker. Oh, man. Can you imagine if Booker came here and was the starting shooting guard after him and Klay got into it?
Oh, yeah. That'd be unbelievable.
Oh, man.
Well, he's also, look, I mean, I think a bigger reason people are on board with Markkanen is because he's 27. Like, Booker's in the midst of his prime, too.
Booker's so good.
Booker's nasty.
He's played in the finals, too.
I know people kind of feel it. Look, I don't know why there's just this idea of labeling players as like overrated. I feel like a lot of people attribute that to Devin Booker, and I don't know why. Like every time I watch him play, I'm kind of looking for something to nitpick.
He's a bit of a whiner. It is off-putting to people. There's so many.
His game's not super physical, but he's just smooth. Like
no, he's good.
He has an effortless game.
No, I just think he's perceived as a baby and a little soft because he's always whining. Remember that video that went viral like years ago? He was complaining about getting double teamed during pickup, and Joakim Noah was there. Was like, dude, shut up. We're going to double you because we want to stop you. Like, shut up. Then there's so many screenshots and videos you'll see on Twitter of him barely getting touched, and he's acting like he's getting shot with an AK-47 in the back. So I think because of that, he has gotten a perception that he's soft and he's a complainer. So I think that's really why you hear some of that stuff. But let's make no mistake about it. That man is one of the top 10 basketball players walking planet Earth. He is so good.
And he's also, in a situation like that, I don't think Booker is as great of a point guard. He could take steps forward, but I think they asked him to do a little bit too much last year.
Oh, let's just get on-ball Steph. Steph, point guard, handles the ball. He can do it.
I mean, I've been in on him since I think it was his first playoff series where he sent the Lakers home, and he had like almost 50 in the elimination game against LeBron.
He played in the NBA Finals. He's battle tested too. I was surprised they lost that.
And I'm looking at it right now. He had multiple 40-point games in the NBA Finals.
Yeah, he's very good. Like, you don't got to sell me on him. He's very good. Yeah, that would be the guy if you're talking about realistic, and none of these are that. All of these are far-fetched. Let's get that straight. All of these are far-fetched. But when you look at the roster and you can pinpoint a couple people where I could see how you get there, for me, it's Booker.
Based on the guys that the Warriors have gone after and have kind of been connected to, I know it might sound a little far-fetched, but stick with me. I think Kawhi Leonard would be the guy to me that's the most attainable.
Yeah, that's another guy.
Of the 12 on the USA roster.
That's actually a guy who I threw out a couple of days ago to Mark when I was like, it's going to be a guy nobody has been talking about who gets traded. And I said Kawhi. Kawhi might look around and be like, no more Paul George. Like, I want out too. But Kawhi's home. So I think Kawhi's content in the fact he's not going to go ring chase. He's playing in his hometown and he's cool.
I'll make the case for it on the other side. Who do you think of the 12 members of the Olympic roster if Steph Curry's out there recruiting, if Steve Kerr's out there in Las Vegas recruiting starting tomorrow, who would they recruit? Who is realistically attainable on Team USA to become potentially a running mate with Steph Curry? We'll get into that on the other side as we roll on here. 888-957-9570 is the number. That's Jason Dumas. My name is Evan Giddings. We're back after this on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, everyone. It's Ted.
Jason Dumas is going to be this weekend, and it's going to be
Tomorrow.
at the California Classic starting tomorrow, July 6th. A summer basketball showcase, the California Classic at Chase Center, featuring 2024 NBA draft picks, second-year pros, and more players. So go to Warriors.com for your tickets, all brought to you by Clean California. Remember, just one piece of litter can ruin the game. 0 litter is the goal. We got 1 hour left here. It's flying by here on 95.7 The Game. The number is 888-957-9570. Big thank you to Tony Jones, who joined us earlier from The Athletic on the River Islands guest line. But what we're getting into now, Jason, right before the break, we kind of just threw up this hypothetical, this question, and we're trying to make it as realistic as possible. But the Warriors, Steph Curry and Steve Kerr.
They're getting on you in the
what do you mean?
Text line.
Uh-oh.
Kawhi is less reliable than Evan Giddings in a pickup basketball game.
Oh, man. Yeah, I will wear that one, but I'll give you the reason why in just a little bit. But to kind of set it up, again, Team USA is starting up. Kerr and Curry are going to be with a lot of big boys, ideally 12 best basketball players on planet Earth. And we're just wondering, who realistically, if Curry's recruiting, if Kerr's recruiting, could they get? And you said it was Devin Booker. I think it's Kawhi Leonard. So I guess I'll let you make a case first before I get into Kawhi.
All right. So, obviously, do I have to really make a case for his play on the court? Kind of speaks for itself. He's a top 10 talent in the NBA. I guess you got to make a case for what makes it realistic. I'm probably saying for you too. You don't have to really realistically say why Kawhi Leonard would be a basketball fit. It's pretty obvious.
Same for Booker.
Yeah. Anybody on that roster would be a basketball fit. They're on the roster because they're really, really good.
Yeah, I'll take any of the best 12 players on planet Earth.
Yeah. So what makes it realistic? Now, before I go in, let me preface it by saying I know this is far-fetched. Bear with us. This is like hour 30 of me this week on radio. We got to have some fun.
Hour 30 of radio, hour 20 of television or something?
Yeah. So we're having fun here, people.
Man's been working.
We're having fun here, people. So I think it is realistic because as of right now, the Phoenix Suns have the highest payroll in the NBA. And as I've said multiple times over the last 3 hours, I think Phoenix is on the downfall, production-wise. I think Kevin Durant's best days are behind him. He's still elite, but I don't think he's getting any better. I was actually surprised at how much Ant Edwards outplayed him. Completely outplayed him. After that game 1, when Ant Edwards was talking all that trash in Kevin Durant's face, I was like, oh, man, Kevin Durant is going to get his get-back watch. And he never really did. He never really did. He just wasn't good enough to outplay. Wasn't really good enough to outplay Ant Edwards, which is a high bar too. Don't get me wrong, but I was surprised. So the Suns have the highest payroll. They are going to be in luxury tax hell. They are into the second apron, which, as Tony Jones told us, everybody wants to get out of that.
Yep.
So there will be some incentive if they got off of Devin Booker's contract. And now, trust me, I think Bradley Beal, in a theoretical world, it'd be Bradley Beal who they get off of. But I'm not sure anybody's touching Bradley Beal anymore. The past year has shown us kind of all right, he's finally on a contender. Look, he's unavailable.
And if you want to touch him, he might exercise his no-trade clause.
Yeah, he's just, I didn't even know he had a no-trade clause.
He's one of the very few players in the NBA that does.
So, yeah.
There are only 2 that have no trade clauses, actually. Who's
the other one?
Him and LeBron?
Yeah.
Exactly. Man, oh man.
Ain't that wild. Bradley Beal and LeBron.
So Bradley Beal has the worst contract in basketball if you factor in that he also has a no-trade clause. That stinks. You are married to that. That's awful. Anyway, back to the point. Phoenix has some incentive to shed some salary. In an ideal world, they probably wouldn't want to shed Devin Booker, and they probably won't. But if Steph Curry successfully got in Devin Booker's ear over the next couple weeks while they're at training camp in Vegas, and then they go over to France, and he's like, look, Dev, we could use you. I've talked to Lake Up. And mind you, everybody, this is hypothetical. If you're coming in the middle of this, I've talked to Lake Up. I've talked to Steve. You've talked to Steve. Steve's here. Steve's sitting 2 seats behind us. We want you. all you have to do is go to Phoenix, go to that owner. I forget his name. Rich as ever.
Matt Ishbia?
Yeah. He's always on the sidelines and stuff. Go to him and tell him, hey, I do not want to play another minute for this organization. It's been great. I'm appreciative you drafted me. There's no hard feelings, but I want to start playing somewhere else, and I would prefer to play in San Francisco with Steph Curry. I will not make a big funk out of it. I will not blow up in the media. Let's do this silently. I think Phoenix would be inclined to do it. I really, really do. Just because of their financial situation and the reality of where they're probably going to be in the standings, not going to win an NBA championship. That's the guy. Now, you would probably have to move Podziemski, Kuminga, and draft capital, I guess. If you don't move Podziemski, he'd have to go to the bench, obviously. Who knows? Who knows what that package is? It's probably a whole bunch of draft capital, which for Devin Booker, give up every available draft pick that you are allowed to. And then, have your pick, max draft capital, and then have your pick of 2 or 3 of these players. Let's just say 2. If they give the whole farm in draft capital, pick 2 of Wiggins, Kuminga, Podziemski. Boom. Done. Warriors are going to have an amazing team.
In a perfect world, I agree with you. And again, we're talking about in a perfect world. And the whole exercise to kind of figure out who'd be the most realistic of the 12 players on Team USA that Curry could recruit. Jason believes it's Devin Booker. People are coming down my road because I think it's Kawhi Leonard. And the reason why I think it's Kawhi Leonard is because I think he's the most flawed of the 12 players. I think that's what makes him attainable, realistically. I think that the Clippers just showed us that they do not have an intensive thought to keep things together. They just let Paul George walk for nothing. They paid 6 first-round picks to get him to Los Angeles. They gave up Shai Gilgeous-Alexander to bring him in and pair him with Kawhi. It didn't work out. So the Clippers just let Paul George walk for nothing. They extended Kawhi to a 3-year max. That takes him through his age 35 season. So he's not as old as Paul George. He's not even as old as Jimmy Butler. He's certainly younger than Kevin Durant. And the one question about him is injury. I think the Clippers would be inclined to listen if the Warriors, like you said, you'd be willing to give up all the draft picks in the world for Devin Booker. I'd be willing to give up all the draft picks in the world for Kawhi Leonard. And I think the Clippers would take them because they also don't own a first-round pick until 2030. They have no way to improve their roster outside of potentially trading a player like Kawhi Leonard. And the Warriors just showed us this offseason that they'd be willing to go all in on an aging superstar for one last crack at a championship. And Kawhi Leonard, again, the question is if, but when he's healthy in the postseason, he's one of the best performers we've seen of his generation. He's got 2 finals MVPs for 2 different teams, one of which, of course, was against the Warriors. He is a guy that can single-handedly take over a game and a series when he's healthy. And if he's competing in Team USA, he just came off of playing 68 games, which was the most in quite some time in the regular season. He was a second-team All-NBA member. I think the Warriors could realistically go after Kawhi Leonard more than any other member of Team USA, and I think he would be the perfect running mate for Steph Curry. And if you're talking about making salaries match, whatever you would do for Devin Booker, you could do the same thing for Kawhi. He's making 50 and 50 the next couple seasons, and I just feel like of all the players that I believe that would be willing to be either moved by their team or get to a place they can compete for a title, it's also Kawhi Leonard. So that would be my guy, and that would be my case.
You mentioned Kawhi and his age, and he's younger than this guy, but here's the thing. He is 40 in basketball years. That man has been under the knife so much. He is literally why, he's what made rest, what's the word?
Load management?
Yeah. He is he's
the poster boy for it.
He's the poster boy for load management. He's done, really, in my opinion. And it's a shame because the talent is still there, obviously. It's just the body is not still there. Now, granted, would I take Kawhi Leonard on the Golden State Warriors? Absolutely. He would make them much better. And obviously, if you load managed and you're very smart about how you used him because of his injury history, it could work. And I think if they acquired Kawhi, they would immediately jump into the top 4 in the West, which gives you a chance. But I don't trust that body of his. I just don't trust his body. Yeah, that's why I think Devin Booker is just a clear-cut guy. I mean, another guy,
Embiid?
Embiid's interesting. He's very interesting.
He's also been under the knife a lot.
Yeah, now he's another guy. His injury history is extremely concerning, but he's better than Kawhi Leonard at this point. So it would be not less of a risk in the fact of is a less risk that he will be injured. It's a bigger it'd be a bigger payout. Like you're taking probably around the same risk, maybe even a little more of a risk with Embiid, but you get more back if they both have healthy. So it'd be a bigger payout, or so to speak, if Embiid was healthy. When Embiid's healthy, he's one of the top 3 players in the world. I mean, he was averaging something insane last year before he
got hurt.
He was like averaging over 35 points per game. Honestly, I think he would have got the MVP again if he didn't get hurt.
Yeah, if he qualified for it.
Yeah.
He was putting up numbers that haven't been done by a center since like Shaquille O'Neal.
Yeah, yes, his playoff struggles and never getting past the second round, well advertised. His injury history, well advertised. But let's not get it confused. When that man is on the court, I don't think there's 3 better players in basketball than him. It's like him, Jokic, and my man in Dallas, probably. Over the last 2-3 years, cumulatively, it's probably those 3 best 3 players in the NBA, and you can rank them wherever you want. So Embiid is a wild card, but I have not gotten any inclination that he would ever ask out of Philly.
No, I mean, all these players I think are in pretty good situations, except for, I mean, Durant would be the other one, but I think the Suns and the Clippers are the 2 teams that represent the most toxic situations right now.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I don't think Philly is a toxic situation. And I just forgot, they just signed Paul George. Ain't no way in hell Embiid's going to see that through.
Yeah, I mean, unless something catastrophic happens to Paul George or the season.
No, but you got to think in this context, you only have this summer. You can't recruit him anymore.
Oh, no. But I'm saying, actually, I don't know if any of these players are gettable like this summer.
Got it. No, but it's like the way I'm looking at it in this extremely hypothetical game we just made up on the fly.
It's what we do.
The way I'm looking at it, they have to get it done this summer because once Steph isn't with him anymore, there's no recruiting anymore.
Well, that's what made I understand that they traded Poole to have the option to get off of Paul's money and to save essentially $73 million between him and Klay. But I didn't understand if they were going to continue to take a swing, why they didn't just exercise his option. Now, maybe it's because they also thought they could turn that money into, like D'Anthony Melton, Kyle Anderson, Buddy Hield. I don't know if they could get those players if Chris Paul is still on the team. But it was actually, I know they wouldn't be able to get Melton because the full mid-level wasn't an option for them based on the money. But it seemed a little premature if there was another dark horse candidate out there, because part of this, part of getting a superstar is there's only so many teams that can actually acquire one because they can make the money work. And the Warriors were one of a few teams that could make money work with Chris Paul, but now they don't have many salaries even aggregated together that can match up to acquire someone like we're talking about.
Exactly. And this is not breaking news, but it's something we should read on air. Klay Thompson bids farewell to the Golden State Warriors. Let me pull up this Instagram caption right now. He finally broke his silence, so to speak.
See captain out.
I'm gonna read it. It looks like it's about 6-7 sentences, but lock in. Klay Thompson, he posted this 30 minutes ago. Oh, Bay Area, there are not enough words and images to convey how I really feel about y'all. From the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for the best times of my life. It was such an honor to put that Dubs jersey on from day one. I really just wanted to be the best I could be and help bring as many championships possible to the region. The best part was not the rings, though. It was the friendships I made that will last a lifetime. My family and I would like to thank all of the amazing people who worked tirelessly to make the Warriors organization world class. Don't be sad it's over. Be happy it happened. Until we meet again. See captain out. And then he posted a whole bunch of pictures. So yeah, nice little bid.
I'm so upset.
Nice little bid farewell.
Does that bring a tear to your eye, Carter?
That was sad.
Yeah. I'm looking at the pictures he posted. It's a lot of pictures with his family.
It's kind of chronological.
Yeah, so the first one is him getting drafted, holding the Klay Thompson jersey on draft night. Second one is him, looks like a rookie Klay Thompson, shaking hands with Ray Allen.
Yep.
When Ray Allen was on the Celtics. The second one is a split picture between Draymond, Steph, and Klay winning their first championship to winning their fourth. That's a really nice one. Next, it's him and Michael Mulder. Jeez, remember that name? Mikey Thompson.
Yeah, Michael Mulder.
It's him and Mikey Thompson, his brother, and it's Mikey's wearing a Santa Cruz G League uniform when Mikey played for the Santa Cruz Warriors. Then it's Klay and Jerry West.
The logo.
Sitting next to Jerry West. Klay and the Warriors, I think that is their first championship because I don't see.
Yeah, because David Lee's on the team there.
Yeah, and I don't see Kevin Durant. That's them with Obama.
Jason Thompson.
In the White House. Jason Thompson, rider guy. Then it's he had to include Easy Money Sniper, obviously. It's Klay. It's Klay and Kevin Durant. Then it's Klay and his two brothers celebrating the fourth championship. Mikey Thompson and Trace Thompson, the Major League Baseball player. Some video that it's video of Rocco.
It's Rocco coming. I think that's my favorite.
Yeah, it's Rocco walking through the halls of Chase Center. And then the final one, fitting Klay out on the water, just riding his boat into the city. Looks like he's on his way to Chase Center from that vantage point.
All of which to the song "Way Too Real" by Too Short.
Yeah. Good for Klay, man. Good for Klay, man. He's earned his flowers. Obviously, that's the understatement of the year. He's earned his flowers, and it's going to be weird. But I also feel like it was also very diplomatic. His words. It wasn't overly emotional. It might be emotional to fans, but he was simply like, "Hey, don't be sad. Don't be sad it's over. Be happy it happened. Till we meet again." I mean, look, man. Like I've said all week, I definitely have caught a lot of flack, I think, for the way I've talked about Klay leaving and some of the things that have transpired behind closed doors that I think people just don't want to hear. It doesn't mean it hasn't happened. People don't want to hear. They don't want the memory of him getting sullied, whatever the case might be. I've caught a lot of flack, and I'm probably the best man to catch that flack and the best man to have that messaging, just because I'm not a Bay Area native. I can kind of be really, really objective. But then there's probably people who can look at me and be like, you don't get it. You don't get it. And I guess I can see that vantage point too. But my long-standing point is this. When you have a partnership as long as the Klay and Golden State partnership, 10 years, correct?
Yeah, 13.
13 years. Yeah. I'm sorry. 10 years that those three of them have been together.
Yeah, I think 12 because Draymond was drafted the year after. But still, I don't know where decade plus.
I don't know where I got 10. But anyway, 13 years, and I knew that too. 13 years in the NBA. When you have a partnership that has lasted 13 years, where he has been so accomplished in that 13 years, versus both personally and from a team-wide standpoint, when you get those breakups, if you just look in the history of sports, to situations that are comparable, more than not, they end somewhat messy. Some are messier than others, but they end with some semblance of he said, she said, this is, I feel disrespected, that type of thing. Just go back in history. Anything comparable to the partnership between Klay Thompson and the Warriors. The two that just stand out aren't in basketball, but the two that stand out are two NFL examples, Peyton Manning and Tom Brady. They had long, fruitful careers in New England and Indianapolis, respectively. Peyton Manning, while there was not a lot of public he said, she said, mind you, there hasn't been a ton of it nationally with Klay Thompson. Here locally, when we're just hyper local and we cover it day in, day out, we hear it a little more and we talk about it, obviously, how we do here on the radio. But nationally, I don't think there's a lot of perception that there's just crazy bad blood. It wasn't so much like that with Peyton Manning either, but I know people who covered that team. One of my mentors, close friend, shout out Anthony Calhoun, the sports director, Wish TV, Indianapolis, been there forever, won every local broadcasting award out there. They were not on the same page when they left. It was pretty obvious after Peyton Manning was going to miss that season with the neck injury.
Suck for luck.
They purposely tanked for Andrew Luck. Peyton Manning knew that. Peyton Manning believed he still had some left, and he was upset.
I clearly did.
And yeah, he went out and went to 2 Super Bowls, right? I know he won one.
Yeah, they made 2 Super Bowls. Yeah, but he broke this first year back. I want to say through 55 touchdowns. Yeah, second season in Denver.
Yeah, so Peyton Manning, he was upset.
Yeah,
he had his feelings hurt. And when I say he has feelings hurt, I do not mean that as an insult. I just mean he literally, his feelings were hurt. Tom Brady, by the end of that tenure, him and Bill Belichick were, to say they weren't on the same page is putting it lightly. Tom didn't ever think he was going to play for another team. Sometimes it just happens. I mean, he's not as accomplished as Klay Thompson, of course, but Dame Lillard, him and that owner or that GM, they're not even on talking terms. Him and Portland's GM wouldn't talk to him on the way out. Sometimes that just happens.
And we can continue the conversation about legends because I think there's an interesting wrinkle with Klay Thompson and why he means so much to the Bay Area, but also why things just kind of had to come to a close. We'll also update you on the Lauri Markkanen situation that continues to move potentially for the Golden State Warriors. Also going to get into and have, what the contract for Franz Wagner this morning meant for Jonathan Kuminga and really where the Warriors are going to go now, what the Warriors are going to do the remainder of this summer, and also how they're going to sell that to someone like Steph Curry. The reason why we're talking about potentially recruiting on Team USA is because Steph might not be happy with what's on his roster right now. Might not be happy with where the Warriors are at. So we'll talk about that on the other side for our final segment, all right here on 95.7 The Game.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined.
We detailed on the prior side of the break, and after 13 years, it's sentimental, man. I mean, I think no matter how you feel about Klay and how things ended, whether you feel like it was acrimonious, whether you think it was time, whether you felt like he was maybe a bit spoiled, whether he was, high maintenance, all those things, a lot of the things are true. But at the end of the day, I don't think there's anybody that's a Warriors fan that would tell you that they don't absolutely love Klay Thompson for everything that he brought. And just being able to walk down memory lane a little bit, I remember Klay Thompson when he had, the waves and the little, high school goatee, and he was just that sharpshooter that was the lockdown two-way guy, was out there for 120 straight playoff games before he got hurt, and pretty much gave his all. So it's tough to see it come to an end, but at the same time, we knew this day was going to come. It was just a matter of when, and unfortunately for him, unlike Curry and Draymond, his two injuries probably expedited that process.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a shame because, like I said, he was probably the premier two-way player in basketball at the time of his injury. So what was that, 2019?
Yep.
It was either him or the guy he was playing against, Kawhi Leonard.
Yeah.
It was one of those two. Yeah. So it's a shame that his body robbed basketball fans of 2 years of his prime. But that's sports. I mean, that's just the risk you take. It is what it is at this point. No need to really.
And I think he's right that the fact he's been able to come back the way he has and play as well as he has is incredible.
He was an Iron Man last year. He could have played 82 if they let him and he wanted to. Like, most of the games he missed were more, come on, we're going to spend you a little bit. It wasn't like, I can't play, I'm injured.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So he could have played 82. That is inspiring in itself. Bro, I'm going through it right now. Granted, I'm not a pro athlete. I'm not trying to compare myself to Klay and like his willingness to get back. But I know what rupturing your Achilles is like. I ruptured my Achilles on May 25th, got the surgery on May 30th. Like, it sucks. I get it. Our guy, Alan Stiles, did the same thing. And it's just like, I have milestones I'm trying to get back to. I got to walk down an aisle in late August. I got to walk down an aisle. Everybody's texting my phone, pressuring is not the right word. I'm getting secondhand pressure. That's not their intent.
To not do it? Or
no, not walk down the aisle. I'm getting pressured. Let me finish.
Yeah,
I'm getting pressured, secondhand pressure, like, can't wait to dance. Can't wait to, and in the back of my head, I'm like, dude, I can't walk really right now. Like, I have my boot off right now because I'm sitting down and it gets sore when you keep it on for so long, but
just got to hit that UTEP two-step.
Yeah, if I try to walk right now, it's the craziest limp ever. It's so stiff. You can barely, like, the range of motion in my foot is very minimal. So when I get texts saying, like, I can't wait to hit the dance floor with you, it's secondhand, like, pressure to me. I'm reading the text and I'm thinking in my head, dude, there's 0% chance I could dance right now. Hopefully, August 31st, you can dance and it'll get better. And my rehab has been going great. I have a great physical therapist with Agile Fitness. Shout out to my physical therapist. But it's, I'm trying.
He didn't drop his name.
Yeah, I'm giving him some free pub.
Rick Celebrini.
Oh, I wish it was Rick Celebrini. Yeah. No, I have a great one myself.
Yeah.
And the only reason I'm not name dropping him is because who knows if he wants me to do that. But my point is, over there at Agile Fitness, they are really taking care of me. But my long-standing point is this: it's an injury that is more mental than physical. Like, the actual injury itself didn't hurt all that much. Like, I've had way more painful injuries. I didn't even have much pain after surgery. I took painkillers for like a day. Then I was like, I don't need these. It doesn't hurt that much. It's just meticulous, day by day. And it's little stuff that really beats you down. It's like, just like for a while, just getting up to brush my teeth was a process. And it goes on for about a year. You got to take your daily wins. So for Klay Thompson to go through that and then 2 years later play like 75 plus NBA games, it's insane.
He played the most minutes in that postseason when he came back.
And we're not even talking. He did it literally coming right off an ACL tear.
That's the other part too. It's like there's the mental taxation of it all. But an ACL tear is equally as taxing.
Mm-hmm.
And to get to the point where you're about to play, you're ready to play, you're ready to come back, and then you tear your Achilles. I just can't imagine. I mean, it makes total sense when he was talking about the dark place that he was in. Like that's unimaginable for not just an athlete, but anybody. Like just a normal person to go through the amount of rehab you have to get yourself back to, like you said, just walking or trying to get to a place where you can dance. By the way, congratulations. Yeah. But, it's also like that is very understated. And I understand why he felt the way he did after working as hard as he did to get back. But, at the end of the day, it was like, it makes all of it incredible. But it also means that you're naturally a lesser version, of yourself. This is from No in the 415 in the Xfinity mobile text line. My top standout memory of Klay is 60 points on 11 dribbles in 2016 versus Indiana. Listening to Jeff Teague talk about that game also might be one of the funniest things I've ever seen on his podcast, which I can't recall the name of, but he was in the huddle just kind of pointing at the box score like, look how much Klay got. Klay's got 50. Like, he's just absolutely cooking us right now.
100. Yeah. Crazy.
He was that kind of guy. I mean, he was, Klay Thompson, he's still got more threes in the game than Steph does. That was always the conversation I feel like a lot of Warriors fans would have is, like, Curry's obviously the better player,
mm-hmm.
but Klay can be the most incendiary player. He's up there, like, with the history of the greats.
100%. Like
just the firecracker that he used to be.
And I know Dub Nation is going to back me on this and going to say that my friends back home in Philly are stupid. But one long-standing debate that I've been going back and forth with them for a couple of years now. It's like 3 against 1, and actually it's 3 against 2. But I'm still mind blown that they take this side, and it's no disrespect to this player I'm about to mention too. Obviously, he's an all-time great too. But I think it's absolutely mind-blowing that Reggie Miller is top 75 of all time and Klay Thompson is not. I don't think there's one thing Reggie Miller can do on a basketball court better than Klay. It's not even that close to me. And that is not in slight on Reggie. I was a fan of his. But what can Reggie Miller do better than Klay Thompson? All my friends call me crazy. They're like, nah, it's Reggie. Like, Klay never had to do it as the leading guy, blah, blah, blah. But, and we could debate about this for another hour.
Mm-hmm.
But in my opinion, Klay Thompson did and does everything on a basketball court better than Reggie Miller did. I think he was a better shooter. Defense, we don't need to waste any time about it. He's won at a higher level. I guess the only argument for Reggie is that he had to do it mainly as the solo mission, and Klay is fortunate enough to play with Steph Curry,
and Draymond and KD and all the rest. Yeah, I think Reggie gets the nod in my book just because he represented a franchise for 2 decades.
Okay,
and there's also like I do think part of it is when you think about a franchise, you think about particular players and. With the Indiana Pacers, there's just not a whole lot that come to mind outside of Reggie Miller. And, is Klay Thompson a better basketball player? Probably. He plays better defense. I think they're, on the same plane as far as shooting. But to represent and carry a franchise for 2 decades to me is an understated feat, which also is, I think, a reason why, look, nobody wanted to see the big 3 come to an end, but in a lot of situations, when you're talking about franchise players, faces of franchises, there's usually only room for one. Like the fact that Klay Thompson is, splitting ways and going to Dallas, that's kind of what happens. Like Tony Parker retired in Charlotte.
That was gross.
Yeah, it was disgusting.
I wish I never saw him and he struggled. He struggled.
It wasn't very good.
I wish better for Klay in Dallas than Tony Parker had in Charlotte.
But not a lot of players that aren't the number one get to retire with the same franchise they stayed with. The fact that Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, and Steph Curry all played together for 12 seasons and won 4 championships might be the most unique trio, the most, I don't know, unimaginable combination that's ever come across the NBA.
They're up there as one of the best trios of all time.
In the free agency era, especially.
Yeah, who else do you have? I guess you have Pippen, Jordan, and Rodman. They won 6 together, right? All 6 of them were together.
No, Rodman wasn't on the first 3.
Okay.
It was Horace Grant.
Gotcha. See?
Yeah, Pippen was there for all 6, but it was those running mates.
So I think you got to put Draymond, Klay, and Steph over that one just because they have 4 together to 3.
Yeah, the only other trio I think that has 4 is
like
Parker, Ginobili, and Magic, Kareem, and Worthy.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
Yeah, you go.
But that was also at a time where keeping players was easier. There wasn't as many hurdles for salary cap purposes. I think players didn't have as much negotiating rights back then. The free agency era has kind of shaped and changed things. You could also go back to the Celtics if you want to talk about top 3 trios, in the 60s and 50s.
Right. I'm sure there's a Larry Bird trio out there.
Yeah, Mikhail Parrish and Bird.
Yeah.
I think they won 3 together.
Right.
The most modern example is probably Parker, Ginobili, and Duncan.
Yeah, that was a hell of a trio.
And they won 4, I believe, together.
And what makes that crazy is Ginobili came off the bench for a bunch of those, too.
Yeah.
He wasn't even like their starter.
Yeah, that's true.
Which is hilarious. But, it won't be duplicated again. It will be duplicated by another trio in the NBA at some point, but few and far between when you see that type of production from 3 teammates. And they all complemented each other so well on and off the court. We got into it yesterday. It was just like middle child, oldest child, and the baby. It's like their personalities complemented each other on and off the court. And then Steve Kerr was the perfect father figure of it.
Yeah.
And it was a joy to cover, for 6 years. I loved it. The Golden State Warriors have been the most rewarding organization I've covered in my time as a journalist, and I'm sure it'll continue to be. Shoot, I've gone to 2 finals in 6 years.
Yeah, if you walk into am I saying a bar? Freudian slip. If you walk into a place of business and someone's a sports fan and you have a conversation and somehow the topic of best trios of all time comes up, Klay, Steph, and Dre are at the top of, I think, everybody's minds.
Yeah.
You can make a case for some others, sure, but if someone said Klay Thompson, Steph Curry, and Draymond Green are the greatest trio of all time, I would not refute that.
No, you could even be a Bulls fan or a Lakers fan. You might disagree because of your allegiance, but you couldn't call that person crazy.
No, and I think that's also part of the sadness is individually, most people love Klay, and because of the reasons we've talked about the last few days, but also it's just the end of an era. It's one thing to not see Klay Thompson in a Warriors jersey. It's also another thing to think about next season, watching Steph and Draymond without Klay, without him out there with them. And that was the part that was a bit jarring in 2021 when Klay was still recovering from his Achilles. It was where's Klay? Where's the other Splash brother? He's not there. He's hurt. But gosh, it doesn't look like Warriors basketball in a way.
Mm-mm.
And now they're going to have to move into a different iteration of Warriors basketball anyways. But
I think they are. I think that started last year. It started last year, especially post All-Star break. Now, you couldn't completely do that while he was still on the roster, obviously. But the rise of Brandon Podziemski, and he became a first-team all-rookie player, and he started getting starts over Klay. And he will probably likely, if the roster is as currently constructed, will likely get the starting 2-guard spot next season. It will truly be ushered into a new era. And it'll be interesting how Steph and Draymond kind of help usher into a new era. And, if they will embrace it. You got to imagine they got no choice but to embrace it.
Well, so if you got here it was 2018-19 was your first year?
Literally 6 years this month.
So what do you, like, when you think of, I guess, I don't know, like iconic Klay moments? I mean, take it, maybe it could be off the court if you want, but like, how do you kind of remember Klay?
I'll remember Klay as a person. He's very introspective. He's very hyper aware of how he's viewed, for better or for worse.
Yeah.
I'm not even saying that's a bad thing. I care about how people view me. Like, some people, like, I think people who say I don't care how people view me, I think most people are lying. There are some people who have that innate quality to truly not care. And I'm jealous of some of those people.
I think they're outliers.
Yeah,
personally,
you're right. They're definitely outliers. It is not the rule. And the people who say the people who scream I don't care what you think of me the most, care the most.
Klay Thompson on line one.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. He cares deeply how he is viewed, especially within the context of the NBA brotherhood. So I think that wore on him the last couple of years. But all in all, I will view him as, on the court, one of the toughest players I've seen on the court, especially pre-injury. Like, he is a guy who is going to guard the best player. He is going to take big shots. He's going to come up big in big moments. He's a guy who rocks to the beat of his own drum set, even when things are going great. Rocking to the beat of his own drum set, for better or for worse. But most importantly, I'll just remember him as a guy who competes. That's really all you can ask for. As a coach, as a teammate, he's going to compete and give it his all. And in the process, he won 4 championships at a high level. That's really what I'll remember him as.
Yeah, I mean, I think of Klay Thompson as a winner, and I think the competitive nature that he tried to sometimes not show ended up just manifesting itself in some of those passive-aggressive confrontations or, messages about not being top 75 or feeling bad about players not considering him what he used to be, fighting, whether it's against father time or fighting against injury. All of those things I think are just expressions of the innate and unmatched competitor that he actually is. And his fire doesn't come out the way it does with Draymond. It doesn't even manifest itself the way it does with Curry. Klay Thompson he's a winner. And since the moment he really stepped in with the Warriors, I think he's always contributed to winning. He knows what it takes. And I think that's something he probably learned from his parents, from his dad, but also his mom. And it's something that he's been able to, I don't know, just always naturally be able to do. Like, even though some people might think about him just because of the last couple of years as, like a selfish player, like his game, because his game is like selfishly unselfish. Like he's going to shoot the ball and everyone knows it, but he doesn't need the ball. Like when the ball touches his hand, it goes up, but he doesn't need to dribble. He doesn't need to touch it. He also doesn't have to worry about if he's going to be guarding this player or that player. He always would relish the challenge of picking up the best perimeter player on the other team. Like, he loved that. And that was such a great compliment to Curry. And then with Draymond as the interior guy, they were so perfectly put together. I mean, you just cannot script a better threesome that complements each other more so than Klay, Steph, and Dre. And so, yeah, was Klay fortunate to be in the situation he was? Yes. I also think he made the most of it. And 4 championships is just that. So I think I'll always remember Klay Thompson as being a winner.
They were all fortunate, really. Like, who knows if Steph has the career he has without those two, and vice versa with Draymond Green.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, I look forward to picking up with you at 9 a.m., man.
Yes, sir. 9 a.m. Going to take us right into the California Classic.
No doubt. Yeah, California Classic tomorrow. Again, get your tickets at warriors.com. Jason Dumas, myself, Evan Giddings. Big thank you to Carter Chickering, also producing this bad boy for you today. Thanks to everyone who called in. Thank you to Tony Jones, who joined us from The Athletic on the River Islands guest line earlier. Big thank you to our YouTube and Twitch chat powered by First NorCal Credit Union. 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. tomorrow to high noon on 95.7 The Game. Thank you to everyone that has enjoyed their Independence Day with us, their Friday with us, whether you've been working, whether you've not been working. We'll talk to you tomorrow morning, all right here on your home for Golden State Warriors basketball, 95.7 The Game.
Haven't filed tax returns for years? Think you can't have a life? Think again. You've heard me say that